The boss had a fast sword. I had a block button and 61 hours without sleep, and I want it on the record that I was winning. Third phase. He was down to a sliver. My hands knew the pattern better than they knew my own face by then. Sidestep, block, punish. I'd run that sequence so many times it had stopped being a decision and turned into a twitch. The screen flashed white on the parry. My thumb came down on block. And my thumb didn't come down on block. That's the part nobody tells you about. There's no music sting. There's no slow fade. There's just a very small, very stupid gap between what you meant to do and what your body actually did. And then the gap gets wider, and then it's the only thing there is. My arm was still on the desk. I could see it. I just wasn't in it anymore. The sword came through the block that never happened, and my character went down, and then so did I. And honestly, the character had a better death animation. Last thing I saw was the cold mug next to the keyboard, 61 hours of coffee, and one guy who thought he could sleep after the credits. The universe said, "Lol, no credits, buddy." Then I opened my eyes, and the sun was trying to murder me personally. I was face down in straw. Actual straw. There was a rooster somewhere to my left, making the kind of noise that should be illegal before noon, and my mouth tasted like a barn floor, and somebody's hand was shaking my shoulder and calling me a lazy little worm. Caleb, the bread's going cold. That was my name now. Caleb. 13 years old, son of a farmer, in a village called Anvil, in a place called the City of Law, in a world that had never once heard of a keyboard. The memories came in like water finding a crack. Not a download, not a flash, just, suddenly, I knew where the well was. I knew which chicken bit. I knew my father had died 3 winters ago under a cart, and my mother had followed him the next spring, and I knew that the woman shaking me was an aunt who fed me because that's what you do, not because she liked doing it. I knew I'd never eaten meat 2 days in a row in my life, and underneath all of that, sitting there like a coin someone had left on my chest, was the other thing. Me. The one who died at a desk. Both sets of memories side by side, neither one willing to move over. So I did what any reasonable person does at that moment. I lay back down in the straw and stared at the ceiling for a while. Lindsay! Coming! The village outside was doing its best impression of a festival. Tomorrow was Harvest Day, which in Anvil meant 3 things. Everybody stopped working, everybody ate too much, and at sundown they burned a straw deer the size of a house and let the ashes fall on the fields, because 100 years ago somebody decided that was how you thanked the ground. And there was a 4th thing, and it was the only one I cared about. Once every 10 years, on Harvest Day, the world picked somebody. They called it Awakening. You went to sleep an ordinary person, and you woke up something else. And after that, you could split a beech tree with your hand, or hear a rabbit's heartbeat at 100 meters, or stop a man's blood in his body just by deciding to. Nobody knew how it chose. Nobody had ever made it choose. You just showed up, and it either happened or it didn't. And if it didn't, you waited a decade and showed up again. 10 years. I did the math while I was pulling my boots on, and it came out ugly. If I missed tomorrow, I'd be 23 the next time the door opened. Then I've only got tomorrow left, I said out loud, to nobody, in a barn, holding one boot. Great. Cool. Very cool. Love that for me. Outside, 3 kids were sitting on the fence doing what kids do, which is know everything about things they've never seen. There's a law knight in the village, said the tall one. Liar. There is. He came in this morning. He's got the armor and everything. What's he here for? The tall one lowered his voice to the exact volume that means he's about to make something up. Someone's going to get punished. I stopped. My aunt shoved a covered basket into my hands before I could ask a follow-up question, which was the general pattern of my new life. Mill, she said. Take it and come straight back. What's at the mill? Bread, she said, goes in the basket. Questions go in the ditch. So I took the basket to the mill. The mill was on the edge of the village, past the last row of houses, and there were 2 men standing outside it who were absolutely not millers. They looked at the basket. One of them jerked his chin at the door. Neither of them said a word to me, which was somehow worse than being yelled at. I pushed the door open with my hip and went in. There was a woman sitting on a grain sack. She was in silver armor, the real kind, the kind that fits like it was grown on her instead of hammered. Blonde hair, badly cut, like somebody had taken a knife to it in a hurry. Eyes the color of a lake you'd be an idiot to swim in. She was sitting on a sack of grain with her elbows on her knees like she was waiting for a bus, and there was flour dust in the air, and she looked up at me with the mildest possible interest. I did the polite thing. I bowed. I said, "Good morning, Law Knight." She laughed so hard she choked. I'm serious. She got maybe 2 seconds into it before it went down the wrong way, and she was coughing into her fist and waving her other hand at me, and her armor was rattling, and I stood there holding a basket of bread like the world's least useful person. "Sorry," she got out. "Sorry. No, I'm not the Law Knight." "Oh. I'm what the Law Knight is here for." She said it the way you'd say you were here for a haircut. I looked at the door. I looked at the 2 men outside it, who I now understood were not guarding the mill from anything. They were guarding the mill from her getting out of it. And then I looked at her again, sitting on a sack of grain in armor worth more than the entire village, with nothing on her wrists and nothing on her ankles. "You're not tied up," I said. "No." "Why aren't you tied up?" She smiled a little. "Touch the wall." I touched the wall. Gold ran through it. Not painted on, not glowing on the surface, through it, like something under the plaster woke up and looked at me and decided I wasn't worth the trouble. It faded in about a second. My fingertips buzzed like I'd hit my elbow. "The Law Knight's laws are what bind me," she said. "The rope is a formality. The wall is the sentence." I put the basket down on the floor because my arms had opinions about it. Then I sat down across from her on a sack of my own, which, in hindsight, was extremely rude, and at the time felt like the only reasonable thing in the building. "What did you do?" "An attempt to rebel and overthrow the dynasty," she said. I waited for the rest of it. There wasn't any rest of it. "But honestly," she added, "I really don't think this is a crime." And she said that so calmly, with so little effort behind it, that I believed her instantly and completely. Not the innocence. I didn't know anything about that. I believed that she'd thought about it for a long time and arrived somewhere and stopped moving. She looked me over while I was chewing on it. Really looked. Her eyes went a little unfocused for a second, the way people look when they're reading something behind your face. Then she said, "How old are you?" 13. "And when did you wake up?" "This morning." That's not what I asked. I went very still. She leaned forward with her elbows on her knees again. "Child, you already have it." "Have what?" "Self-awareness," she said. "The awakening isn't a lottery. It looks like one from the outside. What it actually is the world noticing that there's a someone in there. Most people go their whole lives and there's just a set of habits wearing a face. It takes a shock, usually. Nearly drowning. Losing everything. Something that makes you stand outside yourself and look back and say, "That's me. That's the thing that's happening to me." She tipped her head. "You woke up this morning remembering a life you didn't live in this world. There is nothing on the continent that does that. You've been awakened since before you opened your eyes." I sat there in a mill with flour in the air and processed the fact that I'd already won the thing I'd spent the whole morning being terrified of losing. Do I get to pick what I am? No. Do I get told? Eventually. Is it good? She actually thought about it. "It's rare," she said. "Rare isn't the same as good. Rare mostly means nobody's around to teach you." Then she stretched her legs out and her boot knocked my basket, and she looked at it and then at me, and I realized she hadn't eaten. I pushed it toward her. She tore the bread in half and gave me the bigger half, which I want you to remember because that's the kind of thing you don't notice until much later. "You know," she said with her mouth full, "if I pinned you down right now and drained every drop of essence out of you, getting out of here wouldn't be a problem at all." I stopped chewing. Relax. That is a very hard sentence to relax after. It's true, though. It'd take about a minute. The wall's a law, not a wall. Enough power and I'd walk through it like a curtain. She shrugged, armor clicking. And then 2 hours later, a law knight would come back to a village that had helped a rebel escape, and he would file it as a nest of insurrectionists, and there wouldn't be an anvil by morning. So you're sitting on a grain sack. So I'm sitting on a grain sack. I looked at her for a while. She let me. That's when I saw the thing on her breastplate. It was small, worked into the metal over her heart, and I'd taken it for decoration. A sword with thorns growing up the blade. The farmer half of my head knew that crest. Every kid in the city of Law knew that crest. It was on the coins. It was on the tax paper. It was the mark of the kings. I opened my mouth. She said, "Eat your bread." I ate my bread. The square that evening was the best night of my new life, right up until it wasn't. They'd built the deer, 6 meters of it, straw and rope over a frame of green wood, antlers like a whole tree turned upside down, standing in the middle of the square with the whole village walking circles around it. Old Cedric, who ran the fields and knew the name of every seed in the district, was up on a stool fussing with the wick at its foot. Kids were throwing dried flowers at the legs. Somebody's grandmother was crying about how it was bigger than the one in her day. There was a boy selling honeycomb out of a bucket, and he had a customer base of exactly everyone. And then everybody stopped talking at once, which is a sound, and it's a bad one. There was a man standing on the deer's head. He was in plate the color of an overcast sky, and he'd gotten up there without a ladder and without anybody seeing him do it, and he stood 6 meters above the square, with his hands at his sides, and looked down at us like we were a list. "The burning will not take place," said the law knight. Nobody moved. Cedric got down off his stool very slowly and put the wick out with 2 fingers. Then the crowd parted, and Gareth came through it. Gareth was our headman. He was maybe 60, built like a door, with a leg that had never healed right from something nobody ever explained, and the whole village bent around him the way water bends around a rock. He came out to the middle of the square and looked up. "Kalen," he said, "do you think I can't handle one small flame?" And he stamped his bad leg. The ground moved. Not a lot, just enough. Just enough that the honeycomb bucket fell over, and every window in the square rattled in its frame, and 100 people staggered half a step and grabbed each other. Dust jumped off the roof tiles. The straw deer swayed. The man on the deer's head did not sway. "The law is absolute," said Kalen, "and must be enforced. It's a harvest fire. It's been a harvest fire for 140 years. Then it has been unlawful for 140 years. Gareth's jaw worked. I was close enough to see it. He was about to say something that a village would have to pay for, and Cedric got to him first, one hand flat on the old man's chest, talking low and fast. "Don't, Gareth, don't. Look at him." Cedric didn't even bother to keep his voice down at the end. He's practically become a living law at this point. Why bother getting angry at a machine? Up on the deer, Kalen didn't react to that at all, which, honestly, kind of proved the point. He said one word. I didn't catch it. It didn't sound like a word so much as like something being decided. And 6 meters of straw and rope and green wood sagged and sank and went into the ground. Not burned, not scattered, absorbed, like the square had opened its mouth and swallowed without chewing. The antlers went last. In 11 seconds, there was a man standing in an empty square with his boots on the dirt and no deer under him at all, and the flowers the kids had thrown were lying there in the dust with nothing to be at the foot of. Somewhere behind me, a little girl started crying, and her mother put a hand over her mouth, which is a sound I still hear sometimes. Kalen walked out through the crowd. People got out of the way so fast that a man fell over. He didn't look at anybody. He got to the road and kept going, and the dark took him. The festival did not resume. Here's the thing about that evening. I went to bed angry about a straw deer. I lay there in the loft above the goats, being 13 and furious about a bonfire, planning the extremely satisfying speech I was going to make to Kalen in about 10 years when I was strong, and at some point I fell asleep in the middle of a really good line. I woke up because Gareth was screaming. Not shouting. Screaming from somewhere out past the well, the raw kind that comes out of a man who has run out of everything else. 2 words, over and over. "Bag it! You've gone mad!" I got to the loft window in one motion, and the whole world outside was gold. There was fire standing around Anvil in a ring. Not spreading, standing, a wall of it about the height of a man, gold at the base and red at the top, laid down along the outside of the village in a perfect closed circle, like somebody had drawn it with a compass. It didn't crackle. That's the part I couldn't get past. Fire is supposed to be loud, and this fire made a sound like a held breath. And over it, absolutely level, absolutely unhurried, came Kalen's voice, and he wasn't shouting either. Lyra is the successor of the Sword of the Heart. She was given shelter and fed and hidden. Under the law, that makes you not witnesses, it makes you accomplices. You are the rebels. Lyra, so that was her name. I got it about 4 seconds before I got everything else. "The fire of the law," said Kalen, "will burn away all evil." Then the ring came in. I have watched a lot of things burn since then, and I have never seen anything do what that fire did. Someone threw a bucket of well water into it, and the water went through, and the fire didn't notice. It came over the fences, and the fences were fine. It came across the vegetable rows, and the cabbages sat in it, untouched, green, ridiculous. It went over a dog, and the dog ran out the other side, yelping and alive. And then it reached the first person, and it stood up. It got taller and brighter and hungrier on human beings specifically. It was built for that. It walked through a village of wood and thatch, caring about nothing except the people in it, and it found them by some rule I still don't understand, and the screaming that started then was a completely different kind from Gareth's. Everyone ran the same direction, away from the fire, toward the middle, toward the square, which was the stupidest possible plan, and also the only one a person can actually execute. I went the other way. I want to be honest about why, because it wasn't courage, it was arithmetic. From the loft window, I could see the whole village at once, and there was one building the fire was going around. One. It bent. It actually bent. A clean gap in the ring out past the last row of houses, and I knew exactly what was in that building, because I'd eaten half a loaf of bread in it that morning. The fire wasn't allowed to kill the prisoner. Whatever Kaelin had told it, it had been told that. So the safest place in Anvil was the mill, and the fastest way to the mill was through everybody who was running the opposite way. I went down the ladder in 2 rungs and out into it. It was like swimming up a river made of elbows. People I'd known my whole borrowed life went past me with their faces completely gone, carrying nothing, carrying the wrong things. One man had a chair. Somebody's hand caught my shirt and pulled, and I tore loose and kept going. The air got thicker every 10 steps. By the mill road, it wasn't air anymore. It was a hot gray thing you had to argue with. Then the Corwin house went up. Not burned. Went up. The heat got into something in the cellar, or the fire just decided, and the whole front of the building came out into the road, and I got picked up and put down about 4 meters from where I'd been standing. I lay in the dirt and did an inventory, ears ringing. Everything working. I put my hands flat on the ground to push myself up and discovered that the ground was on fire, and that my palms had been on it for about a second, and that a second is a lot. I made a noise I'm not proud of. Then I got up, and I ran the rest of the way with my hands held out in front of me like an idiot, because closing them was not on the menu. The mill door was shut. I hit it with my shoulder, and it wasn't locked, and I went through it and straight down onto the flour-covered floor. "Help," I said, or something like it. It came out as a wheeze with the shape of a word in it. "Help! Help! Just—" There was silence. Then Lyra stood up off the grain sack. "Since you've asked me for help," she said, "then I'll take your hand." And she took my hand. The burn stopped. Not faded, stopped, like someone had turned a dial. She had me by both wrists, and there was a warmth going up my arms that had nothing to do with the fire outside, and I watched the skin on my own palms close over, and the smoke came out of my lungs in one long cough that tasted like a chimney, and I could breathe. "Name," she said. "Caleb." "Caleb." She said it once, carefully, like she was putting it somewhere. "All right." Then the wall came in. Gareth came through it. I mean that literally. The old man came through the mill wall in a spray of plaster and hit the millstone and rolled, and he was missing a leg below the knee, and the stump wasn't bleeding because there was nothing left to bleed with. It had been taken off by something that closed the wound in the same motion. Kaelin stepped in through the hole he'd made. He looked at Gareth on the floor with about as much feeling as a man looking at a broken cart. "The organizer's power comes from the people he manages," he said. "Anvil has too few people. He is weak." And Lyra came off the ground like something snapping. "Isn't he your best friend?" She was shaking. I'd known her for 8 hours, and I hadn't seen one single thing move her, and now her whole body was in it. "Isn't he? You came to this village every autumn for 20 years. You sat at his table. You're hopeless. You are actually hopeless." "The law. I know what the law says. I'm asking what you say." Kaelin said nothing at all. "Right," said Lyra. She put her hand out, and there was a sword in it. There was no flash. It didn't come from a scabbard. It just became true that there was a white steel sword in her hand, and it had probably always been true, and the room had been wrong about it until now. She swung once. The mill came apart. The roof went off in one piece and turned over in the air. The wall Kaelin had walked through stopped existing. I was flat on the floor with my arms over my head, and a millstone somewhere to my left broke in half with a sound like the earth clearing its throat. Kaelin went out and back and hit something a long way away, and every fire in Anvil went out at the same instant. All of them. The ring, the houses, the road, the thing crawling up the church, all of it, out, between one heartbeat and the next, and the village went from gold to black so fast my eyes couldn't follow it. Smoke everywhere, stars overhead, people sobbing in the dark, and one woman standing in the wreckage of a mill with a sword. I had no idea what an executor was yet. I found out about 6 seconds later, and I found out from Kaylin, which tells you something. Because Lyra swayed. It was small. She caught herself on nothing. One step, and her face had gone the color of the flour on the floor. Kaylin was walking back, unhurried. There was blood coming out of his ear, and he didn't appear to have noticed. Your essence is depleting, he said. You spent it. You split your will to heal a farm child while you were already at the end of yourself. He kept walking. If this continues, you will die. Exhausted? Said Lyra. She laughed. It was a wet sound and there was blood in it. My heart is still pounding, she said. An executor can be killed. It can never be defeated. Kaylin reached her and hit her in the side of the head with everything he had. I heard his arm break. That's what I want you to understand about that punch. He put so much into it that the bone in his own forearm went to powder inside the gauntlet, and I heard it happen. A dry crunch like stepping on a shell, and his hand hung wrong after that, and he did not react to it in any way. Lyra went down on one knee and coughed blood onto the floorboards. Then Kaylin turned around and looked at me. I was on the floor with plaster in my hair. I'd been so quiet. I want you to know I had been extremely quiet. Aiding the wicked, he said, is intolerable under the law. He spoke a word, not a normal word. It went into my chest instead of into my ears. And I felt something get written on me, on the inside, somewhere under the ribs where you can't reach. And I knew what it said the way you know your own name. Sinner. Marked. Under the law. I couldn't see it. I could feel it sitting there like a hand on the back of my neck. 13 years old, half a day into being a person, and I'd been legally categorized. Kaylin raised his good hand, and Lyra, down on one knee, spitting blood, laced her fingers together. In the name of humanity, she said, the whole ruin lit up. Send this child. Her hands were coming apart at the edges. Light was going out of them, and it wasn't stopping. Send Caleb to a place that is absolutely safe. Something opened under me. The last thing I got, as the mill and the smoke and the stars and the whole burned circle of my one-day-old life folded up and went sideways, was her voice, pitched away from me, aimed at the man walking toward her with a shattered arm. Come, said Lyra. Let's see which one of them is really unbreakable. Your law or my heart. And then Anvil was gone, and it was snowing. I landed in a snowdrift up to my chest, wearing a linen shirt, one boot, and the smell of a burning village. The sound was the first thing. Anvil had been 100 people screaming. This was nothing. Not quiet nothing, the specific dead flatness of a forest under deep snow, where the trees are so loaded down they can't even creak. Gray birches going up forever. Gray sky coming down to meet them. Snow falling in the fat, lazy flakes that mean it's been at it a while and intends to keep going. I stood there in it with my mouth open and did some thinking about the phrase, absolutely safe. Because here's the thing, she'd meant it. That woman had spent the last of a life she was clearly not going to get back on those exact words, and I'd heard the intention in them, and the intention had been kind. And the world had taken that beautiful, sincere request and delivered me to a subarctic forest in a shirt. Great, I said. My teeth were already going. Perfect, 10 out of 10, absolutely safe. Then the writing turned up in front of my face. It hung about a foot in front of my nose, pale and clean, and it went with my eyes when I moved them, and after everything else that had happened in the last 24 hours, it was somehow the thing that made me sit down in the snow. It was a character sheet. I'd stared at 10,000 of them. I'd built spreadsheets about them. And now there was one on me, with my name at the top, and it said I was 13 years old, and it listed Constitution 3, Strength 2, Agility 3, Intelligence 5, Will 5. I had no idea what the scale was yet. I could tell from the shape of the numbers that 2 was bad. Under that, it said I had 2 sources, life and will. It didn't explain what that meant, and I couldn't have told you why my chest went tight when I read it. And at the bottom, in its own little box, sitting there like it had been waiting a very long time for me to look down, Game Player, Newbie, 1 of 5. 1 module slot, 1 module in it. Data panel. That was it. That was the whole thing. No inventory, no map, no skills, no tutorial. Somebody had given me the loading screen and gone home. I laughed out loud in an empty forest, which is a bad sign. And then I got up because the alternative was staying down. Rule 1 of dying badly once already: you do not sit in the snow. I found the biggest birch I could climb, and I climbed it with hands that had stopped reporting in. 40 feet up, the branches thinned out and the world opened, and it was white in every direction to the edge of what my eyes could do, hills of it all the way out. Except there, to the southwest, a gray smear against the white. Smoke. Chimney smoke. A lot of chimneys. 10 kilometers off if it was a step. I put my forehead against the birch bark and breathed for a second. 10 kilometers is nothing. 10 kilometers is an afternoon. 10 kilometers in thigh-deep snow with 1 boot and no coat and a body that weighed as much as a bag of onions is a completely different number that I decided not to calculate. I got down. I picked a direction. I started walking. I made it about 9 minutes. There was a crack like a whip, and something went past my ear close enough to move my hair, and a spike of ice the length of my forearm buried itself in the birch trunk beside my head and stood there quivering. I turned around very slowly. It was standing 40 meters back on the crust of the snow, not in it, on it, which told me something about how much it weighed and how little I did. Head like a badger that had been designed by somebody who hated badgers, low and wide and full of teeth. Body long and red-brown like a fox. And a cold coming off it that I could feel from 40 meters, a physical draft, like standing next to an open cellar. It looked at me. I looked at it. Nothing about my life to that point had prepared me for the specific loneliness of being the only meat in a forest. Then the air in front of its jaws crackled and started turning white, and I stopped philosophizing and ran. Here is what I learned in the next 4 minutes. 1. It could not turn. Whatever it was built for the straight line, and the moment I got a birch trunk between us, it had to go around, and going around cost it more than it cost me. 2. It fired about every 15 seconds. I counted. I counted because counting was the only thing keeping me from doing the other available activity, which was screaming. 3. I had a stamina bar. It was under my feet, somewhere in the corner of my eye, a thin green line. And it was going down about 10 times faster than it had any business going down, and when I glanced at it, I understood the number 2 next to strength in a way that no amount of staring at the panel had managed. I zigzagged through birches with an ice spike hitting a tree behind me every 15 seconds and my green line draining like a bath, and somewhere in there my brain, which had spent 61 straight hours learning boss patterns before it killed me, quietly went to work. 15 seconds. It has to reload. It can't turn. It's faster than me in a line and slower than me in a corner. That's not a monster. That's a boss with a pattern. I went left, hard, out of the birches and down a slope, and that's where I found the rock. It was a big blue boulder, chest high, buried at an angle in the hillside with moss on it under the frost, and below it the slope dropped, and there was a stand of dead scrub sticking up out of the snow. And my whole body just said yes before my head did. I got up on the boulder. I stood there. I made myself extremely visible on top of a rock, like the world's stupidest statue, and I waited for it to come. It came. It came flat out, in a line, up the slope, because that was the only thing it knew how to do. I threw myself off the back of the boulder. I hit the slope on my shoulder and slid, and on the way past, I got a hand on the biggest piece of that dead scrub, and I hauled on it as I went, and it didn't come out of the ground. It snapped, halfway up, at an angle, and left a wrist-thick spar of frozen wood pointing up the hill at exactly the height of a running animal's chest. The ice badger came over the top of the boulder with its legs out. It could not turn. The sound it made going onto that broken stump is not a sound I'm going to describe. It went on for a while. I lay in the snow at the bottom of the slope with my arm not working properly and listened to it, and when it stopped, I lay there a while longer, and then I got up and went and looked. Dead. Very dead. Impaled about a foot deep and hanging off the ground with its back legs still twitching in that horrible mechanical way. I sat down in the snow next to my first kill in this world, and my hands started shaking so hard I had to sit on them. There was a cloudberry bush poking out of the drift beside me. Half the berries were still on it, frozen solid, orange as a lamp. I ate every single one of them. They were sour and cold, and they cracked between my teeth like beads, and they were the best thing I have ever eaten in either life. Loot drop, I thought, and made a noise that was almost a laugh, and then I got up because I was starting to lose my feet. I mean that literally. Below the ankles, I had nothing to report. The one boot was worse than the bare one, because the bare one at least still hurt. I walked southwest for I have no idea how long. The light went from gray to a different gray. At some point, I stopped picking up my feet and started pushing them. At some point after that, I noticed I'd been walking with my eyes closed and had no memory of deciding to. And then the trees stopped, and there was a wall. A low stone wall, waist high, running off into the snow both ways. Behind it, rows and rows of dark stone markers standing up out of the drifts in ranks. A graveyard. Naturally. I'd walked 10 kilometers through a frozen forest to arrive at a graveyard. Somewhere out there, Lyra's definition of safe was really enjoying itself. But past the graves there was a building. Small, white, a peaked roof with snow sliding off it, and a light in one window. I got over the wall by falling over it. I got up the path between the markers by putting one dead foot in front of the other dead foot about 200 times. I got to the door. I raised my hand to knock, and there was nothing in the hand, no strength at all. I hit the door with the side of my fist, and it made a sound like a cushion. I hit it again, and behind me, out of the graveyard, something moved. I turned around with my back against the door because I had exactly enough left in me to face the direction I was going to die in. A shape came up between the stones, black, hooded, bent, coming toward me through the snow without any hurry at all, and I thought, well, of course this is how it goes. And I actually started to laugh. The shape stopped in front of me and pushed the hood back. It was an old woman. She was ancient. Her face had more lines in it than a river delta, and her eyes were sunk deep and pale, and she had a spade in one hand with fresh dirt frozen on the blade, and she looked at a 13-year-old boy standing barefoot in the snow in a burned shirt at the door of her church at the end of the world. She didn't say anything. She just reached past me and opened the door. I woke up somewhere warm with the taste of tin in my mouth and a line of text hanging in front of me, informing me that I had a common cold. Thanks, I thought. Very helpful, extremely actionable. Then a second line came up underneath it, and this one I read twice. Mission completed, and something in the middle of my chest turned over and got bigger, and the panel in the corner of my eye rearranged itself, and there was a new box on it that had not been there before. Experience bar. I lay very still under a wool blanket in a stone room and looked at that little bar and felt a very old and very specific feeling come up in me. The feeling of a game that has just finished being polite and started actually letting you play. Then the door opened and the old woman came in with a bowl. I was in that room for 3 years. Stone walls, whitewashed, a cot, a stove with a bent pipe, a shelf with a ledger on it, and the ledger, which I read later, contained the following entry in a small, neat hand. 300 candles, 5 bundles of pine, 2 bolts of black cloth, 9 nails. That was her inventory of the world. That was all she needed from it. She sat down on the stool by the cot and held out the bowl and waited, and I told her everything. This was not bravery or trust or any other nice word. It was arithmetic again. I had a mark on my soul that a law knight had put there personally, and I did not know what it did, and there was a decent chance it announced me. Lying to somebody who might already know is how you turn a bad situation into a fatal one. So I told her. The village, the festival, the straw deer going into the ground, Lyra on the grain sack with the crest of the kings on her chest, the ring of fire that only wanted people, Gareth coming through the wall, the word Kaelin put in me, her hands coming apart at the edges, all of it, the whole thing in the wrong order, with my voice doing something embarrassing about 2/3 of the way through. The old woman listened to the entire thing without moving. When I finally ran out, she was quiet for a long moment. Then she said the first words I ever heard from her. The human mouth does not only take in suffering, she said. What it bears is never only pain and despair. I didn't understand it. I still turn it over sometimes. She stood up and took the empty bowl. Child, she said, you're already very tired. Keep resting. And she blew the candle out and left. I woke up the next morning with a second blanket on me that hadn't been there when I fell asleep, and a brazier going in the corner, and no memory of either of those things happening. Breakfast was bread. It had been baked at some point in the past. It was the size and shape of a brick, and it had approximately the same feelings about being eaten. I got both hands on it and put my whole 13-year-old body weight into a bite, and my teeth just skidded off it, like a car on ice, and I sat there with a wet mark on a rock. The old woman watched this with no expression whatsoever. Then she pushed a cup of water across the table. "Soak it," she said. That was the second thing she ever said to me. Soak it. I have received a great deal of advice since then, from lords and hunters and mountains, and I'm not sure any of it has been more directly useful. Later that morning, there was a funeral in the chapel, and that's where I got the rest of it. 2 people came in from the town with a body on a board. She did the whole thing herself, the cloth, the words, the nails, and I sat at the back on a bench and watched an old woman work, and afterward, while she was putting things away, I asked where I was. "Hidden Frontier," she said. "Is that the country?" "It's the world." I said something clever like, "What?" And she told me in the flat, unhurried way she said everything, and it took maybe 4 minutes, and it rearranged my entire understanding of my situation. There are thousands of worlds. Not planets, worlds, strung together in some order nobody fully understands, and you get from one to the next through anchored gates that certain people know how to keep open. The City of Law was one world. Anvil had been a village in it, and Hidden Frontier was the last one on the string. The end of the line. The final bead. Past it there was nothing, and I do mean nothing, an actual edge. There was exactly one door out of Hidden Frontier, and it went to a place called Black Mountain World, and about 10 years ago a thing called an essence tide had come through and broken it. Not closed, broken. And Black Mountain itself was now occupied by something called a dragon beast, which sat on a snowy mountain by the passage and watched it. And everyone who had gone that way in 10 years had either come back with nothing or not come back. So, population of a few thousand. One road out. Road is broken. Road also has a dragon on it. "Let me make sure I have this," I said. "There is no way out." "No." "And nothing comes in." "Nothing has come in for 10 years. I sat on the bench in the chapel and looked at the ceiling for a while. "This," I said, "is truly an absolutely safe place." The old woman looked at me for a second longer than she needed to. I don't think she got the joke. I think she got something else. "They came for me on the 3rd day. 2 town guards in mail with a spear each, stamping snow off in the doorway, extremely official, and the older one had clearly rehearsed his line in the way people do when they're nervous about the person they're delivering it to. "There's a new awakened here. The Lord requires him." I was sitting at the table with a piece of bread and a cup of water, which I want on the record as my level of readiness for a summons. The old woman didn't get up. She said, "Tell Thane that this child is now a clerk of the School of Death. My godson." The guard opened his mouth, then he closed it. He looked at her for a moment. Then both of them bowed, actually bowed, from the waist, and went back out into the snow, and the door shut, and that was the end of my summons. I put the bread down. "Godson," I said, "if you'll have it." "That's not—" I stopped, started again. "You don't have to do that." "I know. You met me 4 days ago. I told you I have a criminal mark on my soul, put there by an officer of a foreign kingdom." "Yes," she said, "you did tell me that." And she went on stacking candles. I said yes. Obviously, I said yes. I want to pretend I thought about it, and I didn't. I said yes about a second and a half after she offered, and my voice did the embarrassing thing again. That afternoon, she took me down into the cellar under the chapel, and I found out what she actually was. There were 3 stones on a shelf down there, dark red, about the size of a fist, and when she put one in my hands, the cold in my chest that I'd had since the forest went out like a lamp. The stone went gray. I watched the color drain out of the rock and into me, and my cold went with it. "Bloodstone," she said. "The School of Death keeps them." "It's dead now." "It's spent. It'll refill." She took it back and set it on the shelf. "When someone new is buried." I looked at the gray stone, then at the 2 red ones, then at her. "So the reason I don't have a cold anymore," I said slowly, "is that somebody in this town died recently." "Yes." And when the next one goes, that rock lights back up. Yes. Right, I said. Okay, that's a lot. We revere death, she said. That is not the same as courting it. Whoever holds these never disregards life and never desecrates it. If you can't hold both of those at once, put the stone down and don't pick it up again. I thought about a ring of gold fire that only wanted people. I can hold both, I said. She nodded once, and then she stopped and looked at me the way she'd looked at me in the doorway that first night. And this time, she kept looking. 2, she said. 2 what? You have 2 sources. Her fingers were on my wrist. Life and will. A person gets 1. In 80 years, I have met 1 man with 2, and he was a legend before I was born. She let go. Don't tell anyone. Not the Lord, not the hunters, not anyone. Is it dangerous? It's valuable, she said. In a town with 1 road out and the road broken, that's worse. Then she taught me to read, and that's when the whole thing came off the rails in the best possible way. It was meant to be a first lesson. She wrote the alphabet of the common script on a slate and pointed at the first letter, and I copied it, and it looked like a spider having a bad day. 6 minutes later, I was reading her supply ledger out loud. I don't have a good way to describe what it felt like from the inside. The characters just stopped being shapes. There was a moment where I was struggling through a word, and then there was a moment where I wasn't. And between them was that little bar in the corner of my eye, sliding across and filling, and something clicking over. Common script, learned. And underneath it, the experience bar, sitting there, quietly, having just been fed. I understood it all at once, standing in a cold chapel, holding a slate. It wasn't a stat sheet. It wasn't a party trick. Everything I did fed that bar, and the bar bought levels, and the levels bought modules, and the modules were the actual prize. Somebody had handed me the world's most patient machine, and the only fuel it ran on was effort, and I had just spent 3 years of a previous life proving I would grind literally anything. I looked up. The old woman was watching me with the slate in her hand, and something in her face I couldn't read. Say the last line again, she said. I said it. Faster. I said it faster. She was quiet for a while. Then she put the slate down. There's a saying, she said. Technique is like a river. Once it has cut its channel through a person, it cannot be moved unless you abolish all their power and start again. It takes most people years to cut the first meter. She looked at me. You did that in a morning. Is that good? Of all the techniques I know of, she said, only a learned wizard or a messenger who has walked through many worlds could do anything similar. So it's rare. Yes. Rare isn't the same as good, I said. Rare mostly means nobody's around to teach you. I hadn't meant to say it out loud. It had come up out of a mill full of flour dust in a village that didn't exist anymore. The old woman didn't ask. She just went back to her candles. Then she said, over her shoulder, You want to cultivate life essence, since you have it. Yes. Get up early. Eat at the proper times. Don't overeat. Move your body every day. Sleep when it's dark. I waited. She kept stacking candles. That's it? I said. That's the whole thing? That's the secret method? Life essence is life, she said. You can't cheat at being alive. You can only do it well or badly. 2 months later, my constitution ticked from 3 to 4, purely from going to bed on time, and I lay in the dark, laughing at the ceiling like a lunatic. They fought over me in the chapel, and I wasn't even there for it. I only know about it because I came back from the shop with a sack of flour and heard the shouting from the graveyard wall. And being a normal 13-year-old, I did not go in. I stood outside the door with the flour on my hip and listened to 3 grown adults have a custody battle over a farm kid. There was a man with a voice like a rock slide. Give him to me. 6 months. I'll put his technique up 5-fold, and that's if he's lazy. That was Thane, the Lord. I hadn't met him yet. Then a woman, sharp and fast, cutting straight across him. 5-fold at what? Punching. What's he going to punch? The weather? He killed an ice badger with a stick at 13. He tracked it. He trapped it. He finished it. Do you know how many of my hunters could do that? Do you know how many of my hunters would still be alive if they could? Dan, I've got no one to leave it to. Not one. My boy can't hold a bow straight, and I love him, but it's true. And then a third voice, old, dry, and so tired it made the other 2 sound like children. I don't have 6 months, said Lars. Nobody said anything for a second. I have a greenhouse, he said, and I have 4 decades of notes on every growing thing in this world, and when I die, it goes in a box, and in 20 years, nobody will be able to read it. You two are arguing about a soldier or a hunter. I'm telling you that if the passage stays shut, the thing that kills this town won't be a beast. It'll be a bad harvest. Silence. Then Thane, low. That's not fair. No, said Lars. It isn't. And then my godmother spoke, and I heard the sound of a candle being set down, and if I live to be 150, I will not forget the flatness of it. I could send all 3 of you away, she said. The boy is mine. I'd be entirely within my rights. Silver Birch. I'd rather not be a good person. Dead quiet in there. But he's 13, she went on, and he'll be bored inside a year, and a bored child finds worse teachers than the 3 of you. A pause. So, take turns. Take turns, said Thane. Divide the week. Argue about the days, not about the boy. And if any one of you tries to make him choose, that person is finished in this chapel. And that's how, at the end of the world, in a town that hadn't had news from outside in 10 years, I ended up with a warrior, a hunter, and a dying botanist on a rotating schedule. I stood outside the door holding a sack of flour and thought very clearly, this is the best patch note I have ever received in my life. Then I went in and pretended I'd just arrived. The town didn't have a name. That should tell you everything. When your world has 1 town in it, you don't name the town. You just say, town. 3,000 people in a bowl of hills, a wall of stacked stone that would embarrass an actual castle, smoke going straight up out of every chimney because the air never moved. The streets were packed snow with 2 ruts in them. There was a bakery, a smith, a tannery you could find with your eyes shut, 1 shop that sold everything, and 1 shop that sold everything the first shop wouldn't touch. And in the middle of the square, on a plinth, there was a man made of bronze. He was in traveling gear, not armor. Pack on his back, coat open, 1 hand shading his eyes, looking out over the rooftops toward the north like he'd just spotted something interesting. The plaque said, The Great Explorer, Hawken Dale. Nothing else. No dates. Somebody had put a wreath of dried whatever at his feet, and it had frozen solid and stayed there. I liked him immediately. He was the only person in that square who looked like he was going somewhere. Behind him was the clock tower, and I got the clock tower wrong for about 2 weeks. It's not a clock tower. There's no clock. It's a lighthouse. It's the tallest thing in the world, and at the top there's a yellow crystal the size of a wine barrel. And every single night, without 1 exception in 10 years, somebody climbs up there and lights it, and it burns till dawn. I asked one of the guards on the gate why they bothered. It's not for ships. There's no sea. There are no roads except the one with the dragon on it. He leaned on his spear and looked at me like I'd asked why we bury people. For the ones who come back, he said. From where? Anywhere. Then his partner, who was younger and colder and less inclined to be poetic, spat into the snow and said, I don't know what the point of staying here is anymore. And the older one told him to shut his mouth. And that was the first time I heard the crack in that town. It wasn't the last. My constitution ticked over to 4 somewhere in there. 4 is not impressive. 6 is an ordinary healthy adult. But I'd started at 3, and going from 3 to 4 meant I could carry the flour sack the whole way home without changing hands. And I want you to understand that I noticed that, and that noticing it felt better than anything in my previous life had ever felt, including the boss I died on. Silver Birch gave me the 2nd language on a Tuesday, and the 3rd one before dinner. We were supposed to be doing 1, Woodland language, which is what the old expedition records are written in, because apparently every explorer who ever came through here decided that the common script was for peasants. She wrote out the grammar. She explained the case endings. She got about 4 minutes in. Stop, I said. Sorry. Keep going. Sorry. What? Nothing. It's just already in. She stopped. She picked up a book off the shelf, a real one, thick, warped from damp, and opened it at random and handed it to me. I read a paragraph about tree lines out loud. She turned it over and looked at the spine like the book had done something. Then she taught me the internal script of the School of Death, which is a cipher, not a language, and which, she said, takes an initiate 2 years, and which took me the rest of the afternoon and about a third of my experience bar. She sat down after that. That's the part I remember. This woman dug graves in frozen ground at 80, and she sat down. Of every technique I have heard of, she said, only a learned wizard or a messenger who walks between worlds could do what you just did in one day. Is there any chance I'm one of those? No. Great, thanks. Don't tell anyone that either, she said. I was accumulating quite a list of things not to tell anyone. 2 sources, learning speed, a criminal mark from a kingdom that didn't know this world existed, a panel in the corner of my eye with an experience bar on it. At 13, I had a better operational security posture than most governments. Thane came for me at dawn on the day he was allotted, and I heard him before I saw him because he was whistling. 2 meters of man, in a shirt, in February. His forearms were the size of my thigh, and there was steam coming off his shoulders, and he was 150 years old, which I found out later and did not believe at the time, and still find rude. You're the boy. I'm the boy. Come on then. We went out past the north wall into the tree line, and he stopped in front of a beech. Not a small beech. This thing was old. 10 men couldn't have got their arms around it. Its lowest branch was a tree in its own right. Thane rolled his shoulders once, then he hit it. There's a way that a big man hitting a tree is supposed to look, and this wasn't it. He didn't wind up. He put his hand through it edge on, the way you'd put your hand through water, from the side, at about waist height, and there was a crack like the sky splitting, and the top of that beech, all of it, all 40 tons of it, went up. Not over, up. It cleared the ground by a meter, hung there for a heartbeat, with its whole crown shaking, and then he hit it again with a fist, in the air, and it went out over the tree line and came down about 60 meters away with a noise that shook snow off everything for half a kilometer. I stood there. Thane shook out his hand and looked at the stump like it had disappointed him slightly. That, he said, is called advantageous strike. Now, do you know what it is? You hit the tree. Anyone can hit the tree. He crouched down to my height, which took him a while, like a crane lowering. Watch. He picked up a stick. He turned it over in his hands. Then he cut a knife out of it, freehand, with his thumbnail, in about 40 seconds, and it wasn't a rough knife, it was a knife, with a spine and a bevel and a handle shaped for a hand. Every object, he said, has a direction it wants to go. Wood has grain, bone has a joint. A man has a way he's already leaning. Narkbondki doesn't teach you to be strong. Any idiot can eat and lift. Narkbondki teaches you to find the direction the thing was already going, and then agree with it very hard. He handed me the knife. Cut me a spoon. I spent 4 hours cutting the world's worst spoon, and by the end of it, there was a suffix hanging on the end of my technique that I didn't put there. Advantageous strike. It sat on my knife work like a tag. It sat on my footwork by the end of the week. Somewhere around hour 3, Brennan turned up. Brennan was Thane's actual student, 17, all shoulders and no neck, and he came around the corner at a jog and stopped dead and went completely white. Master. Master, that's Mrs. Tree. There was a silence out there in the snow. It's a tree, said Thane. It's Mrs. Tree. There are, said Thane, many trees. I found out what he meant about 6 hours later, when a girl in an indigo dress came into the main hall of the manor and stood in the doorway with her fists at her sides. Ilara. 11, maybe 12, purple eyes, which apparently just happens here, and absolutely, comprehensively, wordlessly furious in the way that only a child can manage, where they don't shout at first, they just stand there and radiate until an adult breaks. Where, she said, is my beech tree? Tane, 150 years old, a 5th stage awakened, a man I had personally watched throw a 40-ton tree, looked at the ceiling. Then he looked at me. I had known this man for 1 day. He had taught me a real thing I would use for the rest of my life. I owed him a great deal. It's Lord, I said. I have never seen a large man deflate faster. What followed was not a conversation. It was weather. She'd been promised, apparently for 2 years, that the beech was going to be cut in the spring and made into a house for some pet, and there had been drawings. There had been actual drawings. And her father had walked out that morning and used it to demonstrate a punch to a stranger. I hate you. Ilara. I'm never talking to you again. Ilara, we'll get another. There isn't another one. It was 200 years old. You can't get another one. You can just get a smaller one. Door. Slam. Dust off the beams. Tane stood in the middle of his own hall for a while. Then he said, to nobody, in a small voice for such a large man, Go and fetch Lars. Lars's greenhouse was the only glass building in the world. I mean that as stated. Glass at the end of the world is a miracle of hoarding, and he had a whole structure of it. Panes the size of a door, held in a lattice of wood gone soft with damp, patched in 9 places with oiled hide. Inside it was 70 degrees and smelled like a rainstorm in a place that has never had rain, and there were things growing in there that had no business existing in a world of permanent February. The man himself was 71 at that point and looked like a coat hanger somebody had left a cardigan on. He shuffled. He stopped to breathe between shelds. When he shook my hand, his fingers were all knuckle. "You're the boy who reads." "I'm the boy who reads." "Good. Sit." He put a book in front of me, and it was in a script I'd never seen. "That," he said, "is dead writing. Nobody speaks it. Every scholar in every world writes in it, because if you write in a living language, in 80 years, half the words have moved. This one can't move. It's dead. That's the point of it." He tapped the cover. "The Volcanic Compendium. Every plant, every property, every method. They update it once every 10 years in Volcano City and send copies out to the worlds." "When was this one printed?" He looked at me. "Right," I said. 10 years ago. 11, said Lars. "The next one is late." Then he took me to the back of the greenhouse, where there was a stump in a pot. Just a stump. Gray, dry, dead as a doorknob, with an old cut across the top. "What do you see?" "A dead thing in a pot." He put both hands on it. I didn't see anything happen. There was no light. There was no sound. He just stood there breathing with his hands on a dead stump for about 90 seconds, and his face got gray, and then there was a green thing coming up out of the cut. It came up in front of me. It made a leaf. It made 3 more. It put out a bud, and the bud swelled and went white and opened, and I watched a flower open in real time like something in a sped-up recording, and then the petals browned and fell off, and there were 3 seeds sitting in the cup of it, fat and hard and ready. Lars sat down heavily on a crate. "Child," he said, "the wounds of life can be healed. Death is hard to overcome." He nodded at the pot. "That tree's life is finished. That has not changed. But you can personally raise its second one." I picked up one of the seeds. It was warm. Then Thane, from the door, in a voice that was trying very hard to be casual. "So how long, for a beach? 3 years? 5? Say 7? Lars didn't even turn around. "At minimum," he said, 50. There was another one of those silences. 50, said Thane. "You struck down a 200-year-old tree to show off to a 13-year-old, said Lars, and now you would like the world to be reasonable about it." I decided at that moment that Lars was my favorite, and I never revised that, and I've thought about it a lot since. He talked while he worked. That's how he taught. He just narrated, and if you kept up, you kept up. And that afternoon, elbow deep in a seed tray, he told me the thing that explained half of everything about that town without either of us realizing it at the time. "Awakened have trouble having children," he said. "What?" "It's the essence. The stronger the parent, the harder it is." He shrugged one bony shoulder. "Nobody knows why. There are theories. The theories are rubbish. What matters is the shape of it. A first stage might have 4 children. A 5th stage, perhaps 1, perhaps none. The strongest people who ever lived largely died without." I thought about the ordinary people in that town. The bakers, the tanners, the farmers. 3,000 of them, and maybe 20 awakened. "So the powerful can't replace themselves," I said. "No. And the ordinary ones can, but they can't go outside the walls." Lars looked up at me over the seed tray, and something went across his face that I didn't have a name for yet. "You," he said, "are going to be very tiring." The door of the greenhouse came off its latch and hit the wall. "Kid!" 40s, weathered to leather, hair cut off at the jaw with what I assume was a knife, and a bow across her back that was taller than I was. She came down that aisle between the seed trays like she was pursuing something. "Kid, I can't wait anymore. It's not my day. I don't care. It's my day now." "Dan," said Lars without heat, "this is a greenhouse." "You've had him for a week." "I've had him for 4 hours." "They told me," said Dan, arriving in front of me and putting a finger in my chest, "that a 13-year-old killed an ice badger, with his hands, in the open. Is that true?" "It was with a stick," I said. "Sort of. There was a rock involved." "There was a rock involved," she repeated. I put myself on top of it. It can't turn. Dan looked at Lars. Lars kept potting. He's yours till dark, said Lars. Bring him back with the same number of arms. She got me out the gate and about 120 meters up the road, and then she stopped walking and lifted the bow off her back in one motion and shot into a snowbank. I hadn't seen anything. There was nothing there. It was a bank of snow at the base of a spruce 100 meters out, and there was nothing there. A hare came out of it about 4 feet in the air with an arrow in it and came down and didn't get up. How? I said. There's a hollow at the bottom of every drift on the lee side of a spruce, said Dan, walking. It's warm. Everything that lives here knows that. I didn't see the hare. I know the hole. So you shot at a hole. I shot at a hole that had a hare in it. She picked it up by the ears and looked at me. Only by seizing the opportunity will good fortune bother to notice you. Her house smelled like the inside of an animal because it was full of the insides of animals. Skins in vats, skins on frames, skins hanging from the beams so you had to duck. It was warm and it was disgusting, and I got used to it inside a month. There was a boy in the back room moving water between 2 basins without touching it. That was Keon, 12, skinny, serious, with his tongue between his teeth. He had 1 basin on the left and 1 on the right and a rope of water going between them about the thickness of a finger, and it wobbled, and every few seconds it broke and splashed, and he swore in a way that told you exactly what his mother sounded like at home. Star technique, said Dan, not stopping. Water school, his father's line. Where's his father? Dan kept walking. We ate the ice badger. She'd had it hanging since the day they brought it in, and she cut steaks off it and put them in a pan with fat, and it was gamey and tough and gray, and I had 3 helpings. And she talked, and it was the first real lecture on the world I ever got, and she gave it with her mouth full. An animal is an animal. A magic beast is an animal that got essence into it and didn't die. That's all. There's no magic to it. Essence gets into the water, into the ground, into a carcass something eats, and if the animal survives it, it comes out the other side different, and it keeps that, and it passes some of it to its young. Passes it, I said. Which is why, said Dan, when you find a nest, you do the whole nest. She said it flatly and went on eating, and I filed that away and didn't think about it again for 2 years, at which point it came back very hard. Every 10 years there's an essence tide, ground gets rich, everything gets stronger for a season, and then it settles. You don't hunt during a tide unless you've made your peace with things. How strong do they get? Depends how much they eat and how long they live. How strong is the dragon beast? Dan stopped chewing. Then she put her fork down, which is the only time I ever saw her do that. 7th stage, she said, at the least. Nobody's ever been close enough to measure and lived, so 7th is the polite guess. And people go up to what? 9. 9's the ceiling? 9 is the ceiling, said Dan. In all of history, and I mean all of it, across every world anybody's kept records in, there's Cain, there's Varus, there's Orin, who was the first king of the City of Law, and there's a painter in the 7 Seas Alliance whose name I can't pronounce. She picked her fork back up. 4. That's the list. Orin, the first king of the City of Law. I thought about a sword with thorns growing up the blade, worked into a breastplate over somebody's heart, and I didn't say anything at all. My first real hunting season with Dan taught me 2 things, and one of them was archery, and the other one was that this world was already going wrong, and nobody had said it out loud yet. The archery came fast. Basic archery, the panel called it, and it went from nothing to something over about 9 days of shooting at a straw bale until my fingers bled through the tab. Dan's method was not complicated. She stood behind me and said down, and I lowered the bow, and she said again, and I did it again, 400 times a day. The other thing came slower. We ran a trap line, 11 sets, out along the East Ridge, and on the 4th morning we came to the first one, and it was sprung and empty. Then the second one, then the 5th, the 6th, the 9th. Dan crouched at the 9th one for a long time with her hand flat on the snow. Somebody's stealing, she said. A person? No. She followed it for 2 hours, and I followed her, and she got angrier and quieter the whole way, and then somewhere out past the ridge, she stopped mid-stride, turned 90 degrees, and shot a white fox out of a white slope at 80 meters that I could not see when it was dead and lying still. That's not the thief, she said, walking to pick it up. That's dinner. I was annoyed. She caught the thief the next morning. It was a ferret, a white one, about as long as my forearm, and it had been running the whole line for a week and getting out with the bait every time, and Dan pinned it under a bow trap and picked it up by the scruff and held it at arm's length, and it hung there and looked at her. It was, objectively, extremely small and extremely round. Dan looked at it for maybe 8 seconds. Then she put it down and it shot off into the snow like water going down a drain, and she stood up and dusted her hands and said, "Move the line 200 meters north," and did not discuss it further, ever, at any point in the following 3 years. The corpse was on the 8th day. We'd crossed to the far side of the ice river, which is not a river, it's a river that gave up. A flat gray road of ice about 40 meters across with logs frozen into it standing up like fence posts. You crossed by walking log to log. Dan went first every time. Halfway up the far bank, there was a shape in the snow that wasn't a rock. She got there before I did, and she was already crouched over it when I came up, and she said, without looking at me, "Don't touch anything." It was a man, late 20s. He was on his side with his knees drawn up the way you go when you've stopped being able to decide anything. There was a pack next to him. He had a good coat on. That's what got me, actually. It was a good coat. Somebody had done a proper job on it. Dan pushed his shoulder over with 2 fingers. There were 3 punctures through the back of the coat, clean and round, about the diameter of my thumb. "Ice badger," she said. 3 shots, 2 in the lung. "He's from town." His name was Jax. She sat back on her heels. He worked in the tannery. He left 9 days ago and told his sister he was going home. Home. "Through Black Mountain," said Dan. I looked north. You couldn't see it from there. You couldn't see it from anywhere except the top of the lighthouse, and from there it was just a shape on the horizon that was a slightly different white. He was going to walk through a dragon. "He was going to try the pass," said Dan. "People do it about twice a year. They don't announce it, because if they announced it, somebody would stop them, and they don't want to be stopped. They want to be gone." She stood up. "Every one of them thinks they'll be the one." Then she went very still, not startled, worse. She turned her head slowly toward the river, and her nostrils moved, and I watched a woman who had been relaxed become something else entirely without changing position. "Get the pack," she said. "We're going." "What is it?" "Essence, across the river. Big. Big like, get the pack." I got the pack. We went. And as we came down the bank, she caught my collar and turned me around and put her face about 4 inches from mine, and her voice was completely level, which was the frightening part. "Listen to me. Under no circumstances do you cross that river. Not this winter, not next winter, not if you see a chest of gold on the other side, and not if you hear a child crying. Say it. I won't cross the river. Say the whole thing. Under no circumstances will I cross the river." She let go of my collar. We walked back with the light going, and behind us, on the far bank, we left a man in a good coat lying in the snow, because it was 11 kilometers to town, and it was going dark, and there were 3 of us on that hillside, and only 2 were breathing. I looked back once. He was already half covered. 2 days later, Dan sent me back out to the river with Keon to collect the body, because a man from town doesn't stay in the snow, and because she was following the essence trail she'd smelled, and she wanted us out of the way. She gave us a sled, a rope, and a very short speech about not crossing the river, which by then I could have recited in my sleep. Keon talked the whole way. He'd been quiet at home for a year, apparently, and put him outside the wall with 1 other person, and he was a faucet. "Do you know how thick the ice is out here? My dad measured it once. He wrote it in a book." "How thick?" "I don't know. I can't read that book. It's in the old writing." He was walking backwards so he could talk at me, which is a thing that should be a crime. "He was going to teach me when I was 10. "What happened when you were 10? Keon turned around and walked forward for a bit. "He went through the mountain," he said, 7 years ago. Him and 4 others. Everyone says they made it and they're on the other side, and they can't get back because the door's broken from that end." "What do you say?" "I say the same thing," said Keon. We got to the far bank, and Jax was where we'd left him, a white mound with a boot sticking out. And then the light changed. That's the only way I can describe it. Nothing moved. Nothing made a sound. There was just, suddenly, less light on the snow than there had been, and Keon stopped talking mid-word, and I turned around. 3 of them. They'd come out of the tree line in a fan, 30 meters back, and they weren't running, they were walking. 3 ice badgers spread wide across the slope with the wind coming down off them, and my breath went hard and white in front of my face. Keon made a small noise. There was no plan. What I actually had was one working thought, and it was, he's 12 and he can move a bucket of water, and that is not going to help. Keon, get behind the body. What? Get behind the body and lie flat and do not get up. That's a dead person. Yes, and he's the only thing out here that's already the shape of a wall. Go. He went. God bless him, he went. And I ran the other way, out onto the ice. I did it because of the 15 seconds. I did it because they were built for a straight line, and out on that river there was nothing but straight lines, and one of us was going to have to be wrong about that. They came after me, all 3, which was the entire point and also immediately the worst moment of my life so far. The first one closed to about 20 meters, and the air in front of it whitened, and I threw myself flat and slid, and the spike went over me and hit a frozen log and blew a divot out of it the size of my head. I came up with the bow already off my shoulder. Here's the thing nobody puts in the stories. When you're shooting at something that's charging you, you don't aim at the thing. You aim where the thing is going to be, and the closer it gets, the less that matters, and there is a window, one window, where it's near enough that you can't miss and not yet near enough to be on you. I found the window. Chest, on the exhale, at 11 meters. It didn't stop. It just stopped being able to do the thing it was doing. It skated past me on the ice with its legs going wrong and hit the far bank and made a noise and started trying to breathe with a hole in it. Basic archery went to mastery in my peripheral vision, and I did not have the time to enjoy that at all. Number 2 came off the bank about 4 seconds behind. There were 2 birches on the near side about 1.5 meters apart, and there was a coil of Dan's line in my belt, because Dan had made me carry a coil of line every day for 4 months, and had never once explained why beyond the words, "You'll see." I saw. I got behind the birches with about 6 seconds to work with, and I did the worst, fastest, ugliest job of my life. 1 wrap on each trunk at knee height, and a knot that was more of a strong opinion than a knot. Then I stood behind it and let the thing look at me. It came, straight, because that is what they do. It hit the line at full speed with its front legs, and the world's worst knot held for about 1/3 of a second, which was enough, and 40 kilograms of Magic Beast went end over end into a birch trunk head first. I was on it before it stopped moving. Knife, in from underneath, up into the soft place behind the ribs, both hands, my whole weight, and it thrashed, and something in my forearm tore, and I stayed on. Then I lay in the snow with a dead animal on my legs, and remembered that the number was 3. Number 3 was not on the ice. Number 3 was up on the bank, standing over the body of Jax, and Keon was still behind it, flat, with his face in the snow and his hands over his head. I was 60 meters away with a torn arm. I would like to report that I did something clever. I did not. I got up and ran at it screaming, which is not tactics, and I got about halfway before it turned and came at me instead, which was the entire content of the plan. It fired at 8 meters. I was already going down, not dodging, falling. My legs had just decided independently, and the spike took the top layer off my shoulder, and I felt it go through the muscle like a hot wire, and I hit the ground and rolled and came up under it. Under is where they're wrong. Everything about an ice badger is built forward and down. It has a head like a shovel and a chest like a door, and absolutely nothing at all under the ribs but skin. I put the knife in with both hands and pushed up and let it drive itself onto it with its own momentum, which, if you want the technical term, is advantageous strike, and if you want the honest term, is that a tree had taught me 2 months earlier which direction a thing wants to go. It came apart on top of me. I lay there for a while under it with my shoulder screaming and blood that wasn't mine running into my collar, and the snow coming down, and somewhere up the bank a 12-year-old boy shouting my name in a voice that had gone completely to pieces. "Here," I said. "I'm here. Stop yelling. I'm here." Keon came down the bank and fell over twice on the way and got to me and grabbed the front of my coat with both hands and just held on. "I didn't get up," he said. "I know." "You said don't get up." "I know. You did great. You did the whole job." We sat in the snow next to 3 dead things and put our backs against the same log. That's when Keon said, "Where's Jax?" I turned around. The mound was open. The shape of a man was pressed into the snow like a mold. Boot marks, the drag line where we'd rolled him, and nothing in it. Keon, did you move him?" "I was lying on him." "Did you—" "I was lying on him." We got up, both of us, at once, without discussing it, and we backed toward the ice with our shoulders together like two idiots in a bad play, and I got the bow up, and out of the tree line, about 40 meters away, a man in a good coat walked out of the trees. He was walking wrong. That's what your body notices first, before the details, before the color of him. Something in the hips. The knees came up too high and came down too flat, like a person operating a body by remote from another room. Jax, said Keon, very quietly. Jax? The thing that had been Jax turned its head toward the sound. Then it came. I put an arrow in its chest at 30 meters. Center mass. Good shot. One of the best I'd made. It went in about 4 inches and stopped, and the thing kept coming without breaking stride. I put the second one in its face. It bounced. That changed how I fought for the next 3 years. It did not glance. It did not skid. My arrow hit that man's skull at 30 meters and came off it like it had hit an anvil, spinning, and went into the snow. Tree, I said. Keon, tree. We got up a spruce. Keon went up like a squirrel, and I went up like a boy with a hole in his shoulder, which is to say badly and with a lot of noise, and we got about 5 meters up, and it arrived at the bottom, and it stopped. It stood at the base of the tree with its arms at its sides and its head tipped back, and I could see its face for the first time from directly above, and there were cracks in it, fine ones, through the cheek, through the socket, and in the cracks there was a black fog moving, not sitting, moving, the way smoke moves in a jar. Then it put a hand on the trunk, then the other hand, then it started to climb, and it was bad at it, and it got better while I watched. I said, out loud, in a tree, at 13 years old, "Oh, come on, it can still evolve?" It got 3 meters up in about 20 seconds, and it took most of that time working out where its feet went, and the last meter took 2 seconds, and I stopped watching and started kicking. I got the heel of my boot into its face on the 4th try. Full extension, whole leg, everything I had, and it came off the trunk and hit the ground flat, and got up. Keon was saying something behind me and I couldn't hear him, and then I did hear him, because he'd stopped talking and started just breathing, and in that gap I noticed something. It wasn't looking at us. It was down there on the ground, with its head turning slowly, back and forth, sampling, and its face was pointed at the spot where my boot had landed in the snow, 4 meters away, and I had been in a tree in plain sight the entire time. "Keon," I whispered, "its eyes are full of fog." "What?" "It can't see." I took the knife out of my belt and threw it as far as I could, sidearm, and it went off into the trees and hit something. The thing that had been Jax turned and walked directly at the sound. I have never in my life felt so much joy about something so horrible. We emptied our pockets over the next 10 minutes. My knife, my water flask, which was the loudest thing I owned and bought us 30 meters. Keon's belt buckle, 3 arrows thrown by hand, one at a time, spaced out, each one buying us another walk into the trees. My other boot, and then we ran out of things. I sat in a spruce in one boot with a 12-year-old and a blind dead man circling below us, and I looked at my hands, and there was nothing in them, and I understood with total clarity that we were going to be in this tree until we fell out of it. Then the snow went red, not fire, red light, low and wide, coming through the trunks from the direction of the river, and everything it touched went the color of a lantern seen through skin. The thing below us straightened up, and a voice I knew said, "Down." It wasn't loud, it came from about 60 meters back, and it went through the whole forest anyway, and the corpse of Jax went down. Not fell, went down, like a puppet with the strings released, folded at every joint at once, and the black fog came up out of the cracks in its face in a thin line, and got about a foot into the air, and then wasn't there anymore. Silverbirch walked out of the trees with a spade in her hand. She looked at the body, then up at the 2 of us in the tree. "Come down," she said, "both of you, slowly, the boy first." Keon came down. I came down. She checked my shoulder with 2 fingers and made a noise and did something that took the fire out of it. "What was that?" said Keon. "Him," said Silverbirch. "But what was him?" She put the spade down and covered the body with a cloth from her bag, and she did it carefully, and she straightened the corners. There are things in the Cosset Scrolls that I would not read to a child at night. The short version is this. A long time ago, something came into the worlds that should not have been in them, and it was defeated, and afterward, the dead stopped sleeping soundly. That is all. That is the whole of the explanation, and there isn't a better one. So those are the dead, said Silverbirch, disturbed by an ancient sin, not by anything he did, not by anything you did. She got a hand under one shoulder. Take his feet. We carried Jax back across the ice river between the three of us, and nobody talked, and the light went, and about a kilometer from the wall, I saw the lighthouse come on ahead of us in the dark. Somebody had climbed up and lit it, the way somebody had every night for 10 years, for the ones who come back. I got 2 things out of that river, and they both mattered for the rest of my life. The first came up in front of my eyes on the walk home, level 3, and under it, a new box on the panel, and inside the box, 8 little squares. Portable bag, 8 slots, up to 80 kilos. Reaches out on its own and takes coins and vials off the ground within a few paces, which is a feature I would have called cute right up until the first time it saved my life. Nothing living goes in. I tested that with a beetle, and I'd rather not talk about it. I put a dead ice badger in my pocket. 40 kilos of frozen magic beast, gone, weightless, and I walked the last kilometer home swinging my arms and grinning like a maniac while a nun carried a corpse in front of me. The second thing was bigger. Second module. I had 1 slot and 1 module in it. Data panel, which is a fancy name for a spreadsheet about myself. And now the game offered me a second one, and I read the description 4 times before I accepted it, and even then I didn't understand what I had. Hunting simulation. It gave me hunting notes. That's it. A little book that filled itself in. I opened it that night in the chapel by candlelight, and there was 1 entry in it, and the entry said Ice Badger. And under that, it gave me the average length and the average weight and the seasons and the range. And then it gave me 2 lines that Dan had never told me because Dan had never known them for certain. Weak points. Brain, chest, and at the bottom, a counter. Kill achievement, 4 of 10. I sat there with a spent candle in front of me, doing the thing that has never once left me across 2 lives, which is looking at a progress bar and immediately wanting to know what's on the other end of it. There was one problem, and it was a real one. 1 slot, 2 modules. I could have the data panel, or I could have the notes, and swapping between them was not free. It cost life essence, actual reserves, the kind you have to sleep and eat to get back. So every day I had to decide what kind of person I was going to be that day. A man who knows his own numbers, or a man who knows the animals. I stood in the chapel doing the mental math on that and thought, with real feeling, whoever designed this cheat did not want me to be comfortable. They buried Jax on the 4th day. I'd never seen a School of Death funeral properly. I'd sat at the back of one my first week and understood nothing. This time I was in it, because I was a clerk now, and because Silver Birch put the box of nails in my hands and said, "Hold this," and didn't explain further. They wrapped the body in black. There's a mark on the shroud, the school's mark, and it goes over the face last. Then straw in the coffin, and a layer of cloth over the straw, because you don't lay a person down on bare wood. A board goes in at the head with the name cut into it, and the name is cut by hand at the graveside by whoever knew them best. Jax's sister did it. It took her a long time, and nobody hurried her. Then 7 nails, not 8, not 6, 7, 1 for each day the soul takes to come apart from the world, and each one goes in with 1 strike, and if you have to hit it twice, you've done a disservice, and everyone politely pretends they didn't see. I hit mine once. My hands were shaking, and I hit it once, and I have never been more relieved about anything. A candle goes on the lid and burns while they lower it, and Silver Birch said the words, and I'd read them by then, in the school's cipher, in a book in a cellar, and hearing them out loud in the cold with 50 people standing around a hole was a completely different thing. Death has come. It is not the end. The soul returns to sleep, and the body returns to essence. Afterward, I climbed the lighthouse for the first time. I don't know why. I just did. 300 and some steps, and I came out at the top, in the dark, with the yellow crystal burning behind me, and the whole world laid out in front. 3,000 people in a bowl of hills, and past the hills, white, going out in every direction, with no lights in it anywhere. And I stood up there, and thought about a man in a good coat who had walked out that gate because he wanted to go home. I'm going to skip 3 years now, and here is why. Because they were good. That's it. That's the whole reason. Nothing happened. I got up early and ate at the proper times and didn't overeat, and moved my body every day, exactly like an 80-year-old nun told me to, and it worked so well it was boring. I shot at a straw bale, I potted seedlings, I cut a lot of spoons, I learned to bake bread that could actually be bitten, which I regarded then and regard now as the single greatest technical achievement of my early career. I turned 16. By then, the panel said Constitution 14, Strength 11, Agility 12. Here's the scale, since I finally had one. 6 is an ordinary, healthy adult. 12 is a serious athlete, a man at the peak of what a body does. 13 and up isn't athletic anymore. 13 and up is when people start looking at you. My life essence had finished its first stage, which the panel decided to call a seed of life, and which felt like exactly nothing at all until the first morning I woke up at 4 without an alarm, feeling like I'd been asleep for a week. And the common tongue had gone to master somewhere in there, which turned out to mean I could understand every accent in the world, including the ones nobody in town could, which was the least useful skill I owned right up to the day it wasn't. That's the 3 years. Bread, arrows, dirt, and slow numbers. Lars was 74. He couldn't do 500 meters anymore. He'd get to the corner of the lane and stand there with a hand on the fence post, like he was admiring the view, and he'd been admiring that view for 2 years now, and neither of us ever mentioned it. He had a chicken. Her name was Schwansau, which he'd named after a flower, and she had the run of the greenhouse and ate more of his seedlings than any pest in the world, and he fed her by hand every morning out of his palm while complaining about her at length. And he was working on something. Cold resistant, he said. He had 11 trays going, potato in 9 of them, wheat in 2, all of it stunted, most of it dead. The season's 4 days shorter than it was when I came here. I have it written down. 4 days in 40 years doesn't sound like anything. It doesn't. It's an avalanche, said Lars. It's just early. I looked at 11 trays of failure. How many have you tried? 600 and something. He straightened up and rubbed the small of his back. Botany is a profession for people who intend to be dead before the results come in. He said it lightly. That's the thing. He said it like a joke, and he had a bit of soil on his cheek, and he laughed at his own line. And then he stood there with his hand on the bench for a second too long, and something crossed his face, and it wasn't pain. What? I said. Nothing. Lars. It's nothing. It's a thing life practitioners get. He waved a hand. Life instinct. You spend 50 years listening to what growing things are doing, and eventually you can hear yourself. It's not prophecy. It's just an old man's plumbing reporting in. What did it report? Lars picked up his watering can. That this is the last one, he said. This year. That's all. Now hold that tray. It's heavier than it looks. I held the tray. I was 16, and I had a working brain, and I heard exactly what he said, and I filed it under things I would deal with later, because there was a shelf in my head for that, and it had never let me down. That was in the spring, if you can call it spring. By then, I'd already started reading the other books, not Lars's, the ones in the town archive that nobody had opened in 10 years, 3 of them, with the dust still square on the covers. Cowl Notes, Frontier Calendar, Volume 6, Expedition Map, marked Draft, which is a hell of a thing to put on the only map of the way out. And every one of them said the same thing in a different hand. There is one passage. It goes to Black Mountain World. At the mouth of it, on a snow peak, there is a dragon beast between 20 and 30 meters long, and it does not hunt, and it does not wander, and it sits where it can see the passage, and it watches. Not guards, watches. I read that word in 3 different books by 3 different dead people, and it bothered me more than any number in any of them. Kian came over that evening and shut the door behind him with his back against it, which is how a 17-year-old announces a secret. I did it. Did what? He held up his hand, and the water came out of my cup on the table without the cup moving, and it went up in a rope, and the rope turned over on itself in the air, and it held. It held for 11 seconds, steady as a rail. First sublimation, he said, and he was grinning so hard it looked painful. Star. Actual control, not just moving it. Do you know how long my dad took to get here? How long? 19. He put the water back in the cup, and he only spilled a little. I'm 17. Then the grin went off him like someone had wiped it. Don't tell my mother, he said. Why not? Because if she knows I'm strong enough, said Kian, she'll know I'm strong enough to go through the mountain, and she'll spend the rest of her life waiting up. He looked at me, 17 years old, water still trembling in the cup, standing with his back against my door. You're going to go anyway, I said. Yeah, said Kian. But not yet. Lars asked me for something in the autumn, and I gave it to him, and it killed him. And I have had a long time to arrange that part in my head, and it never arranges. It started with an errand. Ask your godmother, he said, for the merchant's method, the essence one. She'll know which. I was repotting. I didn't even look up. The merchant one? Kenji's thing? That's the one. Why do you want a shopkeeper's technique? Because I'm curious, said Lars, and I'm 74. and curiosity is the only vice left that doesn't require me to walk anywhere. Which is a good line. He was good at lines. I laughed and said I'd ask, and I finished the tray, and I walked back through the snow to the chapel and asked. Silver Birch was writing in the ledger. She said, "Why?" and she stopped. She didn't finish the word. That's what I mean when I say I gave it to him. She stopped in the middle of one syllable and set the pen down flat on the page, and her hand stayed on it, and she looked at nothing for about 4 seconds. Then she told me. The merchant school values transaction, she said. Every school has a final act. The school of death has one. The war school has one. The merchant's is this. At the very end of a life, before the body goes, you can pour everything you are into a single object. All of it. Essence, technique, the accumulated weight of a career. It goes into the thing, and it stays there, and the person is finished. Finished. Yes. What if the person isn't dying? Then they die, said Silver Birch. That's what the method is. I stood in the middle of a stone room with my hand still on the door. He's just curious, I said. Silver Birch looked at me. And here's the part I've never been able to argue myself out of. I did not run back. I stood there and I thought about it, and I worked out what it meant, and I walked back at a normal pace, and I told myself the whole way that I was being dramatic, and I got to the greenhouse and pushed the door open, and Lars was standing at the bench with a cup of tea, and nothing whatsoever was happening. I told him, all of it, the way she'd said it, watching his face. His face did nothing. Thank you, he said. Lars. Hand me the small trowel. Lars, you're not curious. You asked me a question with an answer you already knew, and you sent me to get it so that you wouldn't have to ask her yourself, because she'd have said no, and you knew that too. Lars set the cup down. I'm 74 this year, he said. In this world, at this latitude, on this diet, that is considered a long life. A very good one, actually. I've done the work I came to do, and rather more than I expected to. You've got 20 years. I have got, said Lars, 1 winter, and I know that the way you know when a plant has stopped drinking, and you can shout at me about it, and it will not become untrue. He picked up the trowel himself. From now on, you're going to have to learn to say goodbye to people. You may as well practice on someone who likes you. I did not handle that well. I'm not going to reproduce what I said. There was some shouting and a certain amount of walking out of the greenhouse and slamming the door, which is a thing you should never do to a glass building, and I stood in the lane outside with my breath going white and my hands shaking, and then I went back in and apologized. He was still standing there with the trowel. One more thing, he said, as though nothing had happened, which is a technique I have since stolen. If the passage ever opens, if you get out of here and you get to Volcano City, take the notes. Not the books, they're copies, they've got copies. The notes. 12 boxes on the 3rd shelf. He tapped the bench. 41 years of cold country records that nobody in a warm country has ever bothered to make. Somebody should have them. Say it as a favor, and I'll say no. It's a favor. Then no. Caleb. Fine, I said. Fine, yes. Obviously, yes. I was late to Dan the next morning for the first time in 3 years. She didn't say anything about it. She just looked at my face for a second and then handed me the pack, which is a thing I appreciated more than I could have told her. We went east, and that morning, because I was in a foul mood and needed something in front of me that could be solved, I ran the hunting notes hard, and the module cracked open in the middle of the day and gave me 2 things that changed my life more than any weapon ever has. Trace tracking and habit survey. Trace tracking put the marks on the world. Not a beacon, not a line, just when I looked at snow that had been stepped in, the step came up faintly blue, and I knew what had made it and roughly when. It's the difference between reading a language and having spent 4 years learning to sound out the letters. Habit survey was worse and better. It told me what a thing does, not where it went, what it does, where it drinks in the morning, which way it circles a carcass, whether it beds down high or low. I killed 6 grouse before noon, then 3 hares, then 3 squirrels, which I want on the record was Dan's idea and not mine. She said if I was going to be insufferable, I could at least be insufferable about small targets. Then a boar came out of the scrub at 40 meters, and I did not have time to draw, so I kicked it. I had strength 11 at that point. I was 16 and I weighed about as much as a bag of feed. And a boar came out of the brush at me, and my body did the thing Thane had spent 3 years hammering into it, which is find the direction the thing is already going and agree with it very hard, and I put my boot into its shoulder as it turned, and it went over. It rolled twice. It got up. It looked at me with an expression I can only describe as personally offended, and then it ran away. Dan laughed so hard she had to sit on a log. 2 titles came up while I was field dressing the grouse, and I have never been prouder of anything more embarrassing. Rabbit killer. Grouse killer. 150 of each, apparently, which meant the game had been counting since I was 13 and never mentioned it. Each one let me imitate the calls of the species, so now I could talk to hares. I want you to sit with that, because I did. Dan brought the other thing up on the walk back, in the tone of voice people use when they've been rehearsing. You're 16 this year. I am. Taking a fancy to any girl in town? I nearly walked into a tree. No, I said, because no. I'm only saying there are perfectly good, Dan. All right. She adjusted the strap on her shoulder. All right. It's just that when I was 16, I had a boy picked out, and I never told him, and then he went off to be a hunter in Fort Nix, and I never saw him again, and I've thought about it approximately once a week for 25 years, and I'd like at least one person to not do that. We walked for a while. I'm going to find the way out of here, I said. She didn't answer at first. Say that again? There's a way out of this world. I don't know what it is yet, but there is one, and I'm going to find it, and I'm telling you now so you can hold me to it. Dan stopped walking. You know, she said, your teacher's dying, and the standard thing a boy does when his teacher is dying is get quiet and hurt for a while. I've got a shelf for that. That is not a healthy sentence. I'm aware. She looked at me for a long moment out there in the snow. Then she shifted the bow across her back. When you're ready to set off, she said, I'll give you my bow. That's your bow. I'm aware, said Dan. Reese's workshop had 6 inches of shavings on the floor and a smell of hot glue that got into your clothes. He was 19, an artisan's apprentice, and he had the specific misery of a talented person in a town with nothing to make things out of. He'd once spent 4 months building a music box because someone described one to him. Right, he said, before I'd fully got in the door. Bear hide. You said bear hide. I found bear hide. It's 4 years old and it's been in a loft. It's fine. Don't look at it like that. I didn't say anything. You looked. He had it on the bench in pieces, and what he'd done with it, unprompted, from a description I'd given him in a shop 3 weeks earlier, was build a frame of ash inside the hide and divide the whole interior into a grid of compartments, so that instead of one big sack, you had a wall of small boxes, each one exactly sized for a rolled bundle. I put my hand in it, and the panel counted. 48. 48 slots, I said. That's what I said, 48. Reese, a normal pack does 30. A normal pack, said Reese, with the exact tone of a craftsman about to become unbearable, is a bag. This is a building. Then he made it worse, because he'd thought about it for 3 weeks and hadn't been able to stop, and there was a system of tabs and loops so that everything came out in a fixed order and went back in the same one, and it worked so well that the panel gave me a small, quiet skill for using it, which I have never told him about and never will. 4 days, he said. Come back in 4 days. I'll have the rest of your gear. I left a hare and a grouse on his bench while he was in the back and got out of the door before he came back, because Reese would have argued about it for an hour and he was down to 1 meal a day and both of us knew it. I spent that week making meat bricks. Dried meat pounded to fibers, mixed with rendered fat and a good spoon of maple syrup because the panel rated flavor and flavor turned out to matter, then pressed and wrapped. They keep forever. They're revolting. You can live on 2 a day. 443 of them went into the pack, plus the herbs. Emetics for when you eat something you shouldn't. Styptics for the obvious. Repellent, which is mostly crushed root and works about 40% of the time. And coca leaf, which, I want to be clear, I did not invent. It grows in a warm pocket on the south slope, and every hunter in that town has chewed it since before I was born, and it means you can walk when you shouldn't be able to walk. Brennan put me on the ground 11 times that week and then stopped being able to. He'd broken through to the 3rd stage in the summer, which gave him something called a warrior's heart, which is exactly as annoying as it sounds. He could feel an attack coming, not see it, feel it, a half second early, and half a second is the whole game. For 2 days, I could not touch him. Then, on the third day, I started winning about 1 exchange in 6, and by the end of the week, it was 1 in 3, and Brennan stopped mid-bout and stood there in the yard, breathing hard, with his practice blade down. How? How what? You're slower than me. You're weaker than me. You're 2 stages under me, and I can feel you coming, and you still keep landing. He pointed the blade at my knife hand. Do that again, the little turn. I did the little turn. It's not a technique. It's not anything. It's the thing Thane taught me on the first day with a stick and a spoon, and it's attached itself to every single motion I own. And what it does is find the direction the thing was already going. When Brennan's guard came across, it was already going somewhere, and I just went there with it and arrived first. Brennan looked at that for a long moment. I'm starting to suspect, he said, that you're from another war school, sent here specifically to steal ours. I'm a farmer's son from a village that doesn't exist. That is exactly what a spy would say. Alara came out onto the step while we were putting the blades away. She was 14 now and about a foot taller, and had entirely stopped being the child who slammed doors, which I mostly regretted. Caleb, the beech, the one in the pot. It's alive. Is it growing? 2 inches this year. She thought about that. Is 2 inches good? For a beech, I said, 2 inches is showing off. She almost smiled. Then she asked me what fertilizer we were using, and whether the greenhouse's south bench got enough sun, and I answered, and neither of us said the thing that both of us knew, which is that Lars hadn't been out to look at that pot in 5 weeks. It was Thane who told me. That's the part I didn't expect. He came to the training yard at the wrong hour, in the morning, with nothing to do there, and he stood at the fence for a while. Boy, Lord, your teacher. He was looking at the fence post, not at me. This enormous man, 150 years old, looking at a fence post. If someone who is already at the end suddenly has their essence removed, all of it, in one motion. I put the practice blade down on the rack very carefully. How long? I said. It isn't long. I don't remember the run. I remember pieces. I remember going over Elian's cart because going around it would have cost 2 seconds. I remember a woman shouting after me and not being able to spare the attention to find out who. I remember the lane and the frozen ruts and my own breath and thinking with absolute clarity, he did it in the morning so that nobody would come. The greenhouse door was open. He never left it open. 70 degrees in there and the heat pouring out into February. And I got to the door and there was a voice inside, low, steady, speaking words I had read in a cellar in the school's cipher when I was 13. Death has come. It is not the end. I stopped with my hand on the frame, because if Silver Birch was already inside and already saying that, then I was not running to anything. There was nothing on the other side of that door that could be changed by how fast I went through it. I went in slowly. He was on the floor between the benches. Somebody had put a folded coat under his head, and it was hers, and she was on her knees beside him with her hands together, and Zhuan the chicken was standing about 4 feet away doing nothing at all. Silver Birch finished the passage. Then she looked up. He's already left, she said. I sat down on the floor, not near him, just where I was, in the doorway, in a puddle of melted snow off my own boots. There was a note on the bench, and it had my name on it, and it was 4 lines long. The first line said that the greenhouse and the library were mine, and that the papers were with the Lord. The second line said which trays needed water on which days. The third line said that Xuanzhao was not to be eaten under any circumstances, and that if she got into the seedlings again, I was to remember that she was old and had been through a lot. The fourth line said, his death was his own choice, and you are not to feel guilty about it. I read that fourth line about 30 times over the next year, and it never once worked, and I have kept it anyway. In the back of the greenhouse, in the pot with the old cut across the top, there was a branch. That's all it was. A brown branch about as long as my arm, dry-looking, unremarkable, and it was the entire content of a 74-year-old man. Everything he had ever been went into that, in one motion, on the floor of his own greenhouse, alone, on purpose, in the morning, so that nobody would come. I picked it up, expecting it to burn my hand. Nothing. It was warm the way wood is warm in a warm room. Silver Birch watched me turn it over. It isn't a miracle, she said. I want you to know that now, rather than in a year. He never reached the 5th stage. Below the fifth, what you leave in an object isn't power, it's just condition. That branch will keep whoever carries it a little healthier than they'd otherwise be. That's all it will ever do. That's it. That's it. He killed himself, I said, and the result is that somebody's going to have a slightly better winter. Yes, said Silver Birch. And I lost it. I'm not going to describe it. It went on for a while, on the floor of a glass building in the middle of a frozen world, with a chicken watching, and an 80-year-old woman sat down on the floor next to me with her back against a bench and did not say one single word the entire time, which I have thought about more than any speech anyone has ever given me. And somewhere in the middle of that, the thing in my chest that I'd been feeding for 3 years came apart and rebuilt itself. Will essence. Advanced. The panel called it a stairway to heaven, which is the most pretentious thing that cheat ever said to me, and I hated it instantly and permanently. There was no light, nothing glowed. It was just that the world got about 10% louder and clearer, and I could feel the shape of every object in that greenhouse without looking at it. And it happened while I was crying on a floor, which felt like an insult, and was probably the opposite. And then the game did the thing it does. Game player. Newbie has become game enthusiast. Second stage, module slots 1, has become module slots 2. I sat there on the floor of my dead teacher's greenhouse with my face wet and looked at a little box in the corner of my eye telling me I had been promoted. 2 slots. The data panel and the hunting notes. At the same time, no swapping, no cost. 3 years of grinding for that. 3 years of bread and arrows and going to bed on time. And what actually bought it, in the end, was an old man deciding to spend himself on a branch so that I'd have a slightly better winter. I put my head back against the bench and said, out loud, to a chicken, "This is a terrible way to level up." They sold his things 4 days later, and I got angry about it in the street. I came around the corner into the square, and there were tables out, and his chairs on them, and his cups, and his coat, and a man from the tannery holding up Lars's kettle and asking what people would give. I got maybe 2 words out before Keon grabbed my arm. Don't. They're selling his. I know what they're doing. Listen to me for 1 minute and then be angry if you still want to. He steered me sideways out of the crowd. This is the rule. When someone dies here, their things go to auction, not given away. Sold, in the open square, with everyone watching, and the money goes wherever the will says. Why? Because we're 3,000 people in a hole with 1 road out and no law but what we agree on, said Keon. Because if things get given away quietly, then in 10 years, every lonely old person in this town is getting visited by very friendly neighbors. Twice a week, with soup. He let go of my arm. My mother explained it to me when my grandmother died, and I was exactly as angry as you are right now. I stood there in the cold and watched a man buy my teacher's kettle for 6 copper. It's a good rule, I said. It's a good rule. I hate it. Yeah, said Keon. It went on all day. Every single object. The trays, the tools, the spare boots, the pots. And at the end, in the last hour, when it was down to the things nobody wanted, they got to the chairs. There were 2 of them in the greenhouse. There had always been 2. One was his, and it was worn through on the right arm where he leaned. And the other was mine, and it was 3 years old, and he had bought it in this same square, at this same kind of auction, in the week after a 13-year-old showed up at his door who could read dead writing. I bought my own chair back for 4 copper. I carried it home through the snow on my shoulder and put it in an empty greenhouse and sat down in it, and the trays needed water, and it was the day on the list that they needed it, so I got up and did that, and then I sat down again. He sat up at about 2 in the morning during his own vigil, and I have never been more grateful for anything than for the fact that I was the only person in the room. The school of death keeps a watch on the body for the first night. It's not superstition. I understood that now. Somebody sits with a candle and a bloodstone from dark until dawn, and if nothing happens, they blow the candle out and go to bed and never mention it. I'd volunteered before anybody could offer, so it was me, in his cabin, in a chair, at 2 in the morning, with the candle low, and Lars's hand closed. I saw it happen. I was looking right at it. The fingers came in, slowly, like a man testing a grip, and then his shoulders came off the board. Everything I know about myself I learned in the next 3 seconds. My body stood up, my hand went to the knife, and then it stopped, because I had turned to face a dead thing, and instead I was looking at the face of the person who had bought me a chair. There was no fog in his eyes, there was nothing in his eyes at all, but it was still his face, with the lines around the mouth from 40 years of talking to plants, and I could not put a blade in it. I stood there, and I could not do it, and I knew, standing there, that this was going to cost me. It got off the board and came at me. I took it at the wrist and the elbow and turned the joint, which is the first thing Thane ever showed me that wasn't about hitting, and I put it face down on the floorboards and knelt on it, and it did not care at all, because pain is a message, and there was nobody home to receive it. So I picked him up. I got him over my shoulders in a carry, and I went out the door with a dead botanist across my back, and he was thrashing, and he was 90 pounds of bone and fury, and I went the long way, around the outside of the whole town, along the wall, in the dark, in the snow, because the short way went through 4 streets of sleeping houses, and somebody would have opened a shutter, and by morning it would not have been Lars who died in his greenhouse. It would have been the corpse that got up. It took 22 minutes. I know because the lighthouse crystal went out at the end of it, which it does at first light. I kicked the chapel door, and Silver Birch opened it in her nightclothes and said absolutely nothing. Red light. Down. Done. I put him on the floor of her chapel and sat against the wall with my arms shaking and my breath coming apart, and she covered him and straightened the corners the way she always did. He put everything into that branch, she said. A body that empty is very hard to revive. There is almost nothing left in it to move. Then what moved it? She stopped straightening the cloth. Something from outside, she said, active, deliberate, from close by. We looked at each other across a corpse. Jax, I said. Jax, she agreed. 3 years ago, and nothing since. Nothing since. I got up and went out and did what I should have done 22 minutes earlier, which was look at the ground. Trace tracking lit them up like ink in water, blueprints on the snow, coming out of the woods, up to the wall of Lars's cabin, and then just standing there, standing under the window. For a long time, judging by the depth. 5 toes and claw marks. I knew that print. I had a whole page about that print in a book only I could read. Ice badger. Here's what was wrong with that. In 3 years of running a trapline with the best hunter in the world, I had killed exactly 4 ice badgers, and every single one of them had been in the same fortnight when I was 13. The counter in my notes had said 4 of 10 for 3 straight years. Dan hadn't seen one since. Nobody had. We'd all quietly assumed they'd moved on. They hadn't moved on. They'd stopped coming to the traps. I went into the trees at a dead run without telling anyone, which was stupid, and I'm going to keep telling you when I do stupid things. Half an hour of hard tracking. I burned life essence to keep the pace, which is a thing you can do and shouldn't. It's spending the principle, and I could feel it going out of me like heat out of a door. I found them in a hollow, 3 of them, cracking spruce cones open with their teeth. Cones. Eating cones. Sitting in a circle in the snow in the dark eating seeds like squirrels. Ice badgers are obligate carnivores. It's on page 1 of the notes. I stood behind a spruce at 11 meters and watched 3 apex predators eat pine cones and felt the entire world tilt about 4 degrees. Then I killed them. Rapid fire, 3 arrows in about 2 seconds, which is a thing I could do now and could not have done a year earlier. The first 2 went down. The third came at me and I put a knee into the side of its skull as it turned and finished it on the ground with the knife. 16 years old, standing in a hollow with 3 dead magic beasts and the taste of copper in my mouth, and the counter finally moved. And then the panel did something it had never done. A third module unlocked. Simulation management, which sounds like a spreadsheet and mostly is, and the one thing it gave me was a function called commodity, and what commodity does is tell you what an object is worth and to whom. I turned it on the first corpse, mostly to see if it worked. Ordinarily, and I checked this on a hare later that day, the readout for a dead animal is boring. Feathers, meat, claws. Someone in town might buy them. For the ice badger, it said this: the corpse appears to contain some kind of special change. Finding a suitable buyer should yield a good price. I stood in the snow and read that line 6 times. Special change. Not stronger, not richer, changed. Somebody had done something to these animals, and the game, which had no opinions about anything and was frankly a bit of a machine, had noticed it and priced it. That's when I stopped being angry and started being frightened. They put 22 Awakened in the chapel that night, which was every single one in the world, and the room was not big enough. That was the first time I saw the town as a thing that could break. Silver Birch at the front, not because she was in charge, but because it was her building. Thane with his back to the wall taking up the space of 3 men. Dan on the end of a bench with her boots up. Brennan standing behind his master looking like he'd rather be anywhere. Mei Li, the physician, who was a tiny woman of about 90 with a voice like a bell. Elias, the old artisan, Reese's master, who had a face like a closed door. And Kenji. Kenji ran the shop. He was 50, soft-handed, always slightly overdressed for a town at the end of the world, and he had a walking stick he did not need. He was the only merchant in the world, and he had been unable to make a single real trade in 10 years, because a merchant's technique feeds on transaction across distance, and there was no distance left to trade across. I only understood that much later. At the time, I just thought he was smug. The guesses came out fast and got worse. Could the dragon beast of Black Mountain have been killed? That was one of the guard's captains. Some ascendant came through and put it down, and now things are moving again? By whom? Said Elias. From where? There's nobody out there. Then the passage. If the passage has reopened, if we're connected again, after 10 years? It has to be one or the other, said the captain, and he was almost shouting, and I realized with a lurch that he wasn't arguing, he was hoping. That's what that was. That was a grown man hoping in public. Enough, said Thane. The room went quiet. We do not guess, he said. We do not guess in this room. 22 people who can bend the world are sitting here inventing a rescue out of 3 dead badgers and a corpse that walked. Bring me a fact, and I'll act on it. Bring me a hope, and I'll throw you out into the snow. Nobody said anything for a while after that. Then the door opened and Dan came in, and I hadn't even seen her leave. I've found the culprit behind the magic beasts, she said. The whole room turned. It's not the dragon, she said. It's not the passage. It's 14 kilometers east. It's on this side of the river. It has been there for some time, and I would like to propose a small expedition. They buried Lars the next morning, and I dug the grave. Not with them. Before them, at dawn, alone, in ground that took 4 hours because it was frozen a meter down, and I went through it with a mattock like an idiot rather than let anyone help. Silver Birch watched me do it from the chapel step, with a cup of something hot in her hands, and never once offered, which was the correct call, and I knew it even then. At the graveside, his sister wasn't there because he didn't have one, so I cut the board. It took me a long time, and nobody hurried me. 7 nails. I hit every one of them once. Kenji came to find me afterward while I was cleaning the mattock. He came across the graveyard at his own pace with the stick he didn't need, and he stood there and waited until I looked up, which took a while, and he waited the whole time without comment. My condolences, he said. I mean that plainly. He was the only man in this town who ever paid me on the day. Thanks. I have a proposal. Today? Today, said Kenji, because in 4 days you'll be gone east with the Lord's people, and I would rather do business with a man before he's in a party than after. Then he took something out of his coat and held it up between 2 fingers. It was a coin, gold, thick, heavy-looking, and worked into both faces were 2 snakes swallowing each other so that you couldn't tell where either one started. The commodity readout went off in my eye like a firework. 4th stage, restores essence, closes wounds. And a 3rd line I read twice, draws the attention of the greedy. I have no idea what my face did. Whatever it was, Kenji saw it and enjoyed it. You know what you're looking at. I know it's worth more than this graveyard. It's worth more than this town, said Kenji. There is nothing on this world I can spend it on. It has been in my coat for 11 years doing absolutely nothing, which is, if you'd like to understand me, an accurate description of my entire life here. He held it out. Take it east. Bring me back a truthful account of what you find. Not a report to the Lord, to me. Everything, in order, including the parts that make the Lord look foolish. That's it? Information and hope, said Kenji, have always been the 2 most valuable goods in any market, and this town has been starving for both for a decade. I looked at the coin. And if I take it and lie to you? Kenji smiled, and it was not a nasty smile, and that made it worse. If a trader defaults, he said, the merchant has his own methods. I took the coin. I took it knowing exactly what he was, and I would do it again, and that 11 months later that coin was the only reason a man I loved was still breathing. Some deals go strange places. Reese had my gear on the bench in a row, and he'd been up all night, which you could tell because he'd stopped being able to modulate his voice. Right. Okay, sit down, don't touch, look first. 3 things. The first was a long dagger, not a knife. 40 centimeters, straight, with a spine like a small sword, and I picked it up, and my hand knew it, and I understood a second later why. He'd copied the shape of the blade Thane used, scaled down for a 16-year-old's reach. You watched us spar. For a month, said Reese without embarrassment. You keep trying to use a knife the way he uses a sword. so I gave up and made you a small sword that thinks it's a knife. The second was a bow, oak, recurved, heavier than anything Dan had ever let me draw, with a grip wrapped in something gray. The third was 3 arrows, just 3, lying on a cloth by themselves. The heads weren't steel, they were a pale metal with a grain in it like frozen smoke, and when I looked at them the commodity readout came up and I sat down for real this time. Reese. Brilliant antimony steel. Where did you get brilliant antimony steel? Elias has got a bar of it, said Reese. Had. He's had it 11 years. It came in on the last caravan before the passage broke, and he's been saving it for an occasion. Does Elias know that his bar has become 3 arrows? Elias, said Reese carefully, will find out. I picked one up. They're not sharper than steel. They're not harder. What they do is tear essence. A creature that runs on essence, which out here is everything worth worrying about, takes a hit from that and doesn't just get a hole, it gets a hole that won't hold power. Everything it's got starts pouring out through the wound. Reese, these are worth, if we're going to be doing something big later, said Reese, how are we supposed to know how to use the good stuff when it matters, if we've never once used the good stuff? I have thought about that sentence a great deal. Then he ruined it entirely by adding, also, I'm going to water your greenhouse while you're gone, and I want it written down that I offered, because if that chicken dies, I refuse to be blamed. Her name is Xuan Sao. I am aware of the chicken's name, said Reese. The chicken and I have an understanding. We left at dawn, 4 of us, Dan out front, Brennan carrying most of the weight, me, and Keon, who had gotten onto the expedition by going to his mother the previous evening and having a conversation neither of them ever repeated to anyone. Thane saw us off at the gate. He said one thing, 2 weeks. If you're not back in 2 weeks, I come out myself, and I will be in a bad mood. Then, to Dan, quieter. Cole went east once. I know, said Dan. That's all. 5 days of tracking, and I learned more about Dan in those 5 days than in the previous 3 years. She led. She never once looked at a map. She'd stop at a stream crossing, put her hand flat on a rock, and go left, and 4 hours later, there'd be a print. On the 3rd night, Kian finally asked, how do you do it? Do what? Any of it. You knew about the hollow under the drift. You knew about the stream. You stopped us at the ridge yesterday before there was anything to stop for. Dan chewed for a while. Then she said, 4th stage. Kian dropped his cup. Your 4th stage? Your 4th? Since when? 6 years. 6? Does the Lord know? The Lord knows. Does anyone else know? You 3, said Dan, as of about 11 seconds ago. Kian sat there with his mouth open, and I understood the shape of it a beat before he did. 4th stage in that town put her behind Thane and no one else. It meant that when the Lord and the shopkeeper eventually came to a disagreement, and everyone could feel that coming by then, whichever way Dan leaned would be the way it went. Why didn't you tell me? Said Kian. Because you're my son, said Dan, and because great adventurers always keep a card or 2 in the sleeve, and because the day you find out how strong your mother is the day you stop being careful. She looked at the fire. Also, I smell, she said. That's the technique. I can pick an animal's essence out of the air at about 200 meters and follow it for a week. It is the least glamorous 4th stage ability in recorded history, and I have never once said it out loud in a tavern. On the 5th morning, I woke up because the quality of the quiet had changed. Dan was gone. Her blanket was folded. Brennan was still asleep with his mouth open. 40 seconds later, she came back through the trees with something over her shoulder and dropped it in the snow at the edge of the fire. An ice badger. Throat open. Not a mark on it anywhere else. It was sitting 80 meters out, she said, on the rise, watching this camp. Not hunting, watching. It had been there a while. Nobody said anything. Dan crouched and put another stick on the fire. We've probably been discovered by the enemy, she said, and I remember thinking, very distinctly, that she'd used the word enemy, and that in 3 years of hunting with her, I had never once heard her use that word about an animal. The nest was in a cave in a limestone ridge, and the mouth of it was about the width of a cart. Dan put her hand up at 50 meters, and we all stopped. 3 ways this goes, she said. 1, they're all in there, and we do it in the dark. 2, they're all out, and we're standing in the open with our backs to a hole. 3, what's 3? Said Keon. 3 is that this is the wrong question, said Dan. Brennan, in. Brennan went in first because Brennan was the one who could survive being wrong. I have never seen anything like the next 90 seconds, and I have seen a great deal since. He went into that dark at a walk, and then there was a crack and a flash, and then another one, and each time he struck, the whole cave lit up white for about a third of a second. And in each of those thirds of a second, from the mouth, Dan and I could see everything. We shot into the flashes. That's what it was. Brennan was not fighting in there so much as he was operating as a light source with opinions, and every time the world went white, we had a frozen image of a cave full of low gray shapes and about 2 heartbeats to put an arrow into one before it went dark again. I killed 4 that way. Dan killed 9. It was over faster than it should have been, and I found out why when we brought a torch in. There were 11 adults in that cave, and there had been 11 adults in that cave for less than a season. You could tell from the floor. A den that's been used has a smell and a layer and a shape to it. Bones worked into the dirt, scratch marks in the walls at shoulder height from years of the same animal going past the same corner. This cave was clean. It was a cave with animals in it, and at the back there was a hollow with 6 young ones in it, and they were about the size of house cats, and they were making a noise. Dan went to the back with her knife out. I said, "Wait." She didn't stop. "Dan, they're—" "I know what they are." She was already crouching. "You've read the book. You know how it works. Low-order magic beasts pass what they've got to their young. Whatever's been done to these animals, whatever the change is, it's in those 6 as well." Her voice didn't move at all. "If we walk out of here, in 2 years, there's a nest of 6 adults out here doing whatever this is, and by then, we won't know what it is either." I stood in the torchlight with my hand still out. I did not stop her. I want that in the account. She did it, and I stood there and let her. And afterward, I helped carry them out because leaving them on the floor of a cave felt worse. Dan came out last, wiping her hands on the snow, and she looked at the cave mouth for a long moment. "These badgers have only been here a short while," she said. "This place isn't a nest at all. It's a trap." That's when the light went out of the cave mouth. The boulder came in from the left, not thrown, rolled, an enormous, flat-sided lump of limestone that came off the slope above the entrance and slotted into the opening like a lid going onto a pot, and the 4 of us were on the inside. Brennan got there in about a second and a half and put his shoulder into it. He broke his own arm doing it. I heard it go. He kept pushing with the other one and got the boulder over maybe 60 centimeters before it jammed on the lip of the entrance and stopped. And he stood there, breathing and swearing, with his right arm hanging at a wrong angle, and there was a gap, 1/2 meter of gap. "Out," said Dan. "Now. Me, then the boy, then Caleb, Brennan last." I went through second because Keon was already halfway, and I shoved him. I came out of that gap on my hands and knees in the snow and looked up. There was a man made of wood standing 8 meters away. That's the only way to say it. 2 arms, 2 legs, a head, a torso, the correct number of everything, and none of it the correct material. Bark for skin, gray and split like an old birch. Fingers that were roots. A face with no mouth and no nose. Just 2 eyes that were not wooden at all. They were yellow, and they were animal. And they were looking directly at me with the absolute unbothered attention of something that has been waiting for a while. It was 2.5 meters tall. Dan shot it before I finished standing up. Her arrow went into its chest and stayed there, and it did not react in any way. Then it came across the snow at a speed that a thing that size should not be able to manage, and it hit her. It hit her with the back of one arm, casually, like a man clearing a table, and Dan, who was 4th stage, who had killed 9 ice badgers in the dark in 90 seconds, went off her feet and into a spruce hard enough to bring the whole crown of snow down on top of her. She did not get up. Keon screamed something. I got the oak bow off my shoulder, and I did the single most expensive thing I have ever done with my hands, which was to spend one of Reese's 3 arrows in the first 4 seconds of a fight without knowing anything about what I was shooting at. It went into the thing's back at the shoulder blade, and a third of it turned brown. Not burned, browned, the way a cut apple browns, running out from the wound in a spreading stain across the bark, up the shoulder, down the arm, and the arm dropped and hung. It made a sound then. First one it had made, not a roar, a creak, long and rising, like a door being opened very slowly by someone who wants it to stop. Then it turned around and came at me instead. I got the long dagger up, and I did the only thing I knew, which was to find the direction it was already going and agree with it, and it was going forward, so I went sideways and took its neck on the way past. I cut 2/3 of the way through it. 2/3. I had a 16-year-old's arm and a Reese-made blade, and I opened that thing's throat to the spine. It regenerated in about 4 seconds. I watched it happen from a meter away, still moving, still trying to get my feet under me. The wood came back across the wound in strands, weaving quick, like water finding its level, and the head sat back down on the neck, and it turned and looked at me, and the eyes had not changed at all. Right, I thought. So it's not in the head. And that's the whole fight, actually. That's the entire thing. Every creature has a place, and the place is not always where the face is, and I had spent 3 years being told that by a little book only I could read. The arrow had worked. Not because it was in the shoulder, because the head tears essence, and the browning had spread from the wound outward through the whole limb, which meant the thing wasn't a body with power in it. It was power in the shape of a body. Cutting it was like cutting water. Bleeding it was the whole game. I had 2 arrows left, and it was 3 meters away, and I did not have time to draw, so I grabbed it. Both hands on the vines at its chest, and I locked my elbows, and I pulled it into me and held on. I would love to tell you that was a plan. It was 1/3 plan and 2/3 the realization that if I let go, it would be on Keon in about 1.5 seconds. It got an arm around my back. It was like being wrapped in a falling tree. Something in my left shoulder came apart, properly, audibly, and my arm stopped being an arm and became a thing attached to me that hurt. I held on anyway, both hands, face against bark. "Dan," I said into it. "Now!" And out of a spruce 40 meters away, from flat on her back, with snow all over her and one eye already closing, Dan put an arrow through the middle of its back. Brown went out from the shaft in a wave and kept going and didn't stop, and the whole thing went stiff around me and then went soft, and 200 kilos of dead wood put me in the snow. They got me out from under it. Keon was crying and pulling, and Brennan was doing it one-handed, and Dan arrived at a limp with her bow already restrung. "Don't kill it," she said. I said something that wasn't a word. "It's alive," said Dan. "It's finished, but it's alive. Get it up against the rock." Then she crouched in front of a dying wooden man and said, in a language I had never heard, a sentence with a lot of consonants in it. The thing's eyes moved. "You speak that?" I said. "I trained in Fortnix," said Dan, not turning around. "Every explorer learns some. Beasts don't have grammar. They have 140 words, and most of them are about food." She said another sentence, and the yellow eyes went to her. Then it answered. It didn't have a mouth. The sound came out of the whole body, a creak with shapes in it, and Dan listened, and I stood there dripping blood into the snow, and the strangest thing about the next 10 minutes is that I understood roughly 1 word in 5, and I understood every single one of them from the way her shoulders changed. I got the rest later, and here it is. It had been feeding the ice badgers. Seeds. It had grown a particular seed and fed them, and animals that eat it go soft in the part of them that decides things, and after that, they do what it wants. Not mind control, nothing so tidy, more like a very strong suggestion that arrives from inside and feels like your own idea. It had been at this for 3 years. 3 years. Since about the time a boy fell out of the sky into a snowdrift, which is a coincidence I have turned over more times than is healthy. It had raised the corpse of Jax as a test. It wanted to know how strong the Awakened in that town actually were, so it borrowed a dead man and pointed him at the wall and watched what came out to deal with him. And then it had gone quiet for 3 years and worked. The plan, at the end, was straightforward, and I have never been able to make it sound less horrible by rephrasing it. Kill the Awakened first, all of them, in a coordinated single move using animals nobody would think to be afraid of. Then the town wouldn't need killing. Then you feed the seeds to everyone else. Dan asked one more question, and the answer was 2 words long. She went very still. "What?" I said. "What did it say?" Dan stood up. "It said someone in town has already eaten one," she said. "We killed it after that. Dan asked me to, actually, which I didn't understand at the time, and understand completely now. The belly. Not the head, not the chest. Low, under where a person's navel would be, there was a knot in the grain about the size of a fist, and the notes had been telling me so for 4 minutes in small letters at the bottom of the page. I put the long dagger into the hilt, and the yellow went out of its eyes. and beast language dropped into my head like a stone into a well, all 140 words of it, from about 6 minutes of listening. Dan looked at my face. You just learned it, she said, didn't you? No. Say the word for water. I said the word for water. Dan turned around and walked off into the trees for a bit, and when she came back, she didn't mention it again for 2 years. The walk home took 4 days, and I spent most of it inventorying, which is what I do instead of feeling things. The panel went to level 4 and gave me a map. 50 meters of it is exact. Out to a kilometer, you get contours and shapes. And on it, there are dots, and the dots have colors, and the colors are the only piece of user interface in my entire life that has never once been wrong. Red is hostile, yellow is undecided, green is not going to bother you. I had that map open constantly for the next 2 years, and it saved my life so many times that I stopped counting. And the first time I opened it, standing in the snow 4 days from home, the thing I noticed was that there was nothing on it. Nothing. Not a dot for a kilometer in any direction, in a forest that had been full of things my whole life. The hunting module also came through with materials, and this is where the world started making fun of me. Prey materials. The idea is elegant. Instead of skinning something badly with a knife and ruining half of it, the module renders a kill into its usable parts, cleanly, with nothing wasted. Hides with no cut marks, teeth with no chips, sinew in whole lengths. Excellent, professional, extremely useful. And then, from the tree spirit, it gave me a headband made of ivy. I'm going to describe it accurately. It was a circlet of green ivy with 2 small white flowers on it, woven, delicate, and it was designed to sit on the crown of the head of somebody with much better hair than mine. The readout said it produced a natural affinity, that growing things and beasts would be less inclined to treat the wearer as a problem. I looked at it for a while, then I put it in the bag and did not wear it, and it was not because I doubted the effect. There was also a title, Ice Badger Killer, which came with a pendant made out of a claw, and that one I put on immediately, because it resisted cold and because it looked like something a person would wear. But the actual thing, the thing I brought home that mattered, I got by pointing commodity at the tree spirit's corpse on the last morning. I did it out of habit. I'd been valuing everything for 4 days. I aimed it at 200 kilos of dead wood, expecting timber and fiber, and the readout said this: the bodies of refugees forced from home and family by fear and torment. I read it standing in the snow with my breath going white and everybody else 40 meters ahead of me, and I read it 3 times, and then I sat down on a log. Refugees. Not an invader, not a scout, not a vanguard. That thing had spent 3 years engineering the destruction of every awakened in the world, and the machine in my head that has no imagination and no opinions and cannot lie had looked at its corpse and filed it as somebody who ran away from something. Forced from home, by fear and torment. Something in Black Mountain World was so bad that a creature which could take an arrow to the chest without noticing had crossed the edge of the world to get away from it, and then, having got here, had immediately started planning to kill everyone in the only town because it wanted the place and did not intend to be found. I caught the others up, and I did not say any of that out loud, and I have gone back and forth for a long time on whether that was cowardice or judgment. I asked Dan for a month off 11 days later. She was skinning something. She didn't look up. A month. East, along the ridge, out to the edge of the world, and back. Why? 2 reasons, and one of them is real. I sat down on the bench. The real one is that thing came from somewhere, and it came in a direction, and the direction is east. Everything's been coming from the east. Jax died in the east. The nest was east, and I want to see the actual edge of the world with my own eyes, because I have read 3 books about it by 3 dead men, and they all describe it differently. And the fake reason? Wild crops, I said. For Lars. There are supposed to be strains growing wild out on the pan that nobody's ever brought in, and if the seasons keep shortening, the only thing that saves this town is a potato that doesn't care. Dan put down the knife. That's not the fake reason, she said. That's the second real one. You just don't want to say it in a voice. I didn't answer that. She wiped her hands. A month, she said. Take the coca. Take twice the meat you think you need. Do not cross the ice river, and I don't care that you're 16 and can put an arrow through a grouse at 90 meters. I won't cross the river. Say the whole thing. Under no circumstances will I cross the river. She almost smiled. Then she said, the most dangerous thing in that forest is not the things that are already dead. and went back to her skinning, and I have thought about that sentence roughly once a month ever since. 9 days east, and the world started getting the seasons wrong. I didn't understand it at first either. Hidden Frontier is cold, that's not news, but it is cold in an orderly way, and the order is written down. 11 weeks of hard winter, a spring that isn't much of one, a short green summer that everybody talks about all year, and a long autumn that carries the harvest. I left in the middle of autumn. On day 4, I found ice on standing water at midday. On day 6, I stopped and unpacked the thermometer Lars had made out of a glass tube and a bad idea, and I took a reading at noon and wrote it down, and then I sat and looked at the number for a while, because it was a February number and there were 7 weeks of autumn to go. On day 7, I found wild potato. That was a good day. A whole colony of it on a south-facing slope, growing in gravel, small tubers, tough as knuckles, and when I dug the first one up, the panel actually noticed and said something encouraging. I dug up 11 and left the 12th. I didn't have a reason at the time. I've since decided the reason is a thing Dan said to me in my first winter, which is that you take what you need and you keep what you should keep, and the difference between a hunter and a locust is whether there's anything there next year. On day 9, I came up over a rise and stopped. There was a line across the world. Ahead of me, the land went on the way it always had, gray scrub, dead grass, the odd spruce. And then, at about a kilometer out, it went white, all at once, in a line as straight as a ruled edge running north to south as far as I could see in both directions. Not a snowfield, a border. On one side of that line, it was the middle of autumn, and on the other side of it, permanently, it was deep winter. I stood there for maybe 5 minutes. Then 3 coyotes came out of the scrub about 200 meters to the north, and they saw me, and they did not care about me at all. They were traveling. They were going south along the line, at a trot, in a hurry, and they crossed my scent trail and didn't even swing their heads. Nothing east, everything going around. I made snowshoes that night out of 2 boards from my own pack frame, which cost me a working pack frame, and I sat there for 20 minutes weighing whether to go back and get a proper pair. Then I went east. 2 days into the white, I found the graveyard. I found it by falling into it, which is the traditional method. I dug a snow shelter for the night, and at about 3 in the morning the roof came down on me, which is embarrassing but survivable, and I came up out of the collapse, spitting and swearing and reaching around for my socks, which had been drying by the little fire and had subsequently caught fire, because that is the kind of week it was. And my hand, going through the snow at the bottom of the collapse, closed on fur. I got the torch relit. There was a fox under me. Red, big, easily twice the size a fox should be, with a coat that even frozen had a shine like a hot coal. Commodity said, Firefox, and then it said something that made the hair go up on my arms. Frozen for more than 2 years. I dug sideways. There was another one under that, and another under that. And when I got up out of the pit and walked 40 meters north and put the torch on the snow and dug, there was another one there too. They were everywhere. They were under the entire field. I spent the rest of that night and all of the next day digging test pits like a man laying foundations, and every single one of them had bodies in it, and they were all different, and I mean all. Little things I had no name for, things with too many legs, a gray wolf the size of a pony, and 2 pits over, half-surfaced, the arm of something that was made of wood. Some of them had been there 2 years. Some looked like a week. Every one of them was facing west. I sat on the edge of my last pit with my legs hanging in it and worked it out, which took about 4 seconds once I stopped being frightened enough to think. They weren't buried here. They died here. They died in the same direction, all of them, running the same way, toward the town, away from the east. And the thing that killed them right at this line and not 1 meter further west, which meant it wasn't a predator, it was a place. I looked east. About 400 meters ahead, the snowfield stopped. Not sloped, stopped. There was an edge, and past the edge, there was sky. And out of it, up over the lip, came a wind so cold that standing there at 400 meters with a claw pendant around my neck and a fire behind me, I could feel it drying my eyes. I had found the edge of the world, and it was exhaling. I went and stood on it, because I am the kind of person who goes and stands on it. The edge of the world is not dramatic. That was the first surprise. There's no shimmer, no wall of light, no sign. The snowfield runs out, the ground breaks off in a ragged lip like a torn piece of bread, and below that there is a drop. I got down on my stomach and put my head over. Gray. About 20 meters of rock face, and then gray, going down and down, cloud or mist or something that is neither, with no bottom in it anywhere. I dropped a stone and did not hear it land, and stopped listening after a minute because it was making me feel strange. And growing out of the rock face, all the way along it as far as I could see, going down into the gray, were vines. Thick ones. Thicker than my body. Green in a world that hadn't been green in 11 weeks. Anchored into the stone every few meters and hanging down into nothing. And the panel, which had been silent all week, chose that moment to speak up. Staircase. Heaven-reaching vine. Climbable. Then, underneath, in the flat little voice that machine used for everything from a dead badger to the end of reality, the bridge connecting the worlds appears as vines. I lay on my stomach at the edge of everything and read that twice. Then I climbed down. Yes, I know, I had promised a woman I would not cross a river, and here I was going over the side of creation on a plant. In my defense, I would like to point out that the vines were rated climbable by an interface that had never once lied to me, and in my prosecution, I would like to point out that this is exactly the reasoning of every person who has ever died in a hole. It took 15 minutes with the long dagger. That's the technique, if you ever need it. You don't climb a vine that thick. You climb the rock next to it, and you use the blade as an anchor point in the ice between the stone and the plant, and you go down in short, controlled falls with your boots braced. Reese's dagger held every time. I have never told him that. He'd have made me a whole set. 15 minutes down, the cold went away, just like that. I came through a layer, the way you come through a thermocline swimming in a lake, and the murderous edge wind was suddenly above me, and the air on my face was merely unpleasant instead of actively hostile. I hung there on a blade in the gray and laughed, and then I opened the map because I'd got into the habit. There was a red dot below me, coming up. 40 meters down, moving fast, and the map is exact inside 50, so I got about 6 seconds of warning, which is 6 more than I have usually had. I braced both feet on the rock, got the dagger out of the ice, reversed my grip on it, and waited. It came up the vine, hand over hand, like something that had done it many times. Bark, roots for fingers, yellow eyes coming up out of the mist, and this one had a spear. It had a spear. Somebody's spear, an actual manufactured object with a metal head, carried by a thing made of wood. It saw me at about 8 meters and stopped, and it made the creaking sound, and I did not wait for the rest of the conversation. I let go with one hand, dropped, and put the dagger in low, under where a person's navel would be, using my entire falling weight. The knot in the grain was exactly where the note said. It came off the vine. I got my hand back onto the blade in the rock about half a second later, and hung there with my arms screaming, and I watched 200 kilos of dead wood go down past my boots into the gray. I counted. I counted because I couldn't help it, and I got to about 240 before I stopped hearing anything at all, and I want you to do that arithmetic yourself because I refuse to write the number down. The kill counter for tree spirits went from 1 of 3 to 2 of 3, and I laughed out loud in a hole under the world, which was becoming a habit I didn't love. Then the map filled up. A dozen red dots at the bottom of the circle, then 20. Then more than the map wanted to draw, coming up out of the gray below me in a column, and the vine I was hanging next to started to move under the weight of things climbing it. There was no version of going up that was fast enough. 15 minutes to descend. They were 4 minutes below me. I hung on a dagger over a drop with no bottom and did the fastest inventory of my life, and the answer was in slot 6, and the answer was a circlet of green ivy with 2 small white flowers on it. I would like to say I hesitated for tactical reasons. I put the flower crown on my head. The first one came past me 11 seconds later. It was a tree spirit, and it came up the vine about 1.5 meters from my face, and it turned its head and looked directly at me with those yellow animal eyes from close enough that I could see the split in the bark of its cheek. And on the map, it went from red to yellow. Then it kept climbing. The next one was a firefox, enormous, running up the vertical face on claws. Red to yellow, past me. Then 3 more tree spirits together. Then a low gray thing with too many joints that I have never identified and do not want to. Then a whole knot of small things, pouring up like water going the wrong way. Around 20 of them, in something under 4 minutes, close enough to touch, and every single one arrived red and turned yellow and went past. 2 of them snarled at me on the way. That's it, 2 snarls out of 20. from things that had killed a fourth-stage hunter's worth of momentum with one arm. I hung there in a plant hat, 16 years old, at the bottom edge of the world, and had a genuine spiritual experience about game design. Then the last one went past, and I looked up, and about 15 seconds later, I found out what they were climbing into. There was a sound above me like a sheet being snapped. The cold came down the rock face in a wave. I felt it come through the layer above me, and I felt it go past on the outside of my clothes, and my eyes watered, and I got a hand up to my face, and it was over in about 2 seconds. And then things started falling past me. The firefox came first, and it was rigid, and it was frosted white all the way through the coat, and it was very obviously not going to be doing anything ever again. Then a tree spirit, stiff as furniture, turning over slowly in the air. Then the small things, 4 or 5 of them at once, like hail. Every single one of the 20 that had climbed past me came back down past me inside about a minute and a half. They had all made it up over the lip. That's the part that took me a while. They had all made it. They had crossed the edge and got their bodies into Hidden Frontier, and then the wind had come and killed them where they stood, and gravity had done the rest. And I was sitting 15 meters below the line, in the same wind, in a linen shirt and a coat, and I was cold. Uncomfortably cold. Cold like a man on a rock face at night. That's all. Just cold. I climbed back up and dug a shelter 40 meters from the lip and did not sleep at all. I stayed at the edge of the world for 2 more nights, and what I did there was count. The cold waves aren't regular. That's the first thing. Sometimes there'd be 3 in 10 minutes. Once there was a gap of an hour and 11 minutes, and I lay in a snow hole with a stub of charcoal and a bit of hide, writing down times like a man taking a pulse. In 2 full nights, one group got through. 1. 5 animals, in a gap, moving fast, out over the lip and gone west before the next wave came, and I watched them go and thought about a nest 14 kilometers from town and a plan that had taken 3 years. Everything else died on the line. On the second morning, I went round with the bag and collected the light ones, not for trophies. I took 4 small carcasses of 4 different species, packed clean, because Lars had spent 40 years teaching me that the answer to why is always in the specimen and never in the argument. And on the third morning, I broke my own shelter down, deliberately, thoroughly, and it took an hour. I filled the pit, I scattered the fire, I took the charcoal, I dragged a spruce bough over the packed floor of the entrance. There is nobody out there. There has been nobody out there for 10 years. I did it anyway. Because if you are going to be the only person who knows where the door is, you do not leave a mat in front of it. Then I turned around and walked west for 11 days. The most important thing in the world was in my head, and it needed to get to a room with the Lord in it. Reese was standing in my greenhouse with a watering can when I came in, and he screamed. To be fair to him, I had been outdoors for 23 days. I had come the last stretch through the marsh flats because it was faster. I was wearing most of a bog. There was dried blood on my sleeve from something I no longer remembered, and I had a beard situation that I was in denial about. Also, I had come in without knocking, into a glass building, at dusk, silently, because I had spent 3 weeks learning not to make noise. He screamed, and then he threw the watering can at me, and then he hugged me, and then he hit me. 23 days! I said a month. You said a month to Dan. Dan said a month to me, and then Dan started standing on the wall in the evenings. And when Dan starts standing on the wall in the evenings, a person begins to have thoughts. He stepped back and looked at the state of me. The others were back on day 12. Day 12? 2 of them hurt, badly. Brennan's arm's in a splint, and there's a man in Mei Lee's house who isn't coming out of it. Reese put the can down. It was me, you know. I told you to go. In the shop. I said you should see the edge. I said it like it was an adventure. And then 11 days went by, and I did the arithmetic on how many meat bricks you'd packed. I looked at him. Reese, what? Have you been watering my greenhouse every day for 23 days? Somebody had to. You've got a workshop. I've got a workshop, Reese agreed, and a chicken who has developed opinions about me. The Lord's study had a fire going and about 900 books in it, and I stood in the middle of the rug for 2 hours and gave the whole thing. Thane did not interrupt once. That's not his character. He interrupts everybody. He sat in a chair too small for him, with his elbows on his knees, and let a 16-year-old talk for 2 hours, and the only time he moved was when I got to the part about the line across the world where autumn stopped, and he stood up and walked to the window and stayed there for the rest of it. At the end, he said, "How wide was the line?" "I don't know. North to south as far as I could see. both ways. And it was sharp. You could stand with one boot each side. 7 years ago, said Thane to the window, I went out to that edge myself. There were vines. There was a drop. There was no snowfield, and there was no line, and there was no wind that kills. The vines were green all the way down, and it was cool at the lip, the way it is cool at any height. He turned around. I ate lunch there. You ate lunch there? I sat on the edge of the world and ate a sausage, said Thane, and it was pleasant. Neither of us said anything for a second. Unheard of, he said. None of this is in any record. Boundaries do not change. That is what a boundary is. He put both hands flat on the desk. Which means something has gone wrong inside Black Mountain. And it is large enough that this world has started leaning. I got a lot of things that day. The 4th module unlocked while I was still walking home from the marsh, which is the reward for surviving a survey nobody asked for. Survival construction. And the only thing it did at first was give me a readout called Resources, which looks at a landscape and tells you what's in it. I turned it on the hills behind town, and it told me there was iron under the eastern ridge. I put that in a pocket in the back of my head and left it there for about 2 months, which, in hindsight, is the longest I have ever successfully sat on anything. The other thing I got was Ilara, in the corridor outside the study, who had apparently been waiting there for the entire 2 hours. She was 14, and she came at me and got both hands in the front of my coat and pulled down, and she was crying, and she was absolutely furious about crying. 23 days. I know. You said a month, and everybody kept saying that means it's fine. And then Brennan came back on a stretcher, and nobody would tell me anything, and I have been coming to your greenhouse to look at whether the beach was still. She stopped and got herself back. Promise me you won't be so reckless next time. I opened my mouth. And I want you to understand that what I nearly said was yes. Of course I nearly said yes. She was 14, and she had both hands in my coat. I'll tell you where I'm going, I said, every time, before I go, even when it's stupid, especially when it's stupid. Ilara looked at me for a long moment. That's not the same thing, she said. No, I'm going to hold you to it anyway. 2 nights later, I cut down a tree, and the world stopped making sense in the best way it ever has. I was out past the north wall building a woodshed because I now owned a greenhouse and a library and a cabin, and none of them had anywhere to keep fuel. And I had the long dagger with me because I always had the long dagger with me, and I got impatient and tried to take a sapling down with it. Nothing. It bit about 2 centimeters and stopped, and the blade skated, and the panel put a small line in the corner of my eye that said, in effect, wrong tool, which was rude, but fine. I went back for the axe. I hit the same sapling with the axe, and the tree came apart in the air. It did not fall. It went, in one motion, from being a tree to being 4 cut logs of identical length hanging in the air where the tree had been, and then they dropped into the snow in a neat stack, and there was a stump, and there was no branch litter, and there was no sawdust, and there was nothing to clean up. I stood in the snow at 11 at night with an axe and made a noise. Then I hit another one. Same thing. 4 logs. Stack. Nothing. I hit a bigger one and got 6. I hit a rock because obviously I hit a rock and got nothing at all because a rock is not what an axe is for, and I stood there feeling stupid and elated in equal measure, and then I went and found a maple and hit that. Logs. And a bucket of syrup. I sat down in the snow at that point, and it was not about firewood. For 3 years, that cheat had been a thing that happened inside me. It measured me. It counted my kills. It gave me a bag that only I could reach into, and a map that only I could see, and a book that only I could read. Every single function of it, from the first day in the snowdrift, had operated on the boundary of my own skin. And now I had hit a tree with an axe, and the tree had obeyed a rule that came from somewhere else. So this really is a survival game, I said, out loud, to a stack of logs. Then I punched one. Because of course I punched one, and it came apart into planks, and I sat down in the snow properly this time, and put my hands over my face and laughed until I couldn't breathe. The maple syrup was the part that broke me, actually, not the logs. The logs are the sort of thing you can rationalize. But somewhere in the architecture of whatever had been dropped into my chest by a dying woman in a burning mill, somebody had decided that when you resourcize a maple, the correct output is timber and a bucket of syrup, and I have never stopped finding that funny. I put a torch up that night on the outside wall of the new woodshed, resourcized so it went up flat against the vertical the way a normal torch absolutely does not, and stuck there and burned. It was still burning a month later. The wheat was the moment I understood what I actually had. Here's the thing about resourcization. It costs. Not much for a tree. A few crumbs of essence, gone before you notice. And I'd been running around for a week smashing things with an axe like a delighted vandal and never felt a thing. Then I put 3 grains of wheat on the workbench and processed them. It took over half of everything I had. I went down on one knee in my own greenhouse and had to sit for 10 minutes before I could stand up, from 3 grains of wheat, and when I got my eyes to focus, there were 3 seeds on the bench that looked identical to the 3 that had been there before. Except they weren't, and I planted them and I sat up all night. By the 3rd day there were stalks, by the 6th, heads. 8 heads to a stalk, and I counted the grains in one and got over 70, and then I counted a second one to make sure I hadn't miscounted, and I hadn't. A good stalk of this world's wheat gives you 2 heads, maybe 3. I sat in Lars's greenhouse at 4 in the morning with a head of wheat in each hand and did some very simple arithmetic and had to put them down. Then I did the responsible thing, which was to plant the 2nd generation. And the 2nd generation came up ordinary size, ordinary heads, 2 to a stalk, 40 grains, the exact wheat that every farmer in that town had been growing since before I was born, and I stood in front of that tray for a long time. Characteristics cannot be inherited. That's what the panel said when I finally thought to ask. 6 words. Whatever I make with that bench is a 1-generation miracle, and its children are just children. So I couldn't hand the world a supercrop. Fine, I'd suspected that around hour 2. What I could do, and this is the part that mattered, was that the growth rate carried anyway. Not the yield, the speed. Whatever I processed came up in a fraction of the time, generation after generation. And if you want to know what that's worth, ask a botanist who spent 41 years testing 600 variations at 1 round per season. I could run 600 in a year. I stood in that greenhouse at dawn and had a conversation with a dead man in my head that I am not going to reproduce. Then I went out into the town and started asking farmers questions, which is a thing I should have done 6 months earlier and did not do because I am, at heart, a person who prefers to work it out alone. I found Kurt on the South Fields, 60, no awakening, 4 decades of dirt. If you could change one thing about the wheat, I said, what would it be? He looked at me like I'd asked him what shape he'd prefer the sky. Yield, he said. Really? Not the season length? Kurt scratched his jaw. Then he said, no, wait, no. And he turned around and looked at his own field for a while. It's the rot. 2 years and 5 we get the black rot in the last fortnight, and it takes a third. Yield's no good to me if I lose it standing. I wrote that down. And by the end of the week, I had 11 answers from 9 farmers, and they were all different, and not one of them was the answer I would have given. And I have never since made the mistake of designing something for people without asking them first. Kenji came to collect on a Tuesday, and he came to the greenhouse, which meant he'd thought about where. You've been back 9 days. I have. I've been patient. You've been counting, I said. Both can be true. I gave him the whole thing, all of it, in order, exactly as agreed, including the parts that made the Lord look foolish, of which there were 2, and he noticed both. The line across the world, the graveyard under the snow, the vines, the wind, the 20 that climbed past me, and the 20 that came back down. He listened the way a man listens to a price. At the end, he was quiet for a while, and then he said, "You wore a hat made of flowers." That is the least important part of this account. It's the part I'll remember, said Kenji. Then he took out 2 silver and put them on the bench. What's that? The hind leg of an ice badger on the rack by the door. I'd like to buy it. You can have it. No. He said it flatly, and something in his face closed, and I understood that I'd stepped on something. When you deal with a merchant, said Kenji, use clear labels. Free things always cost more later. If I take that leg as a gift, then in 3 months when I want something from you, we will both be pretending that we're friends discussing a favor, and one of us will be lying. He pushed the coins forward. 2 silver. It's a fair price. Take it and we're square, and next time we start clean. I took the 2 silver, and a line came up in the corner of my eye that I hadn't seen before, and it said, commodity trading. The module had been sitting there for weeks. It had been waiting for me to make an actual transaction with an actual person for an actual price. The machine in my head had a very clear idea of what a merchant does, and I had not been doing it. Kenji picked up the leg. Then, at the door, with his back to me, in exactly the tone of a man asking about the weather, "Do you think we should remain here waiting?" he said, "or unite and break through Black Mountain?" I didn't answer immediately. "Which one do you want me to say?" "I want you to say the one you believe," said Kenji. "You're the only person in this town who's been to the edge of it. That makes your opinion worth something, and I don't get to buy many things anymore." I thought about a wall of dead animals under the snow. I think whatever is in Black Mountain killed everything that tried to leave it, I said. And then the ones that got out got as far as our doorstep and died on the mat. And I think we'd be walking the other way up that road. Kenji nodded slowly. Thank you, he said. That's a useful answer. I have gone back to that conversation many times because I told him the truth and he thanked me for it, and 11 months later, he used it. 2 days after that, the Lord jumped out of a second-story window, picked me up under one arm, and ran for a day. From where I was standing, the sequence was very abrupt. I was in the street outside the manor. There was a noise above me. I looked up in time to see a man of 2 meters come out of a window at the first floor and land on the packed snow about a meter away in a crouch. Then he said, "You're coming," and I was under his arm. Both packs are on my back. Don't wriggle. Lord. And then the town was behind us. There is no polite way to describe the next 26 hours. He ran, not sprinted, ran, at the pace of a horse going flat out, and he did not stop, and he did not slow on hills, and he did it while carrying a 16-year-old under one arm like a rolled carpet and 2 packs on his back. I did the math afterward out of morbid curiosity, and if you convert it into the numbers on my panel, sustained over that distance without breaks, the man was running at an agility of about 30. 12 is a peak human athlete. At some point in hour 4, I said, I feel a bit nauseous. Then be sick downwind. Of what? We're the fastest thing out here. Thane laughed for about 6 kilometers. He talked while he ran, because he wasn't out of breath, because of course he wasn't. That's how I finally got the war school properly, in fragments, upside down, at speed, with my ribs bruising against his forearm. 3 roads, that's all it is. The defender takes damage and gives it back. They're the ones who stand in a gate. They get slower and heavier, and eventually they stop being a person in a doorway and start being the doorway. Combat essence is technique, precision, leverage, the direction a thing is already going. That's Thane's road, and it's mine by adoption, and it's the one that's supposed to plateau early and doesn't if you're stubborn. And then there's the Ravager. Growth only through continuous war, said Thane over the sound of his own boots. Not fighting, war. It has to be organized, it has to be sustained, and it has to have stakes. A Ravager in peacetime is a man standing still. A Ravager in a 20-year campaign becomes something the histories name. Is that what the king is? Which king? Arthur. Thane was quiet for a few strides, which for him was a paragraph. The undefeated king, he said. 9th stage. Do you know what his title means? Everyone thinks it's a boast. It isn't. It's a description. He has never lost. Not a war, not a duel, not an argument that came to blows. Not once, in a lifespan I can't give you a number for. He adjusted his grip on me without breaking stride. Just like his title says, invincible. That's not a title. That's a job description. Yes, said Thane, it is. We got to the edge of the world before dawn on the 2nd day, and he set me down, and I fell over. He gave me 4 hours. Then we went over the side. 5 hours on the vine, and he did it slower than I would have alone because he was matching my pace and pretending he wasn't. Somewhere in the 3rd hour, he stopped on a ledge and dug a firefox out of the snow that had drifted onto it and turned it over in his hands. Cold didn't do this. It's frozen solid. It's frozen because it's dead in a cold place. That's not the same thing. He put 2 fingers on its chest, and his face did something. Its essence is wrong. It's not spent. It's not drained. It's the wrong shape. He set it down. I've been alive 150 years, and I've never touched anything like this. Then we went through the layer, and the cold stopped, and 40 minutes later we came off the last vine onto flat ground in warm air, and I saw Mirror Lake. I don't have good words for it, and I've tried. 300 hectares of standing water 30 centimeters deep, dead flat, with no wind on it at all, so that every single thing above it was in it. And we'd come down at night. So there were stars underneath us, all of them, sharp as pins, going away to the horizon in every direction. And when I walked out into it, the water came over my boots, and I was standing in the sky. The temperature at the lake edge was 45 degrees. 45. 15 minutes of climbing below a wind that kills. I stood in warm water at the bottom of the world with the sky under my feet, and I forgot, for about 9 seconds, every single thing that was wrong. Then the map lit up red, and Thane said, "Caleb, don't come down, provide cover." They came out of the dark at the tree line, and there were a lot of them, and I did not provide much cover. I shot. I shot well. I put arrows into 4 things, and 2 of them went down. But what actually happened in that clearing was that a 150-year-old man walked into a mass of magic beasts and took them apart with his hands. And the thing I remember is not the violence, it's the economy of it. He never took a step he didn't need. He was never anywhere twice. 2 tree spirits came at him from opposite sides, and he reached up and took the head off one, and then he was holding the body by the neck, and he hit the second one with the first one, and the corpse worked as a weapon. Advantageous Strike doesn't care whether the thing in your hands is a sword or a dead colleague. It finds the direction it's already going and agrees with it. He got one in each hand and used them like chainsaws for about 90 seconds, and by the end, there was nothing left standing in the clearing, and he was breathing slightly harder than a man who has climbed some stairs. I got 2 things out of that fight while I stood in warm water watching it. The panel hit level 5 and gave me a taskbar. That's the one that changed how I lived. It gives out jobs. Not quests handed down by a wise old man, just objectives, generated by something in the machine that has been paying attention to what I was already trying to do, and each one comes with a reward attached that it will not describe until it's finished. There were 2 on it that first night: cultivating new cold-resistant crops, and investigating the truth behind the changes to the world. Reward: 1 hidden map. I stood in the shallows and read the second one about 8 times. Because a machine that had never expressed a preference about anything had just told me it wanted to know. The other thing was weakness investigation out of the hunting module, and it does what it says. Point it at a living thing for long enough and it starts underlining. We went south for 2 days. The land came up in hills, and the temperature followed the height like a rule. Low ground was warm, ridges were hot. There were streams in the valleys that were boiling, actually boiling, with steam standing over them in the still air, and things living in them that I did not investigate. "We need a 5th stage," said Thane on the second morning. "To fight?" "To open." He was scanning the ridgeline. "Anything below the 5th is just an animal with more of itself in it. At the 5th, essence starts to have a shape. If this world's essence is being changed, a 5th stage body is where it would show, because a 5th stage body is the first one that could refuse." Refuse? "Below the 5th, said Thane, "a creature is what the world does to it. At the 5th, it starts having a vote." We found the web on the afternoon of the 3rd day. Not a web. Webs. The forest ahead of us had been furnished. Every gap between every trunk, from the ground to about 10 meters up for as far as we could see into the trees, was strung with gray cable. And the cable was not thread thin. It was rope. It was thicker than my finger. Nothing moved in there. That was the awful part. It was completely still. The spiders came out at 400 meters, and they were 2 meters across the legs, and they came in a mass, dropping out of the canopy on lines. Thane killed the first 2 with his hands, and then he was holding them by the abdomen, and after that, it was the corpse chainsaw again. And I got up a rock with the bow and did what I could, and for about 6 minutes, it was working. Then something came out of the canopy that did not drop on a line. It jumped. It was black, and it was matte, no shine on it anywhere, and it was smaller than the others, which I registered too slowly to be useful. It came down at an angle across 20 meters, and it went through the space where Thane was blocking with a corpse in each hand, and one leg went through his left arm above the elbow. He didn't shout. That's the thing that told me how bad it was. He looked down at his own arm with a black spike through it, and he did not make a sound. And then he stepped back, and the leg came out, and the arm did not do anything at all. The ground under him started smoking. Weakness. Investigation had been running on that spider for 11 seconds by then, and it gave me an underline, and the underline was on a spot on the underside of the abdomen about the size of a plate, and I had 1 radiant mithril arrow left in the world. I took it at 40 meters on a downward angle from a rock at a target that was moving. I have replayed that shot more times than any other thing I have ever done. It went in. The spider came apart. Not physically. The brilliant antimony steel tears essence, and this thing was made of the stuff, and the hole did not stay a hole. It kept opening, and everything it had went out of it in about 4 seconds, and what came down onto the forest floor was a shell. Thane was already running. He went up into the crowns and started jumping, tree to tree, with one arm hanging, and I went after him on the ground. And for 9 minutes, I did the fastest running of my life underneath a man leaping through a canopy, and I would have lost him in the first 30 seconds if the map hadn't been putting a green dot in front of me. Then the green dot came down. He hit the ground at the base of a slope and did not get up cleanly. He was on one knee when I got there, and his left sleeve was gone, and I could see up the arm past the elbow, and the bone was not white. It was gray. It was gray and it was pitted, like limestone left out in the rain, and while I was standing there looking at it, a piece of it came away. The venom was eating him from the inside out at the speed of a burning fuse. "Get back," said Thane. "I've got the antidote. You have a hunting antidote for hunting spiders." He was already gripping his own shoulder. "Get back." He tore his arm off. I want to write that sentence badly, so that it sounds the way it happened. He took hold of his own left arm at the shoulder with his right hand, and he pulled, and it came away, and he threw it, and it landed about 6 meters off, and the snow under it began to hiss and go black in a spreading circle. He knelt there and breathed for about 4 seconds. Then he said perfectly clearly, "Caleb, take this message back. The changes are due to the dragon beast. It is plundering this world's essence to advance to the 8th stage. Lord, say it back. The dragon beast is taking the world's essence to reach the 8th stage." Good. He got one foot under himself and failed to get the other one. "Now go, straight west, then north to the lake, then up. You'll do it in 2 days without me. Go now." I put my pack down. "What are you doing?" "You said your background is a lord," I said, "and that when a lord gives an order, it's because the person receiving it agreed to be under him." "Boy." "My background," I said, getting my shoulder into his ribs, "is a farmer under the city of law. If you want me to obey you, go and find somebody with the appropriate background." I have never in my life been so pleased with a sentence, and I have also never had less time to enjoy one, because 130 kilos of one-armed lord went onto my back, and my knees made a noise I hadn't heard before. He weighed more than I did by a factor I don't want to know. I did 4 kilometers with him before dawn. I want that number to sit there, because it took me 11 hours, and I did it with life essence burning out of me the whole way, like a candle held sideways, and at the end of it, I could not feel my hands. And then we came over the last rise before Mirror Lake, and I got down flat and looked at the map, and the shore was full of red dots. A new pack. 20, 30 spread along the water where we needed to cross, sitting exactly between us and the only vine I knew how to climb. I lay in the grass with a lord unconscious on my back and did the fastest, ugliest cost-benefit analysis of my life. Then I took the flower crown out of the bag and put it on my head. I stood up, in the open, in daylight, on the shore of the most beautiful lake in any world, carrying a dying man, wearing a circlet of green ivy with 2 small white flowers on it. And every red dot on that map turned yellow. I walked through the middle of them. Not around. Through. There was a thing the size of a bear at 11 meters that lifted its head as I went past and put it back down. I walked 300 meters across open ground through a pack of magic beasts with a man bleeding on my shoulders, wearing a hat that a 14-year-old girl would have called sweet, and not one of them moved. I want to make a joke here, and I don't have one. I've tried for years. Sometimes the stupid thing is just the thing that works. At the Vine, the taskbar paid out. Investigating the truth behind the changes to the world. Complete. Reward. Hidden map at the world's edge. It wasn't a map. It was one line of text, and it read like a riddle, written by somebody who thought they were being helpful. Beneath the vines, a waterway leads to a secluded place. A gentle knock with fire, and the door opens abruptly. I stood at the bottom of the world with a dying man on my back and read a riddle. Then I looked at the vines, and I looked at the water at their base, and I got out the torch. A gentle knock with fire. I held the flame against the vine mat where it met the water line, not enough to burn it, just enough to complain. The mat pulled back. It moved like a hand withdrawing from something hot, and it opened a gap in itself about a meter wide, and behind the gap there was black water going into rock. 5 or 6 meters of underwater tunnel, which is not a long swim unless you are doing it in the dark, in armor-weight clothing, dragging an unconscious man of 130 kilos who cannot hold his own breath. I did it in one go because there was no second go available, and I came up into a cave with a lake in it and light coming from somewhere in the ceiling, warm, with no wind, and in the middle of the lake there was an island island about 20 meters across, and the island was covered in flowers. I got Thane onto it, and he breathed, and I lay on my back on warm ground next to a one-armed lord and looked at a stone ceiling and did not move for a while. Then I sat up, and I noticed the sword. There was a wooden sword stuck point down in the middle of the island in a bed of white flowers. It was about a meter long, and it was clearly, obviously, unmistakably a sword, hilt and guard and blade, and it was made out of a plant. Commodity read it before I got there. Purple leaf vine appendage, a sapling. And then the second line, and I stopped walking. Capable of severing abnormal spatial connections. And the third line, which that machine had given me exactly twice in 3 years, and never for anything smaller than a mountain. Value immeasurable. I stood on an island of flowers under a stone ceiling at the bottom of the edge of the world, looking at a plant shaped like a sword that cuts space, and behind me, a man who had torn off his own arm was breathing badly in his sleep, and I thought, out loud, to the flowers, "You have got to be joking." Thane woke up 11 hours later, and the first thing he did was try to sit up, and the second thing he did was look at where his arm wasn't and say, "Ah. Ah." That's it. That was the whole reaction. Then he looked around at the cave and the lake and the island and the flowers and said, "Where?" I told him. All of it. The riddle, the fire, the swim. He listened with his eyes closed. "The spider," he said when I'd finished. "It's dead." "I know it's dead. I want to talk about it." He shifted himself up against a rock. "You saw it move. It jumped a gap between 2 branches that the others were using lines for. It arrived at exactly the moment my hands were full. That's not an animal being lucky. That's an animal that watched for 6 minutes and then chose. So it was smart." "It was corrupted," said Thane, "and it was smart. And here is the thing I have not been able to get out of my head since I woke up." He opened his eyes. "It liked it." I didn't say anything. "Every other thing down here is running," he said. "Everything at that edge, everything under that snow, every animal that climbed a vine to die in a wind, all of them are refugees. They're going away from something. And in the middle of all that running, we walked into a forest full of things that are staying, that are organized, that are sitting on the only road, and whose bodies have accepted the change instead of fighting it. They're a garrison." "They're a garrison," said Thane. "And a garrison implies a garrison commander, and we already know his name." I sat down on a rock. "There's a hole in it," I said. "Say it." "If the dragon beast is eating this world's essence to push to the 8th stage, and if he's got the road blocked with a garrison, then why is anything getting out at all? We watched 20 animals climb that vine in 4 minutes. He could stop that. He's got a whole forest of loyal spiders on the only path. Every single one of those refugees is a piece of evidence walking uphill." I looked at him. "He's letting them go." Thane was quiet for a long time. "Yes," he said. "I noticed that too." And I don't know. Lord, I don't know, Caleb. I have turned it over for 11 hours in my sleep, and I do not have an answer, and I am not going to invent one." He put his remaining hand flat on the rock. "Which is why, when we get back, and someone in that chapel stands up and says the way to solve this is to march everyone into Black Mountain, I am going to tell them no. They'll say waiting is worse." "Waiting is worse," Thane agreed. "Breaking through Black Mountain is stupid. Those are both true, and only one of them gets everyone killed this year." He looked at me with an expression I could not read at all. That's what governing is, by the way, in case you are curious. It's picking which true thing to act on. We got back on the 11th day, and the gate guard didn't challenge us. He took one look at the Lord's left side and turned around and ran into the town, shouting, which is not procedure. Mei Li had Thane inside 4 minutes and threw everyone out, including me. I went to the south fields, because that was the direction the smoke wasn't coming from, and that's how I found out what had happened while we were gone. There had been a harvest day, sort of. They'd started one. Then the spiders came out of the eastern scrub in the afternoon and got into the outlying farms before anyone with a bow reached them, and by the time it was over, 4 people were dead. I say dead. I went and looked, because somebody had to write it down, and the person who writes it down should look. The venom does not kill you and leave you. It dissolves what's inside and leaves the outside, and what they carried back to town was 4 sets of skin. That's the accurate description, and I'm giving it once and not again. Mei Li called it 4 pockets and then went and sat down. The fields themselves were craters. The spiders had gone through the wheat rows the way you'd go through a curtain, and where they'd fought there were pits blown out of the soil a meter deep with the edges cooked, webbing on the fence posts, a rooster walking around in the mud looking for a field. I ran the whole way to the greenhouse from there. I did not run to the wall or to the guardhouse or to see if anyone needed help. I ran to a glass building to see whether a chicken and 41 years of a dead man's records were still there. They were, all of it, intact, and Reese had even watered. I sat on the step outside for a while with my head in my hands. Keon found me there. He didn't sit down. 4, he said. I know. Grenig's family, all of them. On our side of the wall, in the afternoon, in autumn. He had his arms folded, and his jaw was doing something. How long are we going to keep saying that this is a place where people live? Keon, my father's been gone 7 years, he said, and everybody says he made it, and every single one of them says it in the voice you use for a thing you don't believe. He walked off before I could put anything together, and I let him, and that was a mistake I did not identify for another 8 months. I emptied the bag onto Reese's bench the next morning, and he made a sound like a man being winded. Tusks, antlers, the whole hide of a firefox, all in one piece, red and still with the shine in it. Vine cable off the edge of the world, 20-odd ice badger claws, sinew in full lengths, 2 spider legs that I'd taken out of curiosity and immediately regretted carrying. Reese picked up the fox hide with both hands and held it up to the window. There's no cut marks. No. There's no cut marks anywhere. How did you get it off? Carefully. You didn't get this off carefully. You'd have to open it somewhere. That's how skin works. He turned it over twice, and then he put it down and looked at me, and I watched a 19-year-old artisan decide, on the spot, not to ask. They're in such great condition, he said instead, in a slightly strangled voice. All of them. I've never seen materials in this condition. Elias has never seen materials in this condition. I could make anything out of this. Then make anything. Do you know what you're saying? I've got 11 more ice badgers in a shed. Reese put both hands flat on the bench and stared at the wall for a while. The spider legs got me a title, which got me the single most ridiculous piece of equipment I have ever owned, and I would not give it up for a kingdom. Spiderbane. And with it, an octopus spider web hook. 8 lines, each one 8 meters. Each one will take 150 kilos. I found out what that meant in Reese's workshop, alone, at 11 at night, by firing one at a ceiling beam and having it take my full weight instantly and without warning, so that I went from standing on the floor to hanging under the roof in about 1/5 of a second. I hung there, upside down in the dark for a bit. Am I turning into a spider person? I said, to nobody. Then I did it 11 more times, and then I worked out that if you fire 2 and let one go, you swing, and then I broke Reese's window. I did clean the ceiling while I was up there. It had been bothering me. They put 22 Awakened in the chapel again 8 days later, and this time it went wrong. The difference was that last time it was a mystery, and this time it was a bill. 4 dead on our own farms. The Lord with 1 arm, and every person in that room had heard the words, "The dragon beast is plundering this world's essence to advance," because Thane had made me say it out loud in front of all of them, exactly the way he'd made me say it back on my knees in a forest. Elias spoke first. He'd clearly waited to be first. "Then we do nothing," he said. "Say that again," said Dan. "An 8th stage advancement is not a small thing. It's the largest thing that happens to a living creature. Most who try it fail, and failing kills you." The old artisan put both hands on his stick. "So the beast is standing on a ledge it may well fall off. If it fails, it dies, and everything it's been draining comes back, and this world rights itself without a single one of us going anywhere. We wait. And if it doesn't fail, then it doesn't. Then it doesn't," Dan repeated. "Then there's an 8th stage thing 4 days' walk from this wall, and this world is a block of ice, and every one of us is dead inside a year. That's the other half of your sentence, Elias. Say the other half." "I'm aware of the other half." "You didn't say it." Mei Li cut across both of them, and the room let her, because she was 90 and had delivered most of it. "How long does an 8th stage advancement take?" Everyone looked at Thane. 6 years, he said, 10 at the outside. That's from the books, and the books are old. "Then we have 6 years. "We have 6 years, said Thane, if the books are right, and if it started when we think it started, and if nothing accelerates. And then Kenji stood up. He didn't raise his voice. That's what made it work. He stood up in a room of shouting people and spoke at a conversational volume, and everybody leaned in to hear it, which is a trick I have since learned to recognize. 6 years, he said. Very good. I'd like to talk about the children. Nobody said anything. There are 411 people in this town under the age of 12. In 6 years, the eldest of them will be 18, and if the answer is still wait, they will have spent their entire childhood inside a wall, in a world that gets colder every season, being told by their elders that a decision is coming. He looked around. Even for the sake of the young ones, we cannot afford to waste the time. There was a murmur, a real one. I felt the room move, and Thane came out of his chair with one arm and hit the table hard enough to jump every cup on it. You're treating everyone's lives like a game. Lord. No, you'll hear this one. He was not shouting. He was worse than shouting. I know exactly what your situation is, Kenji. Everyone in this room knows, and nobody says it. A merchant's technique feeds on trade, and real trade means distance, and there is no distance left in this world. You have been standing still for 11 years. Not slower, still. Your technique has not moved a hair since the passage broke, and it will not move again until a road opens. The room had gone completely silent. That is a genuine tragedy, said Thane, and I am sorry for it, and it is not a reason to enchant 3,000 people into spending their lives opening an escape route for you. Kenji stood there. His face did not change at all, which I noticed, and which I did not understand until much later. A man who has been accused unfairly gets red. Kenji went nowhere. Lord, he said evenly, I will remember that you said that in front of everyone. Good, said Thane. Remember it exactly. I went home and built a woodshed because I had to put my hands on something that would do what it was told. That's what the next 2 months were. There was a crack running through my town, and I could not do anything about it, so I dug a root cellar and put up a shed, and I want to explain why that wasn't hiding. I could have built the whole thing in a day. Axe, tree, logs, workbench, done. That's what resourcization is for. And I did the first wall that way and got exactly nothing out of it. No experience, not a crumb. So I did the second wall by hand. Felling saw, adze, chisel, my own arms, 4 days. Carpentry, beginner. I stood there looking at a wall that had taken me 4 days, and a wall that had taken me 4 minutes, and understood the shape of the entire cheat at last. It does not reward outcomes. It rewards the acquisition of skill, and the more the tool does for you, the less of it there is to acquire. If I let the machine build my life, I would end up with a very nice life and the hands of a child. So I built the whole rest of it by hand, in the cold, badly at first, and by the end of it, carpentry said master, and my palms had stopped splitting. The root cellar is where the water happened. I dug a pit, 2 meters by 2, about waist deep, to be lined later. It rained, which happens about 11 times a year, and is a whole event. I came out in the morning, and the pit had about a hand's depth in it, and I went to get a bucket to bail it. I poured 1 bucket back in, because I'm the kind of person who tests things. The pit filled. Not the bucket's worth. All of it. 2 meters by 2 meters by waist deep, to the brim, in about a second from 1 bucket. I stood there holding an empty bucket. Then I bailed the whole thing out again, which took 40 minutes, and I poured 1 cup in. It filled. I want you to understand that I sat on the edge of a hole in the ground for 2 hours that afternoon, filling and emptying it, in a world where every drop of winter water has to be melted over a fire that has to be fed with wood that has to be carried. 3,000 people, 11 weeks of hard freeze, infinite water. There was a catch, because there is always a catch. And I found it by putting a wilting seedling in a pot of it. The water goes on forever. What's in the water does not. Whatever essence a spring carries is finite, and the pool spends it, and after that it is very good, very clean, very ordinary water, which for a town in a frozen bowl is still the second best thing I ever did for anybody. And in the middle of testing that, I learned the other rule, the one that ended up mattering more. I resourcized a plank and did it carelessly and got a plank. Then I did one slowly, deliberately, pushing more essence into it than the job needed, and got a plank that the readout said would last twice as long. You can overpay. On purpose. And the thing you make comes out better than the recipe says. Nobody told me that. It isn't in any panel. I found it because I was in a bad mood and pushed too hard on a piece of wood. The workbench arrived the day the first task completed, and after that my life became a series of increasingly unhinged discoveries. 5 wood makes a workbench. That's the recipe. 5 pieces of processed timber and about 9 seconds and you have a bench that turns raw material into things. Furniture. Fine. Torches. Fine. A better bow riser, an arrow jig, a proper drying rack. Then I put fresh potato flowers on it out of curiosity, and the bench made a crown out of them. A dryad crown. Same idea as the ivy headband, stronger, prettier, and pink. I sat and looked at that for a while. Here is a thing I had begun to notice, and it went on for 2 years and it never once let up. That machine gave me a great deal. It gave me a bag, and a map, and a book of weaknesses, and 8 spider lines that could hold a horse. And every single time it wanted to give me something that would keep me alive against overwhelming odds, it made it out of flowers. A pink crown. Azure earrings, later, which we'll get to. And at one point, and I am not going to soften this, a pair of fluffy gray rabbit fur shoes. I put the crown in slot 6 with the ivy one and said out loud, "I know what you're doing." The bench did not respond. It never did. And then it showed me a recipe I couldn't make, which is the cruelest thing an interface has ever done to me. Dryad crown plus fairy anklet plus thorny ring equals forest brooch. I had one of the 3. I did not know what the other 2 were, where they came from, or what the brooch did. The readout would not say. It just sat there in the list, grayed, complete with its little plus signs, being a locked door in my own kitchen. I wanted on the record that I said the word urgent out loud, approximately 9 times in the following minute, and that in the process of pacing, I walked backward into my own infinite water pit and went into the chest. The last thing the bench gave me that month was not funny at all. Deep freeze, radiant antimony arrow. Reese's 3 had been the best objects in the world, and they had one limitation, which is that brilliant antimony steel tears essence at the point of impact, and you still have to hit something that matters. These didn't. A hit anywhere on anything below the 5th stage ruptures its essence. Not the weak point. Anywhere. A leg, a wing, the edge of a shell. I made 4, and they took a frightening amount out of me, and I sat on the floor of my greenhouse afterward looking at 4 arrows in a row on the bench. Then I put my head back against the chair Lars bought me and thought, very clearly, this is a weapon for killing a garrison. Keon came at night, which is when he did everything now. He didn't sit. He stood in the middle of my floor with his hands in his pockets. She's for it. For what? The breakthrough, Black Mountain. He was looking at the floorboards. Kenji's been talking to people for 2 months, and it's working, and my mother is one of them. She hasn't said it in the chapel yet. She said it at our table, to me. I put the all down. And then last week I said out loud at the same table that I thought we should go, and she took my head off. He looked up, and he was 17 and furious and about 9 years old. The same position, the same words. Out of my mouth, it's a child being stupid, and out of hers, it's a hunter's assessment. That's not the same position. It's the exact. It isn't, and you know it isn't, and that's why you're this angry. I got up. She wants a road opened by 200 armed people over 2 years with supply lines. You want to walk out of the gate at 17 with a pack. Those aren't the same sentence, they're just the same words. Keon said nothing for a while. My father walked out of the gate, he said. I know. And everyone still tells me he made it. I looked at him standing there in my cabin, and I thought about a man in a good coat lying on a hillside in the snow with 3 holes in him, who had told his sister he was going home. Keon, I said, life isn't only about breaking through Black Mountain. He laughed. It was not a good laugh. That's easy for you, he said. You've got a greenhouse. Thane gave me the coordinates of the old quarry on a morning in what should have been high autumn, and we walked out there together, and that's the conversation that took the top off my own head. He was one-armed by then and had stopped noticing. He'd learned to do everything, including buttons, in about 6 weeks, in private, and had come out the other side pretending it had never been an issue. We talked about Gareth on the way, because I'd asked what an organizer actually was, and I'd asked because the word had been sitting in my chest for 3 years. It's a school, said Thane, not a common one. The technique runs on administration. On what? On people, organized. The more of them you manage, and the better the arrangement holds, the stronger the organizer is. A man with a village is worth a decent second stage. A man running a city of 200,000 is a monster. He shrugged the shoulder he still had. It's the only school where you get stronger by doing paperwork, which is why nobody romantic ever takes it. I stopped walking. Thane went another 3 steps and turned around. What? I was standing on a frozen cart track at the end of the world, and I was 13 years old in a burning square. The headman of my village was an organizer, I said. Was he? His name was Gareth. He stamped his foot in the square once and moved the ground. My mouth was dry. And the law knight said something. When he came in through the wall, he said, "The organizer's power comes from the people he manages. Anvil has too few people, and he is weak." Thane waited. "He burned all of it," I said. "Yes. Not the mill, not the headman's house, not the people who'd actually fed her, because he didn't know which ones those were, and he didn't care. He put a ring of fire around the entire village first, closed, before he did anything else. And it went around the outside and came inward, and it walked past cabbages and dogs and went for people, specifically." "Yes," said Thane. "It wasn't a punishment," I said. "It was a subtraction. He wasn't burning a village that had sheltered a rebel. He was reducing an organizer's numbers, so that the fight would be easy. He was going to have to fight Gareth, and Gareth's strength was 300 people, so he removed the 300 people first, and then fought him." The wind went along the track. "I've been angry about a straw deer for 3 years," I said. Thane didn't say anything for a while. Then he started walking again, and I fell in beside him. "You want to know the worst part?" he said eventually. "No. I'm going to tell you anyway, because you're 16 and you're going to be governing something one day, God help whoever it is." He kept his eyes on the track. "That's not a monster's plan. That's a competent officer's plan. If your task is to arrest an organizer with minimum casualties on your own side, then reducing his base first is correct. It is the correct answer. It's in a book somewhere with a diagram." "That's obscene." "Yes." "Then why say it?" "Because you're going to be in a room in about a year," said Thane, "with people who want 2 different things, and you're going to find out that there is always a correct answer, and that having one does not make you a good man." He looked at me sideways. "Kenji has a correct answer. Elias has one. I have one. All 3 are correct, and 2 of them kill everybody." We walked in silence for about a kilometer. Then he said, conversationally, "If interests can no longer maintain authority, then among the remaining methods there is one called fear." I stopped again. "Lord. What was that?" "Nothing," said Thane. "An old man talking." He looked out over the fields, which were gray and empty, and should have had 4 weeks of growing left in them. "I can only express my regret to some people." And then the first snow started, and it was 10 days early, and we both stood there and watched it come down over a harvest that hadn't happened. The quarry gave me iron, and the iron gave me a month of the happiest work of my life. Smelting is not complicated, it's just miserable. You need heat, you need airflow, you need to stand next to it. I built the furnace by hand out of stone and clay because by then I had stopped even considering the shortcut, and I spent 11 days learning to read the color of a fire. What came out the other end? An iron horn great bow, and it is easy to be silly about a bow. It draws at a weight that would have broken my arm a year earlier. When it goes off, it does not make a bowstring sound. It makes a crack, like something structural failing, and you hear it come back off the hills. The arrows it throws will go through a spruce, an ice fang dagger out of ice badger teeth and steel, which holds an edge in cold that makes ordinary steel brittle. An ice badger mace, which is a mace with claws in it, and which is an ugly, stupid, effective object that I have used exactly 4 times and won every time. And armor-piercing heads by the dozen, which are boring and which have saved my life more often than everything else combined. The taskbar put up a new one while I was still sweating, the first gunshot. I stared at that. I stared at it for a long time, and then I went and found Reese and asked him whether he'd ever built a flintlock. And Reese said, "What's a flintlock?" And I sat down and drew one, and Reese's face did a thing I'd only seen twice before. The beast tide came at the quarry 3 days later, and it was a small one, and I enjoyed it. 20-odd animals came up out of the eastern scrub at dusk, driven west by whatever drives everything west now, and they came at the quarry because the quarry was in the way. I was on the spoil heap with the iron horn bow and about 90 arrows. It went on for 6 minutes. I killed 11. The crack of that bow coming off the quarry walls was so loud that after the 4th shot, the animals started flinching at the sound instead of the arrow. And when it was down to the last handful, I took out a wind whistle I'd made on the bench for a completely different reason and blew it, and they broke and ran. I stood on a heap of rock in the dark, breathing hard, with a bow that sounded like a storm and about half my arrows left, and I felt genuinely, uncomplicatedly good for the first time in months. Then I turned around, and there was a guard standing at the top of the cut. His name was Ryu, and he had come out to bring me bread, and he had been there the entire time. He didn't say anything. He handed me the bread. He went back to town. And by the following evening, every person in that place knew that the nun's godson had held a quarry alone against a tide. And about 11 days after that, Elias came looking for me, which he had never once done in 3 years. He caught me in the craftsman's hut with my hands in a bucket. "Boy, Master Elias, sit down." I did not sit down, and he noticed, and he adjusted.
"How many people," he said, "do you think have been in Hidden Frontier for 13 years?
"I don't know the number." "Neither do I exactly. It's most of them." He leaned on the stick. 13 years, not 10. The passage broke 10 years ago, but the last caravan that actually brought anything worth having came 3 years before that, and after that, it was 1 wagon a year of bad iron and worse news. 13 years since anybody in this town got a letter. "I'm aware." "You're not," said Elias. "You've been here 3. You arrived at 16 strong, and you've got a greenhouse and a bow and a title and a nun who'd break the world for you. You do not know what 13 years does." I put the bucket down. "They've lost their patience," said Elias. "That's the whole of it. It isn't a policy. Nobody's got a plan. They are simply out of the stuff that lets a person keep waiting. And when that runs out, people don't sit down quietly. They pick a direction." "And your answer is a mountain with a dragon on it." "My answer is a direction." "That's not an answer. That's a symptom." Elias's jaw tightened, and I thought for a second he was going to hit me with the stick, and I have since decided he considered it. "Then give me yours," he said. So I gave him mine. Standing in a workshop with wet hands at 16 to an artisan 4 times my age. Stay. Not wait, stay, which is a different verb, and I made a point of it. Read the records, all of them, including the ones nobody's opened. Survey the world properly, all 4 directions, which has never been done since the founding because there was never any reason to. Solve the food so that the clock stops being a clock. Find out what the dragon beast actually is instead of what 3 dead explorers guessed. And then, when we know something, act on the thing we know. Elias listened to the entire thing. Then he said, "All that you're saying is a waste of time." And he walked out. Kenji got to me 4 days later in the shop with 3 other customers in it, which was deliberate. "Ah, the surveyor," he said it pleasantly. "How long, do you think?" "How long what?" "How long is enough time?" He was wrapping something in paper and did not look up. "You've told Elias we should study the world. Very good. I'd like a number. 2 years? 5? Or shall we gamble that the outside sends someone within 10? The 3 customers had stopped moving. "Nobody's coming," I said. "No," Kenji agreed. "Nobody's coming. It's nice to hear a young person say it out loud. Everyone over 40 knows it, and none of us will say it in a shop." He tied the string. "So, your number." I could have given him one. That's the thing. I had a whole speech, and it had stages in it. Instead, I said, "There's an old saying in the school of death." "Is there?" "No one can beat death in a race." Kenji's hands stopped. Then he laughed, genuinely, once, and pushed the parcel across the counter to the woman waiting for it. "That's very good," he said. "That is genuinely very good, and it means nothing at all, and I think you know that." He looked at me for the first time. "Everyone in this room is in the race regardless. The only question on the table is whether we run." I went to the archive that night and read until my eyes went, and what I found was 2 dead men saying the same thing 80 years apart. The first was in Frontier Calendar, Volume 8, which nobody had opened since the binding was new. There was a messenger, that's the word they used, messenger, which apparently means something specific and honored in the wider worlds and means nothing here. His name was Corbin, and he came out of a place called Starhorn City, and he was 6th stage, and about 90 years ago, he went up Black Mountain to have a look at the dragon beast, and he did not come back. What came back was a raven. Somebody in this town took a message off a bird and wrote it into a book, and the entry is 4 lines long, and I copied it into my own notebook by candlelight, and I have it still. The dragon beast's mind is wrapped in a spiritual force that is beyond all reason. It is a mountain that even I find difficult to shake. The dense forest at the foot of that mountain is where I will be buried. I sat in a cold room with that for a long time. A 6th stage messenger who had walked through more worlds than anyone in our history went to look at that thing, and the part of it that stopped him was not the teeth. It was the mind. He got close enough to feel what was in its head, and he described it as a mountain, and then he went and died in a wood. The second book was the expedition map, the one marked Draft. Most of it is useless, rivers that have moved, a coastline drawn twice. But in the margin, on the 4th sheet, there's a hand I hadn't seen before, small and hurried, signed Zira. Zira had gone north to a place called the Marlow River, and she'd found a crack in the ground, and she'd gone down it a way, and she wrote that at the bottom she could feel what she called the breath of a living wind. Then nothing. No second entry. The map is a draft because the person drawing it stopped. I wrote both of those into my notebook and underlined nothing, because I hadn't worked out yet which one mattered, and it turned out to be both. The early snow took the hunt apart, and that's when it stopped being politics. Here's the arithmetic that nobody in the chapel had bothered to do. The town eats what the hunters bring. Always has. Farms carry the bread, and the hunters carry the rest, and the last 6 weeks of autumn are when the animals are fat and the taking is easy, and that is the 6 weeks that pays for winter. The snow came 10 days early, and then it kept coming. By the end of the first month, the take was down by half. Not because there was less game, at first, but because you cannot move. Snowshoes cost you speed, drifts cost you range, and every carcass has to be dragged home over ground that fights you. And then there was less game, because everything that could move was already moving west. I was out with Dan's second party in the middle of that when the wolves came. Not wolves, that's what we thought at the time. We were in a hunting cabin 8 kilometers out with 9 people in it, and there was howling at about midnight from 3 sides, and everybody got up, and Dan stood at the door with her hand raised for about 40 seconds, listening. Then she said, "Leave the meat." There were 11 days of hunting on the rack outside that cabin. 11 days of 9 people's work in a season where the take was down by half. Dan, leave the meat. Take the bows, take the packs, out the north side, now. And we did, and about 2 minutes after we cleared the tree line, the howling stopped, all at once, in every direction, which is a sound I would like to never hear again. They'd been keeping us in place while something came around. We lost 2 people that night anyway, not to the wolves. The wolves were the beaters. What was actually coming got in front of us on the north track, and it had spent the last hour spinning cable between the trees, and the first 2 men into it went in at a run in the dark. I was 40 meters back, and I heard it happen. What I did next was the first time in my life I used the full weight of everything I had built. I went up, spider hook into a spruce crown, and then across, tree to tree, 8 meters at a time, over the top of the fight instead of through it. From up there, the map was clean. I could see the whole shape of it, 11 red dots strung along the north track in an arc, all of them low and stationary, waiting. And I had the iron horn bow. The first shot came off the hills like a hammer on a door. Everything below me flinched. That's what I'd learned at the quarry, and I'd been thinking about it for a month, and I had been looking forward to trying it. I put 11 shots into that arc in about 90 seconds, swinging between crowns so that no 2 came from the same place, and by the 5th one, they had stopped hunting the hunters entirely and started trying to work out what was in the sky. Then I dropped to the track, got in front of the survivors, and blew the wind whistle. They went, all of them, at once, back the way they'd come, and there is nothing brave about that. They were driven animals, a long way from home, and something above them was making a noise like a mountain splitting. 7 people got back to the wall. It should have been 9. We came down the last kilometer, half carrying 2 of the wounded, and the relief arrived from 2 directions at once. Thane came from the gate, Kenji came from the south road with 6 men. From the middle, that was the exact moment the town stopped being one thing. Thane got to us first, one-armed, going through snow like it wasn't there, and he took the whole weight of the worst wounded man off 2 hunters and had him up in a carry before either of them had let go. And Kenji walked up the track and went straight past him to Dan, who was on her knees in the snow. He crouched down. He put his hand under her arm and got her up, and he said, quietly, in the voice you'd use on a person who is nearly finished, "That boy Kian is still waiting for you." Dan got up, and she walked back toward the wall with her hand on Kenji's shoulder for the first 30 meters, and she went past Thane without turning her head. I watched a hunter and a lord who had been friends for 25 years not look at each other on a snow track at 3 in the morning, and I understood that the argument in the chapel had stopped being an argument some time ago, and nobody had announced it. Kenji stopped as he passed him, just for a second. "Those magic beasts you provoked in Black Mountain," he said. "Keep your little schemes to yourself," said Thane. That's it. That's the whole exchange. 2 sentences on a snow track, and I would put them at the top of the list of the most expensive things anybody said that year. I brought Thane the idea 11 days later, and it did not come from wisdom. It came from a strategy game. I had played a great many of them in a life that ended at a desk, and there is a mechanic that appears in nearly all of them, and it appears in them because it appears in every history anyone has ever written down. When a faction's internal cohesion drops, you give it an external war. It works. It is horrible, and it works, and every ruler in every world has independently discovered it, usually around the 3rd year of a bad harvest. I put it to him in his study at 11 at night. "They're not actually arguing about Black Mountain," I said. "They're arguing because there's nothing to do. 3,000 people have been sitting inside a wall for 10 years being told to wait, and a person who is told to wait long enough will eventually go looking for a fight, and if you don't give them one outside, they'll find one inside." Thane was very still. "So give them one," I said. "There's a corrupted spider colony 14 kilometers east on our side of the river that has killed 4 of our farmers and 7 of our hunters. It's real. It's close. It's beatable. It has nothing to do with the dragon and everything to do with people being able to walk to their own fields. Organize it properly, make it everyone's, and put both sides of this argument in the same line." Thane came out of his chair. For a second, I genuinely thought I'd got it wrong. "Caleb," he said, "you're a genius. Why in the name of everything did we miss this?" "You didn't miss it. You've been holding a town together with one arm for 4 months. That's a kind sentence, and it's also not the reason." He was pacing, which, with a man that size in a small study, is an event. "The reason is that I have been thinking about the mountain for 10 years. Every one of us has. The mountain is so large in this town's head that a spider colony 14 kilometers away reads as a chore." He stopped. "It isn't a chore. It's a war we can win, and we have not won anything since before you were born." Then he turned around and said the thing I wasn't ready for. "When we re-establish contact with the outside," he said, "I'm going to name you the next manager of Hidden Frontier." I said, "No need. I'm planning to go home." The room got quiet. Thane looked at me for a long time. Whatever had been in his face went out of it. "Home," he said. "Anvil, in the city of law." "Which was burned." "Which was burned," I agreed, "by a man I want to have a conversation with." He sat down on the edge of the desk, which took some doing. "Then I'll tell you something, and you're going to dislike it," he said. "This town is splitting into 2. You know that. What you don't know yet is that there is no third place to stand. There's Kenji's answer, and there's mine, and every person in that chapel is being sorted, and the sorting is happening whether they consent or not." He looked up. "A man who refuses to be sorted does not get left alone. He becomes the thing both sides are worried about. Right now, you're a boy with a bow that they both like on their side. The day they work out you're not going to be on anybody's side, you stop being an asset and start being a variable. So pick one." "I'm telling you what the shape of it is," said Thane. "I am not telling you to pick. If you picked mine right now, I'd think less of you." "Then what am I supposed to do?" "Be useful enough," he said, "that removing you costs more than tolerating you." I went home and sat in Lars's chair for a while. That was the same night he went to talk to his daughter, and I found out about it 2 days later from Alara, in a graveyard, at night. Here's what happened. Thane had begun preparing Brennan as his heir, formally, which everybody expected and nobody objected to. And then he went to Alara's room and sat down and asked her to change what she was going to be. She was 15, and she had wanted one thing since she was 7, which was to be a life scholar. Volcano City, the compendium, the whole road. Lars had taught her the first steps himself in the greenhouse when she was 9, and I'd watched him do it. Thane asked her to join the School of Death instead. Not because it's stronger, because of what it is in that town. The chapel is the one building nobody touches. The nun buries everybody's dead, on both sides, for free, and has done for 50 years. And when the split comes, there is exactly one institution in that world that both halves will still walk into. He was putting his daughter somewhere the fighting couldn't reach. I found her out among the stones in a black robe 2 days later, and I didn't know what to say, so I said the wrong thing. You don't have to. Elara looked at me. 15, black robe, frost in her hair, absolutely composed, which was worse than crying. My father gave me a choice, she said, and I'm willing to take on this responsibility. Elara, he gave you a choice the way people give you a choice when I know how he gave it to me. She pulled the hood up. I'm not a child, Caleb, and I'd rather you didn't decide on my behalf that I've been tricked. He asked. I looked at what's coming. I said yes. Then, after a second, in a completely different voice, and if I'd said no, he'd have accepted it, and he'd have been frightened for 4 years, and I'd have watched him be frightened. We stood in the graveyard. Is the beach still alive? She said. 4 inches this year. That's better than last year. That's better than last year. Silver Birch was on the chapel step when I came back in, with a cup of something, the way she always was. You want to ask me about the shopkeeper, she said. How do you... Everyone wants to ask me about the shopkeeper this month. She shifted along the step to make room. Sit. I sat. He's a merchant out of Platinum City, she said. He came here 19 years ago on a 2-year contract, and the passage broke, and he never left. He is shrewd, he is greedy, he counts things that other people don't think are countable, and he has never once in 19 years given me a discount on candles. That's not an answer. It's most of one, she drank. He has never shown the slightest intention of betraying humans. That's a strange way to say it. It's an exact way to say it, said Silver Birch. I have known a great many bad men. Almost none of them were traitors. A traitor wants the other side to win. Kenji wants to go home. She looked out over the graves. That is a much more dangerous thing to want, because a man who wants his side to win can be reasoned with about methods. I spent 3 days on the ridge before the war, and I did it alone, and it is the single best piece of work I have ever done. I went up a 50-meter spruce with a telescope Reese had built out of a broken lens and spite, and I sat in the crown of it for 3 days like a man in a bird hide. Here is what I learned. 1. The corrupted poison spiders hold a territory with a hard edge. They do not raid past it. The 4 farmers died because the farms are inside the edge, not because the spiders came out. If you draw the line on a map, it is a line, and it has been in the same place for 6 weeks. 2. They are still building. The interior of that territory is being furnished, methodically, and there are more of them every day. 3. And this is the one I went cold about. I caught a hare on the second morning, and I asked it a question, in beast language, which is a sentence I never expected to write. I said the word for danger. It said 3 words back, and they were web, spider, big. Then I said the word for where. And it said the word for everywhere, and then it said the word for south, and it said the south one differently. So on the 3rd day, I went south along the ridge, 4 kilometers past where I was supposed to be, and I got up another tree. The spiders were not the only thing out there. There was a wolf pack, 60 or more, holding ground of their own. And past them, in the low country, something with too many legs that I still have no name for, in numbers. And past that, a lake with things in it. And every single group was separate. That's what stopped my breath. They were not mixed. There was no jumble of refugees. They were sorted by species, each kind holding its own ground, with clean space between the territories, arranged along the line of advance like a series of positions. I sat in the top of a spruce 4 kilometers past my orders and looked at that through a cracked lens, just like the clear division of human combat units. I wrote that down, those exact words, in my own notebook, with my hand not entirely steady, and then I underlined it twice, and I said out loud, to a tree, "This has to go back right now." I came down that tree so fast I took the skin off both palms. The speech was 3 days later, and I have thought about it a great deal since, because it was the best thing Thane ever did, and it was also a maneuver, and both of those are true. He gave it from the steps of the manor, with the whole town in the square. No platform, no guards arranged behind him. One man with one arm on 4 stone steps. He did not mention Black Mountain. He did not mention the Dragon Beast, or the Passage, or waiting, or leaving. He did not answer Kenji, or Elias, or any of the 4 months of argument, and by not answering, he made all of it look like something that had happened in a smaller room. He talked about the farms. He named the 4. Then he named the 7 hunters, all of them, in order, and he got every name right without a paper, and there was a woman near the front who put both hands over her face at the 5th one. Then he said the thing. Today, we have only one identity, residents of this town. And that was it. That was the whole speech. He stepped down and started organizing, and 400 people volunteered before dark, and the argument that had been eating that place for 4 months simply went underwater for a fortnight. It didn't die. It went underwater. And there's one more thing about that day, and I only learned it much later, and it belongs here. While every fighting body in that town was being organized to march 14 kilometers east, Thane quietly took 2 people he trusted absolutely off the roster, told them nothing except where to stand, and left them inside the walls. He was not worried about the spiders getting in. The first 4 days of that war were the best days that town had in a decade, and I am not being ironic. 211 people went east. Hunters, guards, farmers who could hold a spear, 3 artisans, and every awakened in the world except the nun and the physician. They cut the eastern edge of the spider territory back kilometer by kilometer in daylight, with fire and numbers, and it was, by the standards of anything that had ever happened out there, easy. Because they did it the way Thane organizes things, which is to say, boringly. Fire lines, rotation, water carried in, nobody passed the marker. A man whose only job was to count heads every hour. The town got its farms back on the 2nd afternoon, and there were people crying in a field about a fence. I was up in the crowns the whole time with the iron horn bow, which had become my actual job, and by the 4th evening I had started to relax, which is how you can tell you're young. The night attack came on the 4th night, and they knew when and they knew where. Here is the evidence, in the order I assembled it at about 2 in the morning while it was happening. 7 scouts came first, spread across a 2-kilometer front, and every single one of them approached from a direction that did not have a watchfire on it. There were 4 gaps in our line that night. All 4 had a scout in them. Then the main body came at the one place where the ground let them get within 60 meters of the sleeping camp before anyone would see them. They had not been out of their territory in 6 weeks. They came out on the one night when 211 people were on the ground in the open, and they came at the seam. Somebody had told them. I did not have time to have feelings about that until much later. What I had was a spruce, 8 lines, 90 arrows, and the 4 deep freeze shafts I'd made in a bad mood in a greenhouse. I have never worked so hard in my life. I moved constantly. That was the whole method. Fire twice, hook, swing, land, fire twice, move. The bow announced my position to the entire forest every time I used it, and the only counter to that was to never be where the sound came from. The deep freeze arrows went into the 4 biggest things I could find, and every one of them worked exactly as advertised. You hit a shell, a leg, the edge of an abdomen, anywhere, and the essence goes out of the thing like water out of a split bag, and what's left is a large, heavy animal that no longer works. Around the 3rd hour, Brennan got bitten. I saw it from about 30 meters up. He was holding a gap on the left with 11 men, and he took one on the shoulder, and I watched a 3rd-stage war school fighter with a warrior's heart go down onto one knee in about 4 seconds. I came down on a line, cut it, hit the ground running, and got to him with the antitoxin already out. The potion is made from spiders. That's the joke of the entire field of alchemy, and nobody in it thinks it's funny. I had built a distilling table in the corner of the greenhouse 2 months earlier out of glass Reese had cut for me, and I had spent 11 evenings turning corrupted spider glands into a basic antitoxin that stinks like a canal, and I had made 9 doses, and I had thought at the time that 9 was excessive. I got 2 into Brennan and put him on a snow wolf. Yes, a wolf. Dan had 4 of them by then. Long story, and it's hers, not mine. He went west across the snow, shouting at me about his position and his men, and I did not listen to a word of it. We lost 1 man that night. His name was Cole, and he had a wife in the tannery district, and he was 34, and he died in the gap Brennan had been holding, in the 11 minutes between Brennan going down and me getting there. I have never worked out what I could have done differently, and I have tried. By dawn it was over, and the ground east of the marker was covered in dead spiders. The panel gave me the Spider-Bane title properly, upgraded, and it gave me a miniature spider nest, which is a thing that sits in the bag and produces line, which I have used every single day since, and which I would trade for 11 minutes. The next 4 days were cleanup, and they were, in the flattest possible sense, a triumph. The territory came apart. With the main body dead, there was nothing holding the interior, and 200 people went through it in a line, burning cable, and by the 4th day, the eastern approach was open ground for the first time in a year. And the carcasses turned out to be food. This was not obvious. Nobody eats a corrupted spider. But the abdomen of the big ones is 9/10 fat and protein, and Mei Li tested it, and I ran commodity over 11 of them and got the same reading each time. And by the end of that week, there were 400 kilos of rendered spider fat in the town's cellars going into the winter. They came back through the gate on the 9th day, and the whole town was on the wall. "Long live Lord Thane," that's what they were shouting. I was walking about 6 people behind him, and I watched a one-armed man come home through a gate to that sound, and I watched him not smile, and I remember thinking that was strange. He knew what I knew. He'd known since the 2nd hour of the night attack. He went to Kenji that same night. He took me with him, which I have never fully understood, and I have decided in the end that he wanted a witness who could read a room and had no faction. Kenji received us in his back office at midnight with a lamp on and a cup of something at his elbow, which meant he had been expecting company. Thane put a thing on the table. It was a small set of scales, jade, about the size of 2 hands, with a pan on each side and a stem cut with a groove down the middle. It looked like an ornament. Kenji looked at it for a long moment. "That," he said, "is a courthouse instrument." "It is. From the City of Law. It came here 40 years ago with a magistrate who died," said Thane, "and it has been in a box under my floor ever since, and this is the 3rd time it has ever been out." I stood by the door and did not breathe. I knew what that was. I knew what it was the way you know your own name, because I had grown up on tax paper stamped with a sword with thorns growing up the blade, and because the whole legal architecture of the world I was born in rests on the fact that in front of one of those, a lie has a weight, and the weight can be seen. Kenji put his hand on the left pan without being asked. "Ask," he said. "Did you betray the humans of this world?" And the room waited. The stem stayed level. It did not tremble. It did not dip. It did not do any of the dramatic things I had been braced for. It simply stayed exactly level, which is the answer, and which means the sentence just spoken was true. Thane looked at those scales for a long time. "Again," said Kenji, "ask it however you like. Take your time with the phrasing. I'll sit here all night." "Did you tell anything to the spiders?" Level. "Did you cause the information to reach them?" Level. "Did you know the attack was coming?" Level. Thane picked up the scales and put them back in the cloth. "Then somebody else did," he said. "Yes," said Kenji. "Somebody else did." He picked up his cup. "And you came to me first, at midnight, without a guard, because you had already decided it was me. And now you are going to have to walk home through a town you organized, knowing that you were wrong, and that the person who did it is still in it." Thane said nothing. "Lord," said Kenji, and for once there was nothing arch in it at all. "I want to leave this world. I have wanted it for 11 years, and I will still want it when I am dying. That is not the same thing as wanting anyone here to die, and I would like you to write down somewhere in your own hand that on this night a stone told you so." We walked back through the town at 1 in the morning. At the corner by the well, Thane said, "That went badly." "You got a real answer." "I got a true answer," he said. "They are not the same thing, and I have been governing for 100 years, and I still walked in there wanting it to be simple." The rewards came in over the following week, and I was so pleased with myself that I did not notice what the last one meant for 9 days. Silent Blade, which is a passive on the panel, and which does exactly one thing. Your first attack makes no sound at all. Not muffled, none. No cloth, no draw, no impact. Once every 12 hours. Then 2 earrings, and here we go again. Frostwind and Azure. Cold resistance and something to do with clarity, both genuinely excellent, both unmistakably jewelry, both extremely blue. I wore them at night, alone, in a greenhouse, where nobody could see. That is the single most cowardly thing in this entire account. And a pair of lucky rabbit's feet, which improve the quality of what you find, and which came as a pair of soft gray shoes with fur on them. At this point, I sat down on the floor of my own workshop and addressed the ceiling. I have killed a 5th-stage spider, I said. I have carried a lord 4 kilometers with a torn shoulder, and your reward structure has produced a flower crown, 2 blue earrings, and a pair of bunny slippers. The panel did not respond. It never did. Then Kenji came to the greenhouse and put 5 plants on my bench, and that one I didn't have a joke for. They were wild, roots intact, soil still on them, wrapped in damp cloth by somebody who knew how. 2 tubers I recognized, and 3 I didn't, and one of them was a cold country grass with a seed head I had been reading about in Lars's notes for 8 months and had never seen alive. Where did you get these? I dug them up. I walked out to the south scrub and I dug them up, said Kenji. Over 4 days, personally, with a trowel, at 50 years old, and I would appreciate it if you didn't make me describe the state of my knees. I stood there. What do you want? Nothing. Kenji. Nothing, he said. Not a favor, not a debt, not a report. If you'd like to pay me 2 silver for them so that we're clean, I'll take 2 silver, and I'll thank you for understanding me. He put his hands in his coat. No matter what happens in the future, stable food production is always the most important thing. Then he left. I stood in the greenhouse with 5 wild plants and a completely rearranged model of a man, and I have to tell you that in the following 2 months, when I was watching him for signs, that bench of plants did more to blind me than anything he ever said. The crops came right 11 weeks later, 640 variations. That's what it took. 640 in 11 weeks, which is a number that Lars would have needed 6 centuries for, and which I got by hitting the workbench until my essence gave out, and then sleeping and doing it again. Cold-resistant potato, cold-resistant wheat. Not miracles, that's the thing I keep having to say. They don't yield more, they don't taste better, they can't be improved further, and their children are ordinary in every way except the one that matters. What they do is set fruit at a temperature that would kill the old stock and finish in a season that is now 3 weeks shorter than the one I arrived in. The taskbar closed the objective and gave me food making, and I looked at that reward and felt cheated. Cooking. I had solved the food supply of an entire world, and the machine gave me cooking. Here is what food making actually is. There's a bar, not a recipe, a bar with a green zone in it. And while you cook, the marker moves, and if you stop in the green zone, the food is good, very good. There is also a very small band in the middle of the green zone that the interface will not name and that I have hit 11 times in my life. I made a steak at 2 in the morning under the statue of Hawkendale because the Manor kitchen was the only place with a proper grill, and I had permission and no shame. I hit the middle band. I ate it standing up in an empty square in the snow at 2 in the morning, and I said, out loud, with my mouth full, "This is outrageous." And it was, because it was the best thing I have ever eaten in either life, and because 30 seconds later, my life essence broke through. Seed of life became sprouting seedling. I want to sit with the shape of that. 3 years earlier, I had sat at a table in a chapel with a piece of bread I physically could not bite, and an 80-year-old woman had pushed a cup of water at me and said, "Soak it." And that was the level of my relationship with food. And now I had gone up an entire stage of my own life force by cooking something correctly. I laughed so hard in that square that a guard came to see what was wrong. The sprouting seedling gives about 30% on everything for a few minutes and then leaves you flat, which is a fair trade and which I have never once regretted spending. And that was the night I looked up. I was standing under the statue with grease on my hands, looking at a bronze man in traveling gear, with his hand shading his eyes, looking north, and I thought about the plaque, which says only, "The Great Explorer." And I thought about the fact that there were expedition teams in this world once, plural, dozens of them, and that they left. And then I thought the thing that had been sitting under the floor of my head for 3 years. They left. Their equipment did not. You do not carry an anchor into a hole in the world. You leave the heavy things behind, in the town, in the strong room, in the lighthouse, and you go. And if you don't come back, then in 10 years, there is a room in a tower with the best objects anyone in this world has ever owned, sitting in it, under a cloth. I went up the lighthouse at 3 in the morning. 311 steps. I counted because I always count. And at the top, behind the crystal, in a recess in the stonework that I had walked past 11 times without registering, there was a box. And in the box, there was a stone. Commodity took about 4 seconds, and then it gave me the longest readout I had ever received, and I read it 3 times standing on the top of the world with the yellow light on my face. Ancestral Spirit Core. The remnant of an awakened who attempted the 7th stage and failed. What is left when the attempt kills you is not a body and not a soul. It is the shape of the ascent, frozen at the moment it broke. And then the line that mattered. Anything below the 6th stage that touches it dies. I stood there. Then, because I am who I am, I read the rest, and the rest explained what it was doing in a lighthouse. That core is what makes the crystal burn. It has been powering the beacon at the end of the world for over a century, without maintenance, and it will keep doing it for a great deal longer than anybody currently alive. I stood on that platform for a long time and asked myself 3 questions, and I asked them out loud, which is a habit I picked up around then and never lost. First question, if I take it, does the lighthouse go out? Yes, obviously yes. There is nothing else up here. Second question, if the lighthouse goes out, what breaks? And I made myself answer that honestly, which took a while, because the answer is not navigation. Nobody navigates by it. There has not been a traveler in 10 years. What breaks is the thing a guard told me on the gate when I was 13, when I asked him why they bothered. And he looked at me like I'd asked why we bury people and said, for the ones who come back. Third question, if I don't take it, what happens? And that one had an easier answer than I wanted it to. If I don't take it, the world keeps getting colder because a thing on a mountain is drinking it, and in 6 years or 10, there is no town, and there is nobody to climb 311 steps, and the crystal burns beautifully over an empty bowl of hills until it doesn't. There is no version of this where the light stays on forever. There is only a version where somebody spends it on something. I got the spider hook out. I fired 1 line into the box and closed it, and lifted the core out of the recess without ever touching it, and I got it about 1 meter into the air, and the line burned through. Not snapped. Burned, from the point of contact outward, in about 1.5 seconds, and 8 meters of cable that will hold 150 kilos went to gray ash and fell around my boots, and the core dropped into the box and sat there. I looked at the ash on the stone floor. Right, I said. It took 4 more lines and 2 attempts before I got it into a lead-lined case Reese had built for a completely different purpose, and every line burned, and I lost the whole nest and had to grow another one over 3 weeks. And while I was standing there with the case in both hands, the taskbar spoke up. It offered me something. Ancestral spirits resurrected. That was the objective. It did not explain what it meant, and it did not explain what it wanted, and the reward line said, in plain letters, 1 additional module slot. I want you to understand what that is worth. I had 2 slots. 2. Getting the second one had cost the life of the best man I ever knew. A 3rd slot meant the map and the notes and the panel at the same time, permanently, no swapping, no cost, and I could not begin to guess what a 4th combination would unlock, because every single time that machine had gained a capability, it had rewritten what I was capable of. I stood at the top of a lighthouse holding a lead box with a dead man's failed ascension inside it. No, I said. I said it out loud, to the box, like an idiot. I'm going to use you against the dragon beast. I can only apologize. The offer went off the board. The panel did not argue, and it did not sulk, and it has never offered it again. I came down 311 steps in the dark, and about halfway, I realized the light behind me had gone out, and I did not look back at it. And by the time I reached the bottom, there were 4 people in the square looking up. There is a detail from that night that I did not chase for another month, and it belongs here because of where it eventually led. The old records say the lighthouse was built 100 meters from the edge of the world. That's in the founding charter. It's the reason it's where it is. They put it as close to the boundary as the ground would allow, because the whole point of a beacon is to be the first thing you see. I pasted out the following week, twice, in daylight, with a measuring line. 241 meters. I stood at the lip with a line in my hand and did the arithmetic 4 times before I accepted it. The world was getting bigger. Not the town, the world. There was 140 meters of ground between that tower and the edge that had not been there when the tower was built, and nobody had made it, and nobody had noticed, because who measures the distance to the end of everything twice in a century? I wrote it in the notebook under Zira's crack in the ground and Corbin's raven, and I put a line under all three, and I did not have an answer. I got one eventually. It came out of a hole in the bottom of a crater, and it was 2 meters across, and it was looking at me. There was one more thing in that town I hadn't opened, and it was a garden with a woman in it who was not from here. Martha had a walled garden on the north side, which, in a place where nothing grows outdoors for 8 months, is a statement. She was an artist out of the Seven Seas Alliance. She had come here 22 years ago to paint the edge of the world, and she had painted it, and then the door shut. She drank tea outside in February. She had a table and 2 chairs on frozen ground, and she took tea out there every afternoon, and the town thought she was mad. I went to see her because Elias had said the word waste at me, and it had lodged. "You're the nun's boy." "I'm the nun's boy." "Sit, that chair's colder, take the other one." She poured without asking. "You've come about the records." "How did you—" "Everyone who comes here comes about the records," said Martha. "I'm the only person in this world who's seen a library with more than 400 books in it. So about once a year, somebody arrives and asks me to remember something that was written down properly. I asked her about the founding, and about the expedition teams, and about whether anybody had ever measured anything twice. She answered all of it, and about half the answers were useful, and I have used 2 of them since. Then, while I was standing up to go, she said, 'You're very tightly wound.' 'I'm fine.' 'You're 17, and your shoulders are up by your ears.' She refilled her own cup. 'I'll make you a bet.' 'I don't. Learn an instrument. Anyone. You can borrow mine. There are 5 in the house. 1 month. If you can play something I'd sit through, I'll give you what's in the blue jar on my mantelpiece.' 'What's in the blue jar?' 'Something you can't buy in this world,' said Martha, 'and that I cannot use, and that has been in a jar for 22 years. I took the piccolo because it was the smallest. It is the only time I ever deliberately spent banked experience on something frivolous, and it is the least frivolous decision I ever made. I had a reserve by then. Months of it. Every kill, every build, every crop, all of it piling up in a bar that I had been saving for the next module, because I am, at heart, a hoarder. I put a whole afternoon of it into a wooden whistle. Piccolo. Mastery. In 1 day. And then I sat in a cold, walled garden in February and played for a woman who had not heard another person play anything in 22 years. Martha did not clap. She sat back in her chair with her cup halfway up, and she listened to the whole thing with her eyes shut. And at the end, she put the cup down and did not say a single word for about 30 seconds. And then she got up and went into the house and came back with the jar. Then she made me play it again, and she sang over the top of it. I did not know she could sing. Nobody in that town knew she could sing, because there had been nothing to sing to. And what she sang was an epic, in the Seven Seas manner, which is a form where you improvise the verses about whoever is in the room. There were 9 verses about me. They were extremely unflattering and structurally magnificent, and at one point, she rhymed something with the phrase, "a young hero," and then laughed so hard she had to stop and start again. I have never been so embarrassed, and I would do it again tomorrow. The blue jar had powder in it, fine, blue, heavy, and Commodity took a full 4 seconds and then told me it was ground high-grade gemstone out of the Azure Sea, and that its use was in synthesis, and that there was no other source of it in this world. "You've had this for 22 years. "I brought it to grind into a pigment," said Martha, "for a painting of a sky that I could not get right. I never got it right." She sat back down. "Take it. Do something with it that isn't a sky." I found the crater by reading a book that begins with the word 1. Frontier Calendar, Volume 1, the founding volume. Nobody reads Volume 1 because Volume 1 is 111 pages of an administrator establishing a supply chain, and the only interesting part is the last 4 lines of the 4th chapter, which somebody wrote in a hurry. Over 100 years ago, a star fell in the northeast. That's all. 4 lines. It came down over the hills. It was seen from the wall. The sky was bright. And then the entry goes back to talking about salt. Nobody had ever gone to look, because in the year it fell there was a beast tide, and by the time the beast tide finished, the people who saw it were busy, and then they were old, and then it was a story. I went northeast for 6 days. I crossed a frozen marsh that took a day and a half, and walking across a marsh in winter is the only situation in which winter is a gift. Then a white hill, long and shallow and completely featureless, that took most of a day to climb, and I got to the top of it at about 4 in the afternoon. The far side wasn't a slope. I was standing on the rim. It was more than a kilometer across. The ground inside it was black, not snow-covered, black, burned, and it had been burned so thoroughly that 100 years later nothing grew on it. The walls went down in terraces, and at the very bottom, small with distance, there were rocks that were glowing. Red, dull red, the color of an iron bar that's been out of the fire for a minute. Dozens of them scattered across the floor of the pit, and around them the black ground shimmered with heat. There was no snow inside that crater, not one flake. A kilometer-wide bowl of bare, warm rock in the middle of a world that was freezing to death. I sat down on the rim with my legs over the edge and looked at that for a long time. Then I found a tunnel. It was on the northern terrace, and it was not natural. It spiraled. Somebody or something had gone down into that crater in a widening turn, and the walls were smooth, and it went down for what turned out to be half a day of walking. I went down it. Of course I went down it. The meteorite came up out of the floor in slabs, and you could not pick it up. I found that out with the back of my hand, which is the correct way to test a hot thing, and which I did correctly, and which still cost me the skin. It's not warm. It is actively, continuously hot, 100 years after landing, in a hole in a frozen world, which meant 100 years of heat with no fuel. And I stood there in a tunnel with a burned hand and understood that I was not standing next to a rock. The pickaxe took me 2 days. I made it on the workbench out of iron and one small chip of the stuff that I got by dropping a boulder on a boulder, and what came out was a meteorite pickaxe, which has a property the panel described in 6 words: burns continuously on impact. I dug out 15 slabs. It took 11 hours, and I drank 4 liters of water out of a pit I dug and filled with a cup. At the end of it, my arms did not work, and there were 15 pieces of a fallen star stacked in a lead-lined case in my bag. Then I put them on the workbench, and the bench turned them into titanium, and I had never heard of titanium in my life. The word arrived in my head with the metal attached, the way beast language had. Light. Stupidly strong. Does not care about heat. And then I laid out 3 things side by side on the bench in the bottom of that crater. A lead case with an ancestral spirit core in it, 15 ingots of titanium out of a fallen star, and a blue jar of ground gemstone that a painter had carried across the worlds 22 years ago to paint a sky she never got right. The bench gave me a recipe. I read the name of it 4 times. Death of the Ancestral Spirit, Ascension, Brilliant Bullet. Then I read the description, and I sat down on the floor of the tunnel. Power sufficient to severely injure an 8th stage awakened, an instant kill for anything below the 7th. The synthesis took 3/5 of everything I had. Not 3/5 of my reserve, 3/5 of my essence, the whole standing pool, both sources, the accumulated work of 4 years of going to bed on time and eating at the proper hours and cooking things correctly, gone into a bench in a hole in the ground in about 90 seconds. I was on my hands and knees on the stone afterward for a quarter of an hour, and I could not have fought a hare. And there was a thing on the bench about the length of my forearm, tapered, seamless, and inside it, visible through the titanium the way a coal is visible through the grate, there was a light. It had a biography. That's the part that got me. Commodity gave me the object, and then it gave me a name, and the name came with 2 lines of something that was clearly the beginning of an epitaph, in a rhythm, in the way people write when they mean it. The mortal world, ablaze, burning fiercely. The glorious ancestral spirit, Seraphina. That's as much as I got. The rest of it was gone, worn off, or never recorded. I sat in a tunnel under a crater with a weapon in my lap and said the name out loud, because somebody should, and because it had been over 100 years. Seraphina, I said. Right. Let's go and do something about it. The crater floor was full of things made of fire, and they were the most fun I have had in my life. Meteor fire spirits, 2nd stage, about the size of a dog, made of nothing but flame and intention, and they come at you fast, and they set fire to absolutely everything. They are also, and I mean this respectfully, extremely stupid because they can be put out with water. I had a shovel and a cup. I dug 11 pits across the crater floor in a rough arc over 2 hours, and I put 1 cup of water in each of them, and each pit filled, and then I stood at the far end of the arc and made a noise. It took about 4 minutes. I got a meteor fire brooch out of it, which is a small, ugly thing that keeps you warm, and something called a blaze own emblem, which the readout described as immunity to flame up to 1200 degrees. I put that on and immediately did something reckless with a burning rock, and it worked. And I want you to know I laughed out loud in an empty crater. Then I went to the bottom, and the bottom had something else in it. The magma fire monster was 5th stage, and it came up out of a vent in the crater floor, and it was about 6 meters of moving stone with fire in the seams, and it threw fireballs that turned. I found that out in the first 11 seconds. I dodged one properly, cleanly, textbook, at 11 meters, and it came around behind me and hit the ground where I was going to be. It went through a slab of natural glass on the crater floor, and the glass did not shatter. It went liquid. They track heat. That's what took me 2 more near misses to understand. They are not aimed at me. They are aimed at the warmest thing in front of them. And out on a floor of black rock in a frozen world, the warmest thing by an enormous margin was a 17-year-old man. So I made the crater warmer. 31 pits. I dug 31 pits across the floor of that place over the course of a running fight that lasted an hour and 40 minutes, and I put a cup in each, and every one of them filled to the brim. And then the water started to boil. That was the whole plan. 31 pits of standing water on a floor of superheated rock produce steam, and steam produces a fog, and a fog full of hot, wet air is a fog in which nothing can tell which thing is the warm thing. The fireballs started missing. Not by a little. They went off in every direction, into pits, into walls, into each other, and I stood in the middle of a boiling fog at the bottom of a crater with an iron horn bow and lined up the shot I had been saving. Deep freeze radiant antimony arrow, last one, into the core. It went in and stuck and did not go deep enough. I could see it from 40 meters, a shaft standing out of a glowing seam in 6 meters of animated stone, and the essence was going out around it in a thin bleed instead of a flood, and the thing was still coming. So I shot the arrow. The flintlock was Reese's. He'd built it in 11 weeks off a drawing I'd done badly, and it had blown up twice in testing, and the third one worked, and I had been carrying it for 2 months with 3 lead balls because the taskbar had asked for the first gunshot, and I am incapable of leaving an objective open. I put a ball into the back of my own arrow at 30 meters. It drove the shaft the rest of the way in. And the magma fire monster came apart from the inside out. The taskbar closed, the first gunshot, and gave me a module. And the module was FPS, and the module gave me a crosshair, and I did not have 1 second to look at any of it because the core exploded. I have had a long time to reconstruct the sequence. At the time, it was one continuous noise. A 5th stage creature's core does not simply stop. When you rupture it with something that tears essence, everything in it comes out at once, and everything in it was heat. I had about 1.5 seconds. Survival construction, blocks of earth. It is the most boring function that module has, and I had used it exactly twice, for a wall on a woodshed. I put 6 of them around myself in a cube, and I put the last one over my head. The crater floor came up. I have no useful account of the next part. There was pressure, and then there was no sound, and then there was a sensation of moving that had no direction attached to it, and then there was nothing for a while. I came round somewhere dark with my face on stone. My constitution had gone to 20, that's what the panel said when it eventually came back, and I do not know how much of that was the fight and how much was the world deciding that anyone who survives that has earned a number. My ears were not working, not ringing, not working. I said a word out loud and felt it in my throat and heard nothing at all, and that lasted 11 hours and was the most frightening thing that had happened to me since a mill in Anvil. I was not in the crater. The floor had given way under the explosion, and I had gone through it with my earth block still around me, and I had fallen, and I was somewhere underneath. I got the torch out and got it lit on the 4th try. The chamber was enormous. That was the first thing. The light didn't reach the ceiling, and it didn't reach the far wall, and the air was warm and completely still and smelled like the inside of a stone. I turned around slowly with the torch up, and about 11 meters away, at the edge of the light, there was an eye. It was 2 meters across. It was open. It was gray, and it had a pupil, and the pupil moved, and it moved to follow the torch, and I stood in the dark under a crater with a burning stick in my hand, and a weapon in my bag that could kill anything below the 7th stage, and I did not reach for the weapon, because at that size, the arithmetic is different. The eye looked at me for a while. Then a voice came out of the floor, and the walls, and my own ribs, and it was slow, and it was tired, and it was the oldest thing I have ever heard. It said, "You are wearing my flowers." I took the flower crown off my head, looked at it, and put it back on. "Yes," I said, "I am." The dark moved, not all at once, in sections. What I had taken for the far wall of the chamber turned out to be a shoulder, and what I had taken for the floor sloping up turned out to be a forearm lying across it, and the whole thing shifted about a hand's width, and the sound it made went through my boots and into my knees. It was made of stone, not carved from it. Made of it, the way a person is made of meat, with grain and fracture lines and old mineral veins running through the places where a body has muscle. It did not stand up. I do not think it could. It was part of the rock in a way that had stopped being reversible a long time ago, and only the head and one arm and the great gray eye still belonged to anybody. "I am Terax," it said. "I was the spirit of these mountains." I put the torch in a crack in the floor so that both my hands would be free, which was a completely pointless gesture, and I have kept doing it my whole life. "Caleb," I said, "I know." "How do you know?" "You have been walking around on me for 4 years," said Terax. "We talked for about 6 hours. I am going to give you the parts that changed things, and I am going to leave out the parts where I sat down on a rock and had to be quiet for a while. The first thing was the name of the world. Hidden Frontier is what your people call it," said Terax. "It is not a world, it is an elemental realm." "What's the difference?" "A world grows, a realm was made." The eye closed and opened, slowly, which took about 4 seconds and which I found unbearable every single time. This place was a battlefield. The second war against the Abyss was fought here, and when it ended, there was very little left, and what was left was sinking. Sinking into what? The sea of lost souls. I did not ask a follow-up question about that, and it was not restraint, it was cowardice. "So I went into the ground," said Terax. "I put myself under what remained and I held it up, and after some time I could no longer tell where I stopped and it began, and after more time I stopped minding." "How long ago?" "Tens of thousands of your years." I sat down. "There's 140 meters of new ground between the lighthouse and the edge," I said eventually. "Nobody made it. Nobody noticed." "Yes, that's you." "That is me," said Terax, slowly. "It is not a gift, and it is not a plan. It is what a thing does when it lies in one place for a very long time and continues to try." Then it told me the rest of it, and the rest of it was about a man I had grown up paying taxes to. "Orin," said Terax, "the first of your city of law. He died at the other end of this war, on the far side, with the Lord of the Abyss dead beside him. They finished each other. That is why there is anything at all. He's a statue on a coin. He is a great many things now. He was, at the time, extremely tired." I laughed, which felt wrong, and which the mountain did not appear to mind. And then I asked the question I had been carrying in my chest for 4 years, and I asked it badly, and my voice did something on the way out. "Have you ever heard of a law knight?" The eye did not move. "No," said Terax. "They're from the city of law, Orin City. They enforce—" "I heard your words. I had never heard of this profession." A long pause, and the sound of stone settling. "I knew Orin's people when there were 900 of them, and they were living under a rock shelf and rationing rope. Whatever a law knight is, they made it afterward, and they made it out of something." I sat there in the dark under a crater and thought about a man standing on the head of a straw deer, saying that a harvest fire had been unlawful for 140 years. "You are awakened twice," said Terax out of nowhere. "What?" "You have 2 sources. Your life is the second stage. Your will is further along than that, and I cannot see the end of it, which is unusual." The eye considered me. "And your technique is not the shape of a 17-year-old's technique. It's a good technique. It is a finished technique," said Terax. "I want you to understand the distinction, because you clearly do not. Power comes in 2 parts. There is the amount of essence a person has grown, which takes years and cannot be hurried, and there is the structure they have built to use it with, which takes a lifetime to refine and which most people never finish. Almost everyone dies with a great deal of the first and a rough draft of the second. And me? You arrived with the second one complete. I didn't say anything. You did not build that in this life, said Terax. You could not have. You were 13 and you were carrying grain to a mill. Somewhere else, in some other place, you spent years learning to operate a machine of exactly this kind until the operating of it stopped being a decision and became a reflex, and then you came here and were handed one. I thought about 61 hours in a chair. So what does that make me? By your people's counting, said Terax, you are functionally the 5th stage, an ascendant. You have less essence in you than Thane has in his remaining arm, and you will use what you have with roughly 4 times the efficiency of anyone in that town, and the gap will widen every year, because you are not learning to build the structure, you are only filling it. I sat on a rock in the dark for a while. That is not entirely good news, said Terax. I know. Do you? A person who is strong before they are grown is a person who is going to be right about something important at an age when nobody will believe him, and he is going to remember it. I have thought about that sentence approximately once a week ever since. Then I told it about the dragon beast, and about the cold, and about the wall of dead animals under the snow at the edge of the world, and about 3,000 people in a bowl of hills who are now 4 winters into an autumn that never finished. Terax listened without interrupting, which is a thing that mountains are good at. I know, it said. I have been feeling it drink. It began about 7 of your years ago, and it has been getting worse. Then help. I cannot leave. You're a mountain. You are the mountain. The thing is on. It is not on me, said Terax. It is in Black Mountain World, which is not this realm. And I cannot go there because if I take myself out of this ground, then everything above me goes into the sea, and that includes your town, and your fields, and your lighthouse, and the woman who buries people. The great eye closed. I would like you to stop asking me. It is the only question I have been asked in 10,000 years, and I have answered it every time. I stood in the dark and did the thing I do, which is look for the trade. You said you might allow us to stay, I said. The eye opened. I said no such thing. You said the humans are living in your realm. You said it in that voice. You've been deciding for 4 years whether to let us keep doing it. Silence, for about 11 seconds, which under a crater is a long time. You are quick, said Terax. That is going to get you killed. Probably. Here is what I will say. The whole chamber shifted slightly. The humans came here, and I permitted it, because they were few, and they buried their dead properly, and because one of them once left a crown of flowers on a stone for no reason that benefited him. That permission has been running on habit for 100 years, and habits end. And? If you can kill the dragon beast beforehand, said Terax, then I might even allow these humans to go on living in this elemental realm. I stood very still. Say that again? You heard it. I want it in the same words. Kill the beast, said Terax, and they may stay. Something came up on the panel that I had never seen before, not a title, a status, protected by the mountains. And the taskbar, which had been sitting on the same objective for over a year, deleted it and wrote a new one, and the new one had 3 exclamation marks after it, which that machine had never once done in 4 years and has never done since. Dragon Slayer Warrior. I looked at 3 exclamation marks in the corner of my eye, in a cave, under a crater. You know, I said, when I got here, a woman spent the last of her life sending me to a place that was absolutely safe. The eye regarded me. This is a battlefield, said Terax, with a lid on it. Yes, I said, I'm starting to understand that. I came out of that crater 11 days later, and the world had gone wrong while I was underground. I knew from the first hour. There should have been a thaw by then. Every calendar in that town, every record going back to the founding, said that in the 11th week, the ice on the standing water gets a skin of meltwater on top of it in the afternoons, and that is the sign, and people mark it. There was no skin. There was no afternoon warm. There was nothing at all, in any direction, and the tracks in the snow had gone from many to few to almost none, and twice on the way home I walked a whole day without seeing a living thing. Spring did not come that year. That is how it happened to us. There was no announcement and no dramatic morning. The weeks simply went past and it stayed winter, and at some point everybody stopped saying when it warms up and started saying if. Dan said it out loud to her son at their own table, and Keon told me, and Keon was very calm about it, which should have told me everything.
She'd said, in the worst case, this may be the last winter we experience.
Keon left 4 nights later. He went over the west wall at about 2 in the morning with a pack, and the pack was full, and the reason the pack was full is that he had taken it out of Kenji's storehouse, and Kenji had let him. I found out at dawn because Dan came to my door and did not knock. She stood in the frame with her bow already on her back. He's gone. How long? 4 hours, maybe 5. Her voice was completely level, and her hands were not. West wall. He's going north. He'll cut around the ridge. He thinks I don't know that route, and I taught him that route. I'll come. No. Dan, no, she said. You are the only person in this town who can do the thing you can do, and there is a bad week coming, and you are not spending it walking me to a mountain. She pulled her hood up. Also, I'll move faster. She was at the door when I said it. I found it. She stopped. I told you I'd find the way out of here, I said. I found it. Not a road, not the pass. But there is a way, and I know what it is, and I know what it costs, and I am going to do it, and I am telling you now, so that when you catch him, you can tell him too. Dan stood in my doorway with her back to me for a long moment. Say it plainly, she said. I've had a lot of hope this year, and most of it was rubbish. There is a thing under the world that has been holding this realm up for 10,000 years, and it has made me an offer. And the offer is that if the dragon beast dies, we stay. Not survive, stay. And in my bag right now, there is an object that will kill anything under the 7th stage and badly hurt anything above it. She turned around. You're not lying, she said. No. You're not exaggerating either. That's worse. She looked at me for about 4 seconds. Don't tell anyone else, not this week. Not to calm anybody down, not to win an argument. Not if the Lord asks you directly. Why? Because, said Dan, there are about 40 people in this town right now who would rather the answer was theirs. Then she went out through the east gate, and Thane was standing on the road, and he moved out of her way and did not say one word to her, and she went past him and into the snow. I thought I understood what that meant. I didn't. I thought it was grief. It was the Lord letting his last 4th stage ally walk out of the town on the morning he was going to need her. Kenji moved that afternoon. Here is the picture, and I have carried it for years. The east gate. Snow coming down on fields that should have been 3 weeks into growing and were instead white and flat and dead. And in front of the gate, on the road, alone, one man. Thane had not put on armor. He was in a white shirt and a black hat, the same clothes he wore to sit at a desk, standing on a road in the snow with one arm, and there was nobody behind him. Kenji came up the road with 9 people. Awakened, all of them. Elias was there, leaning on the stick. 2 of the guard captains. A woman from the tannery whose name I will not write down because her children still live there. And Reese. Reese was at the back with a pack on, and he did not look up. They had carts. That's what breaks me about it, actually. They had loaded carts. They had planned this over weeks. They had done inventories and made lists and packed for a journey through a mountain pass with a dragon on it, and every one of them believed it was better than the alternative. Thane said one thing. Now, go back. Nobody moved for about 3 seconds. Then one of the guard captains went to walk past him. Not at him. Past. That's the detail that matters. He did not attack the Lord. He simply declined to acknowledge that the Lord was a wall, and he walked around him on the road with his eyes forward. Thane put him into the snow so hard that they had to dig him out. Then it was a fight, and it lasted about 90 seconds, and it was not close. 150 years of war school with one arm against 9 people who had spent a decade doing crafts. He broke a man's collarbone with the flat of his hand. He took the stick off Elias and threw it over the wall. He did not kill anyone for the first 80 seconds, and I have thought a great deal about the fact that he was clearly trying not to. Then one of them got a blade out and went for his blind side, which is the side where the arm used to be, and Thane turned into it and put a blade through his chest. First blood on the road outside the east gate, in the snow, in front of 9 people who had known that man for 11 years. And that was the moment the thing stopped being a protest. Brennan came at a run with 30 men about a minute later, and by then it was over, and by then it did not matter, because by then Kenji was gone. He ran, deliberately, early, at the exact moment the first blade came out, and not west toward the mountain, and not east up the road, but back into the town, toward the storehouses. Thane went after him alone because everyone else was holding 9 prisoners. I got the whole account of the next part afterward from 3 people and from Thane himself, once, in a room, and I am putting it here in the order it happened. Kenji stopped at the warehouse row and turned around and waited for him, which should have been the warning.
How, said Kenji, could I possibly ever be rid of you, this tiger lying across my road?
And Thane went down on one knee, not from a blow, nobody had touched him. He went down in the middle of the street with his hand on the ground and could not get up. And the reason is that he had been being poisoned for 11 weeks, not in one dose, in hundreds, through food he ate at other people's tables, and the smoke of certain woods, and a scent in a room delivered by 6 or 7 different people who each carried one harmless component, and none of whom knew what they were doing, so that no single person could be caught, and no single dose could be tasted. A merchant thinks in supply chains, and what it does, once it has assembled itself inside you, is eat life essence. It does not stop the heart or close the throat. It takes the thing that keeps a 150-year-old man standing and drinks it, and a one-armed lord who could run at 30 agility for 26 hours knelt in a street in his own town and could not stand up. Kenji walked over and raised the cane, and an arrow came out of the west and pinned his forearm to the ground. I had come in over the south wall about 40 seconds earlier because the gate was blocked, and I had been running for 11 days. Everyone who was there has described me to me since, and they all say the same thing. I had been underground in a crater. I had walked 11 days through country with nothing living in it. My coat was in strips. There was volcanic grit in every seam of me, and my hair and both eyebrows had been burned off on one side, and there was dried blood on my face from a cut I have no memory of receiving. 2 people who had known me for 4 years did not recognize me. Kenji was on his knees in the snow with his arm nailed to the ground, and he looked up at me, and he did recognize me immediately. "You," he said. I came down the street with the bow still up. "Do you remember the 5 plants?" He didn't answer. "You dug them up yourself. 4 days in the south scrub at 50 with a trowel. You wouldn't take a thank you for them. You made me pay 2 silver so we'd be clean." I stopped about 4 meters away. 3 of the 5 went into the cold-resistant lines. The grass with the black seed head is in every field on the south side right now under the snow, and it is going to come up, and it is going to feed this town through a winter that isn't going to end. Kenji's face did not move. "Thanks to the plants you provided," I said, "I grew crops that live in the cold. So this arrow is in your arm and not in your head." Then I said, "Antidote." "No." "Kenji." "There isn't one to give," he said, "and if there were, this would be precisely the wrong moment to hand it over, and you know that, because you're the only person here who has ever understood how I think." Thane was making a sound on the ground behind me that I had never heard a person make, and I stood in that street and did the only thing I had. I took the coin out of my bag, and I threw it into the snow in front of him. Gold, thick, 2 snakes swallowing each other, so that you cannot tell where either one begins. Kenji looked at it. "That's mine," he said. "It was. You gave it to me 4 years ago, for a truthful account of the edge of the world, and I gave you one, in order, including the parts that made the Lord look foolish, and you thanked me for it." I did not move any closer. "That was a fair trade. I'm offering you another one, the coin, back for the antidote. It's the only 4th stage object in this world, and it is worth more than everything else in that warehouse, and you have wanted it back since the day you handed it over. I'll be dead or imprisoned by evening. What use is a coin?" "None at all," I said. "That's not why you're going to take it." And there it was. I watched a 50-year-old man who had planned an 11-week poisoning across 6 unwitting carriers, who had built a faction out of nothing but patience and other people's despair, who had gambled his entire life on one morning and lost it about 90 seconds ago, though. Look at a fair offer lying in the snow, and he could not leave it there. He was a merchant. It was a good trade. It was, objectively, a good trade. And the technique that had been stagnant in him for 11 years for lack of a single honest transaction came up out of the ground and took hold of him. And I saw the exact moment it happened, because his shoulders came down. Inside pocket, he said. Left. The green one. 2/3 of it and no more. The rest will stop his heart. I got it into Thane in about 9 seconds. He came off his knees 11 minutes later, and I put my shoulder under his arm, and he was heavier than he had been in a forest with one arm gone, and I got him to the wall of the warehouse and sat him against it. He breathed for a while. Then he said, "Get me the box under my floor." I ran. I came back. I put a small set of jade scales down on a barrel between the two of them in the snow, with the whole street watching, and Kenji sat on the ground with an arrow through his forearm and put his hand on the pan, because there was no version of this where he wouldn't. Thane did not ask about the poison. He did not ask about the gate, or the carts, or who else was in it. He got himself upright against the wall, and he looked at me, and then he looked at the scales, and then he said the only question he had. "Caleb, do you really have a way to kill that dragon beast?" Everyone in that street turned to look at me. I put my hand on the pan. "That's right," I said. "I have a way." The stem stayed level. It did not tremble. It sat there in the snow, in the middle of a street full of prisoners and blood and overturned carts, perfectly, boringly level. And about 40 people watched a stone from the city of Law confirm that a 17-year-old farmer's son was telling the truth. Kenji closed his eyes. That's what he did. He didn't argue, he didn't spit, he didn't say it was a trick. He sat in the snow with his arm pinned, and he closed his eyes and let his head go back against the wheel of somebody's cart. And I understood, watching him, that I had not defeated him. I had made his last 11 years pointless, which is worse, and he had worked it out faster than anybody else present. 5 of them died in the end, not by execution. 2 on the road, 1 in the street, and 2 more from wounds over the following week. And Mei Li did what she could and told me afterward, at 90, in a doorway, that she had been a physician for 70 years and had never once treated a person hurt by another person from this town. Thane did not execute Kenji. I sat in the room when it was decided, and it was not mercy. 900 people are going to have to move to a crater in the northeast before the deep cold, said Thane. And it is 11 days out, and it will need carts and rations and a schedule and a person who can look at 300 families and tell you which of them can walk it. He was still gray around the mouth. I have one man in this world who can do that, and he is currently sitting in my cellar with a hole in his arm. He tried to kill you. Yes. That's it? Yes? He tried to kill me, said Thane, and he was correct that we cannot stay in this bowl, and both of those are going to be true for the rest of my life, and I would like you to go away now and let me be tired. Reese was tied at the east gate with the others when I walked out that evening. He looked up, then he looked down. I stood in front of him for a while, and neither of us said anything worth writing down. What he did say, eventually, was that they'd been told nobody would be at the gate, that Kenji had said it would be an empty road, that when the Lord walked out onto it alone, 4 of the 9 had understood in the same second that they had been used as the reason for something else entirely, and that he had been one of them, and that he had still been standing there. I put your things on the fence, said Reese. What? Behind the smithy, on the fence. I finished them last week. He wouldn't look up. You said 4 days once, years ago, and I've been 3 years late on everything since, so. There was a pack on that fence. Bear hide over an ash frame, the way he built the first one, but bigger and better and with the tabs redone, and when I got my hand into it, the panel counted 64. And a cloak. Heavy, oiled, the outside faced with the whole hide of a firefox in one piece, the one I'd brought back from a graveyard under the snow at the edge of the world and dumped on his bench with the tusks. Wilderness cloak. It keeps out cold and it keeps out wet, and it is the single most useful object I have ever owned. And a 19-year-old made it for me while he was starving, and then went and stood in a road against the man who taught me to punch a tree. I have never been able to be angry at Reese. I have tried. It is a genuine defect in my character. The taskbar paid out that week for the whole thing, all of it, 4 years of it, under one line. The true face of the world. Constitution +3, Strength +4, Agility +3, and an object called the Emblem of Mountains, which is a flat gray stone with nothing written on it, and which I have never once needed to explain to anything under this world's sky, because everything that lives on Terax's back already knows. I went to Alara last, before the chapel, because I had made her a promise in a corridor when she was 14, and I intended to pay it exactly. She was in the graveyard in Black, which is where she lived now. I'm going north, I said, through Black Mountain. Not the pass. There's a crack near the Marlow River that a woman called Zero wrote about 80 years ago and never came back from, and I'm going down it. I'll be gone at least a year and probably more, and I am going to go and kill the thing that's drinking this world, and I have the means to do it in my bag. Alara stood there with the snow coming down on her hood. That's the most reckless thing anyone has ever said to me, she said.
Yes, you told me you'd tell me. You didn't say you'd stop.
No, I said, I didn't. She was quiet for a second. The beach is at 9 inches, she said. I measured it on the 3rd. That's showing off. That's what you said last time. She pulled the hood straight. Come back and check it. The chapel door was open the way it had been on the first night when an old woman came up out of a graveyard with a spade in her hand and did not ask me a single question before she let me in. I had a speech. I want that on the record. I had worked on it for 11 days across a dead country, and I had 4 different openings. Silverbirch was sitting by the stove with the ledger open on her knee. 300 candles, 5 bundles of pine, 2 bolts of black cloth, 9 nails. She lifted her head before I said anything at all, and her whole seamed face went into a smile, and she got there first. Child, she said, you're leaving. I stood in the doorway with the snow blowing in past me. Ah, I said, yes, I've come to say goodbye. She set the ledger down. I crossed that room and got down on my knees in front of her chair, which is not a thing I had ever done, and I took both of her hands in both of mine. They were like a bundle of dry sticks in a cloth. There was frozen grave dirt under 2 of the nails, because there always was, because there always would be. Mama, I said, I am so grateful. She did not say anything for a while. Then she put one hand on top of my head, the way you would settle a dog that had come in from outside, and left it there. That's it. That's the whole thing. No blessing, no lecture, no last technique. An 80-year-old woman who had buried everybody in the world put her hand on my head and let it stay. I want to tell you how I arrived and how I left, and then I'm done. I came into that world on my face in a snowdrift at 13 years old, in 1 boot and a linen shirt, with a criminal mark burned into my soul by an officer of a kingdom that has never heard of this place, sent to somewhere absolutely safe by a woman who spent the last of her life to do it, and almost certainly did not survive the sentence. I owned nothing. I could not bite the bread. I walked out through the north gate with 64 slots on my back and a cloak made out of a dead thing I dug out of the edge of the world, carrying a weapon forged from a fallen star and the failed ascension of a man named Seraphina, with a mountain's permission on a flat gray stone in my pocket, and a debt from a lord, and the seeds of a crop that will feed 3,000 people through a winter that does not intend to end. And the mark is still on me. That's the part I keep coming back to. Everything else changed. That didn't. It's on the panel where it has always been, under my ribs where I can't reach, and it does not fade, and it cannot be paid off. And one day I am going to walk back into the city of law with it, and somebody there is going to read it. Also, something noticed me. 10,000 years under the ground, holding up a realm, asked one question and giving the same answer every time. And it opened one eye at a boy in a flower crown and told him a thing that nobody else in any world knows. That I am carrying a finished technique I did not earn. That I am effectively an ascendant at 17 with none of the years behind it. And that this is going to make me right about something important at an age when nobody will believe me. I would very much like that to be the only thing that has ever noticed. It isn't. Because 100 years ago, a 6-stage messenger walked up a mountain to look at the dragon beast, and what stopped him was not the size of it, and not the teeth. He got close enough to feel what was inside its head, and he sent a bird home, and what he wrote was that the mind of that thing is a mountain that even he found difficult to shake. He is buried in the forest at the foot of it, and I am going there on purpose with one shot. The snow came in harder as I went out past the last of the graves. It had been snowing the night I arrived, when a shape came up out of that same ground and opened a door for a boy who was about to die on the step. We met in the snow. We said goodbye in it.